oh boy, today it gets really scary for y'all because you are about to do some pitching and some winning. We're so excited. Can't believe that from last year, first time that we ever did this, we now have 2.2 million euro ready for you guys. 40 universities. You're ready to win. I like it. 40 universities. This is phenomenal. Take a look at this. Look at this. Can we give a hand to everyone who's participating? This is phenomenal. Well done. For RBO. For those of you who don't know, my name is Dan Ram. I will be navigating you through the day. Feel free to connect. I do all the behind-the-scenes scoop on my social media, so if you want to know what happens behind those curtains, then follow online, and you'll see all the non-stage stuff happening over there, and the shenanigans. But first of all, I want to start with a little bit of a challenge for all of you, because you're going to be speaking and pitching. This is what I do to get ready in the morning, so I'm going to ask you to do the same thing as well. Can everybody stand up? Excellent. Now, what we're going to start with is super easy. Just close your eyes. You know these nostrils that you have? You're going to breathe in through your nostrils for 10 seconds while I count really slowly, and you're going to release by making a sound for 10 seconds. So close your eyes, and we're going to breathe in 3, 2, 1. Breathe in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and now release. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very good. Well done on the... Now you can open your eyes. Now everybody do this. Shake your hands. Yes. You already shaking your body, so let's do that too. Shake your body, shake your body. Shake your leg, your right leg. Shake your left leg. Good. Now we do something called the siren. So the way the siren works is you start with your lowest note, and you go to your highest note, and you come back down again. It sounds like this. You go, ah. So we're going to do that together. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ah. Don't you feel good? Okay, now we activate our brains. This is what's going to happen. Everyone whose first name starts between A and M has to come and sit in this side of the room. Everyone who is N to Z has to sit in this side of the room. You got 30 seconds. Let's go. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sit. What's your name? Sandra, you're in the right spot. What's your name? Andras. What's your name? Andras. Andrew, you're in the right spot. What's your name?
Karina. What's your name?
Karina. I'm Dan. That's why I'm kind of leaning on this side a little bit more. So, excellent. Well done. So now our voice is activated, our body's activated, and mind's activated, which means you're ready for our official welcome from two wonderful people. They're both successful entrepreneurs, both amazing academic leaders, both amazing human beings. Please give it up for Malte and Stephan. All right. So, gentlemen, let's do a quick rapid fire round. Actually, first of all, how come you don't fit into your sweatshirt?
Well, look at my shoulders. I mean,
this guy runs marathons, so doesn't have the body.
That's the positive side.
That's the positive side. All right, rapid fire round. How old were you when you built your first startup?
It was 99, I had to calculate.
The year 99.
It was 99, same thing. Really?
Very good, very good.
Wow.
Which university were you in when you built your first startup?
ADH.
ADH?
WHU.
WHU, very good. Most successful exit to date?
Trivago.
Trivago?
I don't know, I guess. It might, it's thesis probably, or just books.
Just books, thesis, okay.
I'm too old.
What is one thing that is different building a startup 20 years ago versus now?
There's a much bigger ecosystem and many more people excited about starting their companies.
Okay.
we didn't have a clue of anything. We did online marketing without having a clue. And that's why Florian Heinemann, he was our online marketing expert. By then, he learned on all that. And he's brilliant today, but we paid for the mistakes, to be honest. Big time, big time, big time. Can you tell you stories about like money we spent and never converted?
This is rapid fire questions.
Rapid. Rapid. That was rapid enough, isn't it?
It was getting like medium speed questions there.
Yeah, I don't fit in this one. I don't fit in rapid, probably.
What is the greatest value of a university to a startup?
I think the network, the safe net that you have, the possibility to try out things and meet like-minded people.
Yeah, like-minded people is talent. We got the talent, it's the network, it's the technology we have, so.
And resources. Some of the stuff that these universities can afford to buy, you can't afford to buy out of your pocket, so.
That's the thing.
You get access to it. Okay, why, after the success of entrepreneurship for both of you, did you decide to become go to academia?
I think working together with young people, with talented, motivated people, and spreading the word, and basically helping build the ecosystem.
Well, it's a privilege. You can work with young people and you can teach them and you can do your own businesses besides. So that's the best you can do.
Would you quit being a dean, vice president of the universities to build a company again?
I would do it at the same time.
Oh, I have my own thoughts on multitasking startup world, but okay.
Yeah, probably that'll be the day.
Yeah, that'll be the day you'll leave?
That'll be the day. Not before you finish, but afterwards,
sweet.
Okay? Stay calm. And for all the others here, so.
What is your best piece of advice to everyone who's pitching? You've done this many times for your companies in the past. You have also been on this side of the jury and judging. What is your best piece of advice for everyone who's got 2 minutes to share their story?
For the pitch itself, show your passion, and then you know what you're talking about. For the feedback that you're receiving, don't take it too seriously.
Okay.
And it's a story. Leave out the details. We believe you're smart, but leave out the details, tell your story, and it should be a story and not all the details.
Last question, why is this important? Why did both of you and the ecosystem decide to create Stage 2?
Something like Stage 2 didn't exist before. And when we started thinking about it, the idea was, how can we bring together the talent from universities all over Europe and not just work together as two institutions, but really having, like this year in the second edition, already 40 universities coming together and building that ecosystem and getting to know other people, maybe forming new teams, developing new ideas that we felt lacked, and we just wanted to create this.
Can't agree more, and it's just started. If you look at the trajectory from last year to this year, and if you look at the companies from last year, and you heard Amanda yesterday, and she won last year, she raised 3.5 million afterwards, so that's a huge success. Rico is a huge success. They had a financing round. If you look at this is a starting, it's not a competition, it's a starting point for companies, it's a starting point for changes, and we're gonna hear from Kelly too, I guess.
Amazing. Can we give it up for these two incredible gentlemen, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. So yesterday, we talked about sustainability. We had a panel on sustainability. One of your microphones is making some extra noise. It'll be mine. I would be the troublemaker. Come on, KO. This is KO. Can we give it up for KO? Yeah, KO. Check, check, check. I know, I get the fun job in the lights, but there's such an amazing team of people that are working to keep this whole show going. So actually, let's give it up for them now, not at the end of the show. Yeah, team, we appreciate you. So, yesterday, we had a panel about sustainability. And what we were excited about, I think, for the last couple weeks as we were thinking about today, was this next keynote speaker. She, like me, is a third culture kid. I don't know if you know this phrase. Some of you are TCKs, so we were raised in other countries. Many of you wrongly thought I was from the US or from Canada. I'm Indian. I've just got this weird accent because we're third culture kids. She grew up in another land, but something that she saw activated her and her siblings. Many people see problems, but they don't always do something about about it. She has done many things about it. She and her siblings have a media company. They do documentary and awareness about the need for changing the planet. They also have this thing called Sungai Watch, which is a river cleanup project. She's going to talk about both of them. But if you just want to know the kind of person that she and her siblings are, they're the kind of people that they're like, you know what? We got to float down the Mississippi River to raise awareness. Not in a fancy boat, but on plastic bottles. Or we got to run across 3,000 miles of America, not in the best Nike or Adidas shoes, but with their own upcycled plastic shoes. She's taking things to the next level. And we're excited to have her here. Please give it up for the wonderful Kelly.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you impact entrepreneurs this morning. My name is Kelly, and I grew up on the beautiful, I'm French, as Dan was saying, I'm a third culture kid. And I had the privilege of growing up on the beautiful island of Bali in Indonesia, which most of you probably know is this picture-perfect holiday destination. Some of you may have even been there. And it's such a magical place that I'm so grateful and honored to be able to call my adopted country. But I've been a witness to its struggling issues with waste. And for a long time, Bali has been called the Island of Gods because there are so many temples and it's a very religious island. But nowadays, the nickname has changed from the Island of Gods to the Island of Trash. And let me show you why in a picture. So this is the beaches during the rainy season. As you can see, it's literally covered in plastic, and at places you cannot even see any inch of sand. So as teenagers with my two brothers, Gary and Sam, and I'll be talking about them quite a bit because we do everything together, we decided to not remain passive and start really doing something about it. So just with our bare hands, we decided to clean it up on a weekly basis. We would invite our friends, anyone that wanted to join. But we, of course, quickly saw that week by week, trash would just come right back. Our cleanups had no impact. We were not looking and trying to understand what the source of the problem was. But we were still trying to try to get things going and raise awareness. So we were teenagers, and even back then, cleanups were really not something that was quite cool. It was not in as it can be nowadays, and we also back then didn't know the harmful effects of what plastic pollution has on our health. Nowadays, I think there's so much research done that kind of confirms that microplastic is in pretty much all parts of our bodies. Most recently this month, Italian scientists have even found microplastics in breast milk. So it just shows that even as a newborn, within your first few days, you are already exposed to plastics. We know all of the toxic chemicals that are linked to plastic and linked to infertility issues, diabetes, obesity, prostate and breast cancer, and unfortunately the list seems to be going on as more research is pushed. We know all of the harmful effects of plastic on our environment, and most especially on our ecosystems in oceans. So back then we didn't know all of that, but we still had that feeling that we needed to do something about it, and it was just simply not normal that it was just laying in our beaches like that. We kind of put that passion project on hold as we then went to university. I actually ended up studying entrepreneurship, like probably many of you in the room, finance and economics. And back then, I never really even pictured myself working in an industry that was linked to sustainability because I didn't have like a proper example of what that could look like in real life. So I ended up working in a more normal corporate job in Germany, actually, in real estate investment. I did that for 4 years. It was extremely interesting, but there was that one thing that was still missing, and I think I wasn't really able to put a word or a feeling to it until the summer of 2017, when my two younger brothers decided to paddle down one of the most polluted rivers in the world, which happened to be in Indonesia. They decided to do that on 2 plastic bottle kayaks, so here they are. And I remember I was sitting at my desk looking at some of the most horrendous footage I had ever seen. This river clogged in plastic with landfills every 300 meters burning. And one day they just FaceTimed me while they were on the river. And I remember that sense of hopelessness, helplessness. And I pretty much knew that right there and then I would quit my corporate job and join the mission full-time to fight this plastic pollution. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into back then because we didn't have a business plan, we didn't have a business case, and I knew that we would probably struggle to make ends meet. But back then it felt like the right decision at the time, and I knew that it would be worth foregoing all of the more secure and comfortable corporate job benefits. So that's when we started our first venture, Make a Change World, which is a media company, and the idea was really to put plastic pollution to front page news. We really did everything in our power to try to create crazy awareness campaigns and expeditions, and to try to get people's attention and bring about this change in different communities. So we did that through expeditions like this one. This one was really successful in that it got the Indonesian president's attention to launch a 7-year cleanup program. We're currently in the 4th year. There's 7,000 soldiers cleaning it up. So that was just with the power of like a crazy idea, documenting everything, kind of putting forth all of the communities that were already doing amazing things on the ground. And one of the other projects that Dan has already mentioned was running across the continent. So Sam, the youngest of us 3, literally ran from New York City to Los Angeles, just like Forrest Gump, to try to bring oceans to landlocked America, the country where plastic was created, and the country that consumes the most plastic. And he ran the equivalent of 117 marathons in 6 months. So that's about a marathon a day, which is absolutely insane. But the idea was really to bring that sense of urgency to people, and it's the perfect head turner. And so now we're currently working on a documentary to kind of recount the journey. And so we're really excited to hopefully be able to share it very soon. So these are my brothers. Gary is the one with the cap, and Sam on my right. And we always kind of question ourselves as to how we can bring in even more impact. And we wanted to shift gear a little bit from the raising awareness campaign, which we still do a lot of through social media, through a project that was much more tangible and more like on-the-ground impact. And there's this one stat that has always stayed with us, is that 80 to 90% of plastic pollution in the ocean comes from rivers and streams. And so we know that rivers are this perfect connection point between life on land and life in the ocean. So we knew that our next project would be related to rivers. And so we've started 2 years ago our latest project called Sungai Watch, where Sungai means river in Indonesian. And the aim is to really try to test different simple solutions to the waste crisis. And just to give you a little bit more context on the waste crisis in Indonesia, Indonesia is a huge archipelago. It's the 4th most populated country in the world, and there's very, very little waste management infrastructure. And in many places around the country, people are left with one of 2 options, which with their waste disposal, it's either you open burn it, which is extremely toxic, or you open dump it in some sort of pre-approved piece of land that's not been regulated or managed by any standards. So just to give you that like a vivid example, the picture on the left-hand side is a open landfill. It stretches over 3 kilometers, and you'll see that there's a river right next to it. And as soon as it rains, and it rains really heavily in Indonesia half of the year, this trash just flows down into the river, and then that goes straight into the ocean. And the picture on the right-hand side is one of our river warriors. He's actually standing on a river that's clogged in plastic. There's so much layers of plastic that it's filled that he can walk on it. And that's just one example of what rivers look like in Indonesia. Unfortunately, there's many more of these. So today, we're super grateful that we are working with over 100 full-time river warriors, amazing people that help us clean 170 rivers to date. And the way we do that is we test different solutions, one of them being a very simple floating barrier device. We have different sizes depending on the river sizes. This is what we call our walker. We can walk on it. And just to give you a perspective, this is the equivalent of just 1 day worth of trash flushing down. We have different sizes, way smaller for smaller rivers and smaller streams. Again, that's just a collection for a day. And the idea is that we really think that these simple technologies are the quickest and most cost-effective way to try to eradicate plastic pollution. They're a great engagement tool to get the communities involved and to try to bring that sense of pride and ownership back within the community to clean it up. So whenever we install one of these barriers, we always ask for permission to the local head of village. So that's already a first kind of conversation starter as to what the issue is, how can we work together to try to instill some proper littering fines, which are not existent everywhere. How can we kind of invest more in proper waste management structures. So that's kind of been our focus. We have 170 of them so far. And it's also a great education tool, because when you see that on a daily basis, people know now that our teams are coming on a daily basis to clean them up. This is just an example of like one of the even tinier ones, where every single day there's that much trash flowing, and people, when they walk by, we always try to make sure it's in a very visual area, whether it's by a bridge or by a river path. So this one is just next to a bridge, so there's a lot of traffic, and people are reminded on a daily basis that there's no such thing as out of sight, out of mind when it comes to trash, because they know that every day they see the barrier full, it's pretty much fresh trash. So it's just like a great conversation starter. We collect data for each barrier geographically, so we kind of also highlight the trash hotspots of the island to then advise different levels of government on where they should prioritize their investments. And so over the last 2 years, we've collected over 700,000 kilos of plastic, mainly through rivers, but we also do a lot of emergency cleanups, like on the beach during the rainy season, or in mangroves. They're such an important ecosystem, and they're also choking in plastics. And we do also a lot of cleanups for illegal landfills, working hand in hand with the government to try to find more long-lasting solutions to those. In one way, and you may be wondering, like, once we collect the trash, where do we bring it? Because I told you there's very little waste management infrastructure, so we kind of went a step further, and we decided to in-house build different sorting facilities where we bring in all of that trash, and then we separate it into over 20 different categories, all of the recyclables, non-recyclables, but within these big 2 different categories, we really break it down. And the reason we do that is not only to try to upcycle as much as possible, but also get a better understanding of the type of waste that we consume and that we dispose of, to see what are our key battles that we can look into and what can we advise. So for instance, just the type of insights and conclusions that we've done with these analysis is that plastic bags are the #1 item that we collect in Bali's rivers, and there's supposed to be a ban on plastic bags in Bali, so clearly that just shows that it's not being enforced, and how can we kind of push further legislation, more work together with other NGOs to try to push the agenda forward. We also like to go a little bit of a step deeper and look at what are the top contributors to the plastic pollution crisis in Bali. So we've kind of identified the top 10 polluters, and the idea of this is in no way to like name and shame and blame. It's again to try to really start that conversation with companies, with corporates that are producing all of this plastic packaging. So you may recognize a few multinationals, but there's a lot of privately owned Indonesian companies as well. And we kind of break it down per different types of packaging, again with the idea of if we better understand the type of waste we produce and dispose of, we can better understand easy ways of kind of reducing the pollution in the first place, kind of pushing for more reuse, refillable systems, deposit system programs, and just kind of pushing for a bit more extended producer responsibility. I feel like we need companies to be held more accountable for the trash that ends up in countries that have no currently collection systems. And so even for each categories of plastic packaging, we also kind of look deeper into what types of products it is, again, just to push for like more long-lasting solutions. So like, for instance, sachets is our worst enemy. It's this single-use, multi-layered packaging that mixes different types of plastics and aluminum, and it's impossible to rip apart and then recycle. So currently there's no end-of-the-life solution for them. So that's why we've built a manual database with over 30,000 references. We bought a simple supermarket barcode scanner, and so we've been able to kind of gather that data as much as possible. And the reason why we kind of go deeper into the categories is that those sachets, we don't really have them in Europe as much, but it's not only your instant coffee, but it's also your instant shampoo, soap, detergent. And so these are products, for instance, that can easily be changed into a more refillable system. So there's a lot of tests being done in that regard, and I feel like when you have data in place, there's really no looking away from it. It's such an authoritative piece of evidence, and the idea is that as we're scaling throughout Indonesia, we'll get even more data points. We'll better understand what the consumption habits are and what are some of the key battles that we can focus on. So we share this data with corporates, governments, and really any NGOs that want to use it to push their agenda forward. And so once we've kind of gathered as much data as possible from every little piece of waste, then comes the issue of upcycling and recycling. And going back to the pie chart that I showed you earlier, we really want to try to find a way of recycling each type of waste. Currently in Indonesia, only PET bottles and HDP, so your typical shampoo bottle, will be recycled. But everything that's plastic bags and the more flexible stuff is considered trash and really no value. And we want to kind of change that perspective and kind of remind people that every piece of trash can be a resource. So we started this research and development department at our foundation that really focuses on upcycling every piece of trash. So for instance, plastic bags, we found a way of upcycling it into these 1x1 meter sheets. And the idea is to really give them value. So we are currently now kind of designing long-lasting furniture. So on top of our foundation, we're now creating a social enterprise on the side that's going to be a sister company, and that is going to be able to sell this furniture. We've just onboarded our first investor, which we're really excited about. And just to show you a few examples of initial designs that we are working on, this is a table made of 100% plastic bags. So the idea is that we always use one type of waste because it can be fully recyclable again and again if for some strange reason it would break. So really having that really long-term perspective, all of these bags would have gone straight to landfill if we had done nothing with them. And another thing that we're also testing out is, so this shower is fully made of panels made of these plastic cups, and these plastic cups are, again, we don't find them here, but they're individual water serves or sweet teas, which Indonesia is a big consumer of. And so there's so much possibility into looking at every waste stream, and we feel like we're starting kind of secondary mining type of an approach. And we're really excited. We have our first designer. We're working on our first product catalog, which we are excited to share with you. And I feel like it's such a huge issue, plastic pollution. We've kind of proved our concept in Bali, and now we're ready to scale throughout Indonesia. And next year, we're starting in the Philippines and India as well, just because we've been able to find finally a full circular, sustainable model, which we had not done 14 years ago when we started our first beach cleanups. And actually, what keeps us going is we know there's still so much work ahead of us. But it's when you see pictures like the one on the right-hand side. The one on the left is a mangrove that's just clogged in plastic, full. It's been years and years of trash just accumulating. And once we've been cleaning it up for a year and a half, and we can finally see kind of the roots breathing again and shoots growing back, and it just shows us how resilient nature really is, and how if we give it a chance, it can just come back to life. And so Sungai Watch for us has really been a life journey. We've learned so much while being on the ground. We've tested so many different things. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into when we started the beach cleanups. We had no idea how far our project would go when we installed our first barrier. We had no idea what we were doing when we set up our first sorting facilities, and now we're testing different things with the material in itself. We're not engineers, we're not entrepreneurs per se, but it's been very much so empowering to see the power of action and really always trying to problem solve things as we went along, always also gathering as many communities along our journey. And I think that's the power of not only just saying we'll do something, but doing it and trying different things and striving and being persistent. We could have so often been completely discouraged by the entire issue. But I think one of our strengths, and that's probably because we are working as a family, and we always know when one of us is kind of a little bit down, we know how to uplift each other. But I feel like to be able to kind of deal with all of these huge world problems, we really need to have like massive collaboration, and that's why events like these ones are absolutely incredible, because we need to have students and entrepreneurs like yourselves bring in scientists, artists, engineers, like really every skill set, every background, every knowledge, to try to really rethink of the way we do things, work around projects, and change things up. And I think that's really the way that we have been approaching this issue, is really through problem solving. And also kind of showcasing that we started with impact, and we didn't really have the business model, but there's always a possibility of going in reverse, and with this first investor, we're trying to prove our case to the world that things can be done differently. And I know that you guys are doing a lot of companies that have really sustained, like, true values that are addressing key problems, and showcasing to the rest of the world that profit maximizing and kind of the usual business metrics that we usually look at can really go hand in hand with true impact. And so I'm really counting on you guys to really showcase to the world, and so I'm super grateful to be here and to be sharing the stage with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we have time for some questions. I'd love to know who's got a question for Kelly. While you guys are thinking about questions, just raise your hand. I'll bring the mic to you. What I love about your story is the power of momentum.
Yeah.
And if you just dare to start, I mean, who would have thought the army would get involved? Who would have thought you'd be expanding to Philippines and India? You would change your model and keep growing. But you just dare to take that first step, and it just keeps going and going and going, and long may it continue. And hopefully you've planted a little seed in some of them as well. Because sometimes when you're looking at the problems you're trying to solve, you may feel that your role, your part in it, is so insignificant. But you wouldn't have cleared, I mean, what are you at now? 750,000
Something like that,
kilograms of plastic that's been cleared. I mean, that's incredible. So, all right, who's got a question? All right, I'll come to you. Give your name, please, and your question.
Hi, Nima here. First of all, very inspiring story. Thanks for sharing it. I was wondering, what type of investors have you worked with so far, and what type of investors do you look forward to partner up together?
So far, because it's always been a very, like, my brothers and I, and we've had supporters from the very beginning, from our first few expeditions. We've had this private investor so far joining the team, and we feel like it's the perfect, again, kind of power of momentum to try to push us to really structure ourselves a little bit better in order to then be able to kind of pitch to larger investors. So now we're still very much in that test phase, and we want to keep it like more of a manageable but successful and quickly expanding venture. So for now, it's just one investor. But we are getting a lot of interested parties, which is also exciting, and it shows us that it's something that's being put on the world stage as well.
Yeah, it's really great what you're doing. Did you also consider to focus more on the cause of the problem, so that there is plastic pollution and all the waste, and not only like having the plastic in some upcycling?
Yeah, of course. So that's like, what we do is essentially disaster relief efforts, and that's why we've really been focusing on the data aspect, really to just push it back and held the government and companies accountable. So we even have that kind of consultant cap as well, where we kind of advise companies on how to reduce their packaging, how to switch. Again, we're not scientists, but we also have such a beautiful ecosystem of people that have reached out through social media, because that's also an amazing community to have, and try to connect different skill sets together and push the agenda forward. So Indonesia is just one country, but it's a huge country, and we have the same issues throughout Southeast Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So it's really just about finding creative ways of, stopping the source of pollution from the get-go, for sure.
I think it was a little paradox seeing the Nona on top of the companies with their claim, one planet, one health. So do you also get in touch with those companies?
So yeah, I am 100% with you there. So when we released our first report, we do these reports on an annual basis. That was our first one. We published it again online, and we got a lot of press on it. And what was interesting is that these companies, and the first one that you've mentioned, actually contacted us straight away. And so we didn't have to actually go and pitch to them as well, just because they seemed to be aware that it's also part of their image, that they should be doing something, but we feel like their true motivations are not quite there yet. It's really just still marketing and PR, and we really want to push for like more ambitious targets and goals and really restructure their whole supply chain basically. So it's ongoing talks. It's taking a long time, but we are keeping constant and pushing for that.
Hey, I'm Philip. First of all, also thank you from my side for this inspiring story. Got a question concerning the upcycling products you made. Are there any measurements for you to ensure that those products won't be misused again afterwards?
That's a perfect question and something that we're really focusing on. Again, as I was saying, we're always trying something and then improving as we go and always making sure that our processes are in place. So we'll start with selling it to just hotels and hospitality groups because Bali has so many of them. And that's why we're focusing on bigger, larger products that have a longer lifespan. We don't want to produce any smaller pieces that can easily break, for like a keychain, or you've seen sunglasses or coasters, whatnot. But really bigger pieces, and that's why we're focusing on one type of plastic at a time. So if it ends up breaking, there is this recycling loop that can go back into it.
Any last questions from anybody? Oh, you're making me exercise. All right. Here we go. Come over here. Let's do this.
Hi, I'm Jona. I just wanted to know how to make sure to separate all those bags of plastics of different kinds and sources to really have them sort like the type only on one single basket to really be able to produce products out of that.
Yeah, so that's something also we've been kind of testing as we go because there's no guidebook per se. It's a very manual process and it's very time consuming, and there's one part that I haven't even mentioned, but it's all the washing involved in it as well, because a lot of the trash, especially from the mangroves, are full of dirt and it's disgusting. So unfortunately there's some plastics that we're not able to upcycle, but we're trying to upcycle as much as possible because otherwise it will just go end up in a landfill. So it's just a very manual process. It's setting up a big warehouse, making sure everything is very clear, very clean, that workers are working in like amazing conditions because it can be very back-paining as well. But just like trying different ways, and it's purely manual.
Kelly, thank you so much for being here. One of the things I was thinking about is the many different ways that we can make a difference on this planet. When I graduated from college, I actually worked for the UN in Indonesia.
Oh, nice.
So I was in Banda Aceh, all the way in the north, and doing post-tsunami relief work. And I really thought that working for the UN was the way to change the world. And for some people it is. and of course there's charities and NGOs, and right now I firmly believe that business, entrepreneurship, is a great model and a way to make a difference. So thank you for presenting your story and your way of doing it. We wish you the very best. Thank you for being a part of Stage 2. Can we give it up for Kelly?
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I know that people are getting nervous because they're about to pitch. That's why people are running fast. So let me show you where you need to run. Can we quickly show up on the slides over here? This is our schedule for the next couple hours. We've got a batch starting at 10 o'clock, another one at 11:45. Please take a look at where you need to be. We have 2 stages. This stage over here, which is the main hall, this is where the tech stuff is happening. And in Studio C, which is upstairs, is where the business innovation is happening. So again, all 10 o'clock people are over here and 11:45 over here. I cannot split myself 4 times, so we're very fortunate to have 4 amazing moderators. If we can show that real quick. These are the amazing people that will be guiding you through the process. They'll introduce you to the jury. They will introduce you to the stage, and they'll make you feel safe and comfortable. They're already in positions backstage here and upstairs as well, so you'll meet them over there. So take a look at their faces and say hi to them. So if you're confused where you need to be and what you need to do, find myself, find someone in one of these beige hoodies, or find these 4 moderators, and they will guide you. On this stage right now, do we have a slide for that? If we can show them. this group of people. So you guys need to move in that direction behind the blue curtain. We've got about 15 minutes. I think we're back on time again. So everything starts at 10. Yeah, you got just about 14 minutes now. I won't blah blah anymore. So go disappear, and you're coming back here whenever you come back here. See you later.
Good morning. Good morning, and welcome to the first slot of the semifinals for Tech Innovation. I am so excited to be here, and I hope you are as well. About a year ago, I was sitting there in the audience, and I was just amazed about all the amazing, startups that are here. And today you're going to see lots more of them. I'm Lena, and I'm going to be your host today, and I would like to introduce you to our jury. So please stand up. Rondolfo Cadessa, Senior Associate at Armada Ventures. Shika Lavagna, Investor at Balderton. Mila Kramer, Principal at Project A. Tobias Schirmer, Founding Partner of Join. And Gesa Mitraka, Founding Partner at Auxo Female Catalyst Fund. They're going to be, They're going to be our jury today. And before we start with the startups, just a little information for them. They have a very, very short time to present, and followed by Q&A. The microphone will stop, so you won't be able to be heard in the audience. So please keep within your time slot. And now, I think it's time to get to the interesting part. First of all, our first startup is millions of people do not have access to clean drinking water, to clean water in general, which is insane when we consider how important clean water is to all of us. However, there is a team from the Chalmers University of Technology in Sweden who wants to tackle this issue. And I want to introduce to you Jacob, Sana, Jacob, and Professor Ying Fu, who founded Nokoli. Together we make water safer. So let's kick it off. Jacob, the stage is yours.
2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water. This is one of the biggest challenges of our time. It's easy to assume that all water problems are in developing countries, but even a well-developed country like Sweden has an average of 4 contaminations every year. There was a recent outbreak where half a town fell ill, and the source is still unknown, which makes similar situations hard to prevent in the future. The method used today is more than a century old. Test results return after several days, but the water is delivered to the households within hours. This time gap lets the bacteria spread throughout the water system, and that brings both massive costs and health concerns. Our solution to this is a patent-pending optical sensor that uses machine learning to detect bacteria. It gives results within 10 minutes and is fully automated. Placing our sensors in strategic places in the water system enables the waterworks to get an overview of the system and localize contaminations before they turn into outbreaks. There are many industrial applications for fast detection of bacteria, and our main goal in the long term is to make an impact in developing countries. But we will start in Sweden, where we have a pilot project signed with 2 waterworks. Our main focus now is to find investors so we can recruit tech talent and accelerate the technology development to meet the market demand. Our team is balanced and consists of driven business developers with competencies ranging from sales, IP, and marketing, and a tech developer who is a leading professor within the field of physical detection methods. With Nokoli's sensors, we can make sure no one ever gets sick from water again.
Thanks so much. So, it's your turn. Please, Roberto, start off. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you very much. Very impressive, very useful. Are you able, I'm guessing that your clients, or at least your direct clients, are water utilities.
Yes.
Can you provide them with a measure of economic value beyond what is very obviously a very useful product?
Yes. So as I mentioned in the beginning, there is an average of 4 outbreaks in Sweden every year. And each of these cost, on average, 2 million euros for the municipality. So if they can avoid those costs for sanitation and also provide safer water for their inhabitants, they are very happy to pay for that.
So your focus market primarily will be Europe or will be the developing countries?
It will initially be Europe. We've had discussions with the water expert at the World Health Organization, and he said that in order to launch in developing countries, there needs to be a fully finished, validated product, and we don't have that yet. But we see the opportunity in the European market to co-develop with the water utilities and get their feedback to make a product that they really want.
And so your go-to-market strategy would entail working together with municipalities in Europe?
Yes.
Is that correct?
So we have a signed pilot project with 2 in Sweden.
Okay, thank you.
Predictive maintenance for water utility companies have different technologies behind it. I'm wondering if there's other technologies other than the one that you're producing right now that tackle the same problem.
Yes, there are a few other similar technologies or with a similar purpose, but they are all using chemical methods, which means that they are not fully automated and they're using reagents that is dangerous for the environment. So our technology is fully physical and does not affect the water quality.
I assume you learn how different bacteria look like, and then you can identify, so it's a deep learning approach and not an anomaly detection approach. Do you require very specific hardware or camera or lighting conditions to do that?
Yes, and we have those hardware components. So we have that in place, and the technology is for image recognition of movement patterns for specific bacteria species.
So it's video-based, not photo-based?
Yeah.
We have time for one more question. Okay.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jacob. All right. From avoiding diseases, we are coming to mitigating the effect of diseases. And we have a team. They're called Michaela, Nicholas, Michaela, Lucas, Konstantinos, Andreas, and Andreas from the University of Cyprus. And they have dedicated their work to improving the daily lives of cancer patients. How? Through effective pain management. And Michaela is going to explain to us how their company, HPF, 5:30, is going to do that. Please, Michaela.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michaela, and I'm the CEO of HPF. Cancer pain, a major cause of unnecessary suffering. More than 50% of cancer patients are going through severe pain, an emotion that can only be described subjectively. Until now, our team is designing 2 innovative tools while having in mind a more personalized palliative care through precision medicine for end-stage cancer patients. Firstly, our device, OpioPop, that looks like a lollipop and can detect the amount of pain a patient experiences by the levels of a pain biomarker. This biomarker is called opiorphin. It's a newly found molecule in the human saliva that has correlation to pain. And based on scientific research, it's very much connected to it. Secondly, an AI-based software application called Relevant. Based on Relevant, you can add the treatment you're getting, these side effects, and these symptoms into the application. And through our web portal, the patient can share those reliable data, including the opiorphin levels, to their physician. And this will be used for the personalization of their opioid-based treatment. We're aiming to pursue a B2B relationship with our customers that include different specialization clinics, and we have secured purchase intention for 4 of them in Cyprus. And as for patients, we're aiming to have B2C relationships with them. On screen, you can see our team that consists of people from different backgrounds, and we have mentors from incredible universities and incredible scientists dedicated to support us throughout our journey.
Some more time on stage. Wonderful. All right. So, second round of questions. Shika, please, your turn.
Michaela, thank you so much. This topic actually is very close to my heart because my mother is a cancer patient, actually. I'd love to understand a bit more about the clinical efficacy of the biomarker that you're working with, one, and number two, the clinical efficacy, or if there were run any previous clinical trials on the device that you've developed.
Thank you so much for your question. Firstly, as for the biomarker, there's been scientific research on that, and there's been correlation to dental pain and opioid, that as much pain you got opioid levels up. And we have some really valuable indications that this can happen to any chronic pain, and that's why we want to make it for end-stage cancer patients that are experiencing severe amounts of pain. And as for your second questions, there have been some devices that do the same thing as what we want, but not with opioid. That's our innovation there. So we're using opioid, that's a newly found molecule for cancer patients, for personalized medicine, but the method we're using have been already done for different molecules. And it's gonna look like a sensor for glucose, or you can say a rabbit test. Thank you.
The use case of just doing the pain part, I understand if it's like in palliative care and so on, but if I'm a cancer patient doing this at home, just a question, I wouldn't expect to have 5 apps for different things, like one having pain, the other one having the side effects of the drugs that I'm using, the other one, I don't know, what my daily life. So how's your view on that?
Hello, I'm Andreas. We developed an application that we discuss with experts in this field. So our application can collect different data for side effect, medication, and we want to expand this further, collect other medical data from wearable devices so we can extract valuable information from the treatment that the patient should follow.
Can I add on that? And as for the different applications and the cancer patient being obviously tired and all, our application will have a small questionnaire, multiple choice questions, easy to answer, and it can be held from the healthcare provider that is with him at home. So I don't think we talk to patients, we talk to doctors, we talk to nurses, and we have their positive feedback on doing that. So I think it's all right to have a questionnaire for that.
Thanks a lot. How far are you with the development of the device and the testing, and what's the regulatory process behind actually bringing this to market in terms of getting it certified as a medical device?
Our mentors have strong background in pharmacology and detecting molecules using nanotechnology. So our mentors can help us develop this device and then perform a device medical study. So that's our plan.
Okay, but so far you haven't started developing the product or the device?
We are searching for funding to be able to develop the device.
But we have the MVP prototype for the web portal and the software application, and they have been used for several doctors that we are working with. And not from patients yet, but we're working on that one.
All right. No more questions? Everything set? Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too. All right, let's take a step back from medicine for a moment. We'll get back to it soon. Our next team is from the University of Graz, and they want to design and optimize green and sustainable solutions for chemical manufacturers. The founders are Mattia, Stephan, Matthias, Elisa, and Wolfgang, and they want to use the power of nature for sustainable chemical synthesis. Mattia, please take the stage and tell us more about Enzian biocatalysts. Thank you.
Hi everyone. At Enzian, we use the power of nature for sustainable chemical synthesis. So we all know that the chemical industry is providing the society with fundamental goods and drugs, but is doing it at the expenses of the environment by releasing dangerous waste and emitting huge amount of carbon dioxide. So why are we keep making chemicals the old-fashioned ways with traditional chemistry, and we don't use the tools of nature and therefore biocatalysis? With biocatalysis, we can produce enzymes, we can produce chemical by using enzymes. By doing it, we can reduce CO2 emission, energy, and water consumption. With new green regulations coming into play and with supply chain safety issues, companies are on the urge to act. So if biocatalysis has so many benefits, why not everybody is already using it in industry? Because there is a lack of specialized know-how and expertise, there is a need of specialized R&D equipment, and there are long development times, which increases the cost for the implementation of new bioprocesses in industry. Enzian filled this gap by designing and optimizing new biocatalytic solutions for chemical manufacturers to unlock new processes and accelerate their development. Our business model relies on contract research, where we provide the customers with IP and process conditions, which are found with our machine learning algorithm. In this case, we can provide a fast optimization compared to competitors. In the future, we plan to increase the scalability of our business model by automation and by directly licensing our own bioprocesses to chemical producers. Our team is composed of 5 co-founders, which have interdisciplinary experience and gives Enzian the ability to help chemical manufacturers to unlock the potential with biocatalysis.
Right on time. All right, Nella, please take the lead.
Yeah, thanks. So, is this on? No. Yeah, okay, thanks a lot, Mattia. Can you talk a bit more about the actual product and in which way it's a product versus a service? Because you mentioned you charge a fee for the service. So.
Yeah, definitely. So as we said, this is a contract research, so it's mostly like a fee for service. It's a service-based business at the moment. So we basically engaged there are the several packages where we designed this bioprocess at the beginning, and then we would in the lab produce some data in order to validate this. And the last part is the optimization, where we use our machine learning algorithm to improve this, to kind of reach some parameters that then the industry is interested for the implementation then in production. So these are basically the 3 packages. But as we said,
yeah, maybe add to that a little bit. So it's a streamlined research package, right? So we are sort of optimizing the workflow of developing such cascades, as we call it, in-house, and thereby we contribute to a faster development time and shorten sort of these timelines in industry. That's the idea behind it.
Okay, and you mentioned those kind of 3 different challenges the industry faces at the moment, like the R&D equipment that's required and the long cycles. Are you tackling all 3 challenges, or what's kind of the key problem you're solving for them initially?
Yeah, I would say we would tackle all the 3 challenges, because the team that will bring in the expertise and the know-how that many companies don't have, because they just have a chemical background, so they've never used enzyme in their productions. So we will bring in this R&D equipment. This is what we have. We will at the beginning license it at the university, and then we will move in our own laboratories. And for the faster, having to increase the speed, we use this machine tool to kind of try to increase, to limit, to shorten the times and the costs also, because usually it's the cost that is the problem.
So if the customer wants to continue using it, you sell the IP to them in the long term?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in this contract research is meant that we design, we create this new IP in this process, then there is a base for a patent, then the company can take over this patent, and then they can go on with the production of this desired chemical, which can be a fragrance compound, can be some pharmaceuticals, some drugs, some insecticides. There are many applications in this regard.
In addition to that, every project that we sort of work on generates internal know-how, how we improve sort of internal workflows, how we optimize things, how we implement certain like approaches, and that is obviously owned by the company still. So this is sort of then like with every project we learn and we improve ourselves. That is IP that belongs, all stays with us.
And when you sell to the chemical manufacturers, is there usually some like education involved around the usage of biocatalysis, or are they usually aware of the topic?
Yeah, I mean, it could be that there is some education that, or they would have, to maybe acquire one or two persons, which then would be needed for this production or for this implementation. But yeah, this can be a case.
In general, I think it's the perfect time to enter into the field of biocatalysis as an industrial chemical manufacturer, because there are so many benefits. And the chemical industry has become aware of this potential, so they know this is possible, but they don't have the resources yet to do it. So that's why we think it's a really good time to enter this field at the moment.
Thank you. Quick question. Can you talk about scalability challenges once you go through the pilot phase and show results?
You mean the scalability of the process or of the business? Of the process, yeah. So we provide this research usually is on a small scale, of course. We already got in contact with some companies, and they would also be interested to have a first like scalability, like test. So that's also what we would like to do in the future. As soon as we have one or two projects running, we can invest also in some equipment to provide some upscale. And this is the next things. And of course, this is also valuable information for customers.
How computational efficient is this? I mean, do we have to think towards high performance computing? Is this really complex calculations you're doing, or is this pretty standard?
They're not high performance computers. It's, we do some experiments in the lab, so we generate some data, and then we use these to train our machine learning model, but this can be run in any computer, in any office, and this basically gives us we can do this optimization over a few rounds with some data that we generate in the lab.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, and we're back to medicine, actually. Our next founding team consists of Jose, Antonio, and Jose from the Polytechnic University of Valencia, and they're developing the next generation of orthopedic implants. And Claudia is going to explain to us how this is supposed to work and how it will reduce intervention time and healthcare cost. Claudia from Nella Biodynamics.
At Nella Biodynamics, we developed the next generation of orthopedic implants. As our population ages rapidly and amateur sports and sedentarism are growing, there is an increase in joint replacements affecting our family and friends. Isn't that right? So this is the current technique to perform a joint replacement. This is medieval. Our technique is easier, faster, and safer by eliminating hammering. The current problems have an overrun of 2,700 million that we can save. The traumatic surgery and the high rigidity of the implants cause many problems that increase the second surgical time and hospital stay, and also there are thousands of patients with disabling thigh pain without treatment. With Nella, technology has proven faster, and the in vivo study, by reducing implant rigidity, we improve fixation, implant tolerability, and reduce pain. By eliminating hammering, we reduce fractures and inflammatory reaction. Also, we decrease surgical time and postoperative time, saving an extra 1,600 million. Nella's technology is patented in Europe and USA. The implant is placed with clearance into the bone and fixed by expanding it in a controlled manner, personalizing the treatment. We are a multidisciplinary team with more than 19 years of combined experience in key fields, and we collaborate with main entities worldwide. With our patent system, we can impact in 51% of the orthopedic market. HIP is our first application in development. Our entry will be in 2024 by clinical trials in reference hospitals. We'll obtain FDA and CE mark by 2026 to put into the market our solution through key players agreements. Now we are seeking a lead investor to complete our 1 million round minimum to reach clinical trials to launch our solution. And remember, no more hammering with Nella. Thank you very much.
Tobias, your turn. Lead.
I have to think about it. I don't have a question top of my head. I'm still
processing.
I love this.
Thank you.
I would really like to know what other solutions are out there that are tackling the same problem, because I've seen several companies in this sphere, but not doing exactly what you guys are doing.
Okay, so currently, well, the current implants have been around since the 50s with small changes since the 80s. All the implants in joint replacement are all metallic and they're all inserted by hammering. This didn't change. There are any other solution because we did a search on other startups and other companies. In joint replacement, even the newest technologies, they are using the same design, the same materials. So in joint replacement, we are really providing a real innovation by having a combination of polymeric and metallic materials in a stem. So we have a stiffness that is very similar to the bone. And also by eliminating hammering, because the current implants are placed by pressure or using bone cements. And both have problems. And with our implant, we can place it into the bone with clearance. We can apply a pre-stressing torque and adapt the fixation force according to the bone density of each patient, personalizing the treatment. So this is our uniqueness, and there isn't any other solution in the market tackling the same problem.
I do have a question now. In terms of your go-to-market, I'm not familiar in your industry, on your sector. Can you run me through a timeline, which steps you need to take to possibly successfully implement this in the first patient, and who the key stakeholders are? I mean, I cannot, insurance companies, government, doctors, I think therapeutics, all these people probably have some kind of view on that. Yeah.
Yes. Since we have an implantable medical device, our main entry to the market will be through clinical trials. So this is something that we already have. We are working with Mayo Clinic through the Innovation Exchange Program. We've been the first company in Spain in entering that program. And also we have the interest of the Hospital for Special Surgery in New York. So by reaching clinical trials, that would be our first entry to the market. The clinical teams will be the first ones using our product. On the other hand, we already have the interest of the big players who have 2 letters of interest of Johnson & Johnson and also from small distributors. Our business model is B2B, so we'll sell our products to larger or international distributors, which in turn will place them on hospitals. Also the surgeons have a big importance because they can demand our product to distributors. So like you said, yeah, all the stakeholders are, but we are building already that structure.
And I mean, what I understand is basically everybody wins. Yeah? It's better for the patient, and it's a lot more efficient. You lead less time in the hospital, less treatment post-surgery. So is there anyone losing out on this?
Well, we improve both the patient side and the sustainability of the healthcare system. If I dare to say if there is anyone losing, well, the big companies that have already the products on the market, because we provide a better solution. or we can complement theirs. So,
well then, go get them.
thank you. We are on it.
What are the potential challenges that you may foresee for the upcoming 2024 trials?
So the main challenging, we are facing is we need to complete our current investment round to finish all the preclinical trials because we need to prove that the product is safe, has a safety level that allows us to start the clinical trials. We plan to start them, to complete all the preclinical during 2023, to start clinical trials in 2024. We plan also to start in a small group in Spain and then have a multi-center clinical trial in Europe and USA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Oops. Our next team consists of Sabrina, Astrid, Feline, and Susanne, and their goal is nothing less than to revolutionize cancer treatment. I mean, there aren't any smaller goals, right? So their company is called Nanotube Tech, and they develop in vitro diagnostic tools that serve as a basis for personalized medicine. And how this works, how Nanotube Tech works, Sabrina, please explain. The stage is yours.
Just imagine your mother has breast cancer. This is an enormous burden for her, but also for you as her relatives, and raises many questions. Which therapy will be used, how she feel, which side effects occur, and most importantly, will she be cured completely? Questions to which even physicians have no reliable answers. A diagnosis is made via a biopsy, and based on these results and subjective experiences, a therapy is chosen. But newly developed drugs and their use complicate therapy choice, leads to more and more conflicting opinions, development of resistances, or even to death. But physicians don't have a personalized diagnostic tool to test individual drug effects because it is a huge problem to preserve the tissue's own properties, like functionality or viability. We at Nanotube Tech managed to preserve these properties over a long period of time and allow individual drug testing. So how do we do that? We produce nanotube scaffolds. They look like a bunch of drinking straws, only on the nanoscale, so much smaller than human hairs. And their diameters are crucial for tissue preservation. We culture the tissue on it, add different drugs, and assess the tissue response. Our patented surfaces ensure organotypic tissue culture and thus longer cultivation times of up to 350%. This is essential for the personalized therapy choice. To get them ready for the market, we need about 1 million for the next 2 years. This includes costs for personnel, investments, and certifications. We focus on 3 major rapidly growing markets: basic research, pharmaceutical development, and personalized therapy. We prefer B2B commerce and already acquired a potential distribution partner. We are Astrid and Sabrina. Experience the future due to the right treatment choice by Nanotube Tech. Thanks.
Thank you. Wonderful. All right. Geza, would you like to start with the first question?
Sorry, I didn't really catch it. That's why I would like to ask again. Can you explain the technology, like what you do? So you take the tissue, and you take the medication, and you check if the medication works on the tissue in vitro,
Exactly.
basically.
Yeah.
And it's faster and better than, and of course not affecting the patient. Is that correct?
Yes and no, because actually it's not working. So we have no in vitro diagnostic tool that really works. So we are unique at the moment.
Yeah, normally a physician tests the response of the drug in the patient. So that's the normal way. But we want to do it before the treatment so that we have really the right treatment choice. And this enhances definitely the outcome.
You still extract tissue from the patient, no?
Yeah.
And then you implement it in your tubes, and
So we have such small scaffolds, and it's usual that you take a biopsy, for example, in breast cancer. You just examine if it's a healthy tissue, if it's a tumor, if it grows rapidly or not. And we can use this biopsy, and we just put it on top of those scaffolds. And yeah, it's easy to handle. Every lab can do it. And this is also our aim. We want to have like a point of care system. So the hospitals or labs should do this directly at the place where the patient is under therapy.
And so the benefit is then you can choose a better treatment individual per patient.
Yeah,
okay.
Normally there's a tumor board. These are 7 people which decide, okay, this therapy might be used and this therapy might work for you, but there's no objective way to test the therapy before the treatment.
And how many treatments are usually tested on a patient? How many different versions can you test?
It depends. So if the first therapy works, then it's nice. But as you know, there are a lot of cancers, for example, where the first therapy choice is not the best one. And then there's a resistance, and this will affect the second drug you use. And in this way, the mortality rate goes up higher. And we want to aim, the drug efficiency test before the treatment.
Thanks a lot. I think if this works, that's amazing. How did you come up with the idea?
So we do a project in the University of Leipzig to culture or to better culture retinal tissue. And there we found out, wow, our nanotubes are really great because the systems we used before are state of the art. But they are not good to culture them, and so the tissue dies. And for retina, it's really important to get a structure, so the functionality is maintained. But the functionality gets lost after 2 days, and the structure after 3 days, and then the tissue dies after 4 days. And therefore, you cannot assess a drug effect. So this was our project, and this was just try and error.
Great. Well, first of all, I have to compliment you on the amount of PhDs you have gathered in your team. That's amazing. That's really kick-ass and great to see. What I'd love to understand a bit more is, so you've chosen breast cancer as your first go-to-market segment, and why have you done that?
Well, it's really a large segment for cancer, and for example, we have friends that died from breast cancer, so it really affects women, and women are underrepresented in medicine. You know that most treatments are developed for men. So, and in this way, we, the 4 women, we want to change this system.
I've got a quick follow-up question on this, because I believe 70% of the breast cancer cases are cured when they're detected early. And so I would claim that the problem in breast cancer is not that the medicine is not known, but is actually the early detection. So how are you really solving anything in breast cancer, really? Specifically asking that question a bit out there.
Yeah, breast cancer has so many subtypes. So you have hormones that play into breast cancer and stuff like that. And also genetics tests that are currently on the market, they are not really good because in the light linear there's written you should not do 2 tests because you get 2 different results. So, and therefore we think there's definitely a market, and we can also expand our technology to other cancers. So that's no problem, that's just a matter of optimization.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. All right, so we've already seen quite a few startups today, so I think it's time to take a deep breath, all of you. Because breathing is actually something we don't really think about, but that's different for people with asthma. Gasping for breath, trying to get enough air into your lungs, that's how the life of people feels with asthma. And we have a team here, 3 founders actually, Ana Rita, Ana Filipa, and Ana Rita from Nova University in Lisbon, who want to tackle this issue, because one of the things that helps against asthma are inhalers. But a lot of people, in fact, as I learned, do not know how to use them correctly, or they don't use them at all. That's what they want to solve, and I would like to introduce you to Annika and her startup, eBreathy.
Good morning. I'm Annika, co-founder and CEO of eBreathy. So let's start by remembering the last time you really had to run to catch that last train home. And when you stop, you can't really catch your breath. And that is exactly what an asthma patient feels every time they have an asthma attack. So asthma is the most common respiratory chronic disease in the world, responsible for 70 billion euros in healthcare costs all over the world. And it has multiple symptoms and multiple triggers. Fortunately, there is effective medication, the inhalers. However, half of our patients simply forget to take them, and more than 80% don't do it correctly, so the medication never really reaches the lung. So after seeing this daily in my medical practice, I gathered with a biomedical engineer and a computer scientist, and together we created eBreathy. eBreathy is a smart inhaler composed of 3 parts. We have a physical medical device that attaches directly to the inhaler the patient already uses, collects data, and transmits it to our mobile app. And this will allow the patient real-time monitoring. Also, the same data is available to their doctors through our patient management platform. eBreathy tells the patients when they did and when they are supposed to do their medication, and if they do it right, so the medication reaches where it's supposed to be. Also, our asthma preview algorithm will then suggest some potential triggers they can actively prevent. Healthcare units want us because we save them both time and money, and the patients really need us because we cut in half their asthma attacks and increase their quality of life. We already have 30 million people with asthma in Europe alone, and 60% of them already use inhalers compatible with our products. So for that reason, we want to tackle 6% of the Portuguese market, but rapidly grow, reaching our second market by our 3rd year and 1 million users by 2028. And for that, our team is ready, with both medical and technical knowledge. This prize would go to our clinical testing, to our CE mark application, and then to enter the market in 2024. So join us and let's make it easier for asthma patients to breathe. Thank you.
Well, that was fast. Thank you. All right, so I think, we start at the beginning again, Rodolfo. Please.
Thank you.
So, okay, we welcome all the Annas on stage. Your turn.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. In software businesses, founders spend a lot of their time thinking about eliminating friction in the buying process and providing a good user experience. It feels like in this, in inhalers for asthma, a similar problem could be happening. You know, people don't necessarily love using inhalers, but they need to. Are you adding more friction and more complication to the use of the inhaler, or are you otherwise making it more appealing, easier to use, and how are you dealing with that in your business?
So asthma patients are essentially young adults or adolescents even, and so they are very prone to using digital health apps and even wearables. We are not exactly a wearable, but we make a thing that is very unappealing, more hip and more technological, more tech, and so we don't want to add friction, we want to make it more fun. So our app is very intuitive, we want to be as user-friendly as possible, and we have already done a 3rd design for it to be as minimalistic as possible, and so we want to make it more appealing and not just another thing they have to do.
How does the information from the patient come to the app? So every healthcare device I use or either measures blood pressure or temperature or these kind of things, sensor-based. But how do you get the information of what actually happens in the lungs and make all these suggestions between the human and the app?
So our product actually has sensors, and they will collect data on airflow, so volumes of air that the patient, when they inhale, is moved. There are extensive studies that correlate the volume of air to the capacity of these particles based on their weight to reach the lung. So if I have very heavy particles, like the most cheap inhalers is the case, we need
greater volumes of air. And that's exactly the part that we do. We evaluate if the air that passed through the inhalation of the patient was enough for that specific particle to reach the lung. That is already studied, so we didn't have to do that part. We simply evaluate if the air was enough.
And you mentioned that it already works with a lot of the sensors that are being used today. So do you then attach the sensors to the, sorry, I said sensors one time too much, but you know what I mean. Like, do you attach your sensors to the existing device, or how does it work?
Yeah, so we actually brought our prototype. So this is the inhaler the patient already uses, and our device is an add-on. So they simply put it on the inhaler, and so it's very simple.
And are all inhalers in the same format?
Yes, I was going to address that. All cylindrical inhalers, and that is a great part of the market, like 90% is already compatible with our device. So this cylindrical shape, it may have some variations, but it's rather similar. And although we now are all hard shell, we want to make it more flexible so it's more adaptable. So as of right now, all cylindrical are compatible. Then we have like a disc shape, that is the hardest one, but it will be on a second phase, a problem to tackle, not as of right now.
Any more questions? All right, then thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The future of illumination. That's how the next company is called. TFFI from Vienna, and the founders are Sebastian and Malte, and they are imagining the future of illumination as freely formable video walls and displays. Sounds actually quite cool, and I'm curious how Sebastian is going to explain to us how he imagines the future of illumination. Please.
Hi, I'm Sebastian, General Manager of TFFI. Imagine all of today's digital images are based on rectangles and a 60-year-old image composition process. We at TFFI have invented a way to make digital images free-form and designable like paper posters. Our image-building technology is the starting point for the change in digital imagination and energy and data transmission. With Polaris, we create the first freely shapeable and cuttable video wall. Polaris also will guide us the way up to the HD display from the roll. With Chaotic, we create and build the first flexible and turnable intelligent lighting system. Chaotic is also our foundation for future development in optical fiber IoT. With our technology and products, we will disruptively conquer different markets and industries. And thanks to our IP, we also can create entirely new market segments in different multiple industries. The business is to implement our technology in our own and third-party products. At the same time, we are constantly working on new IP in the field of reduction of light emissive and energy consumption in digital imagination and house building. We TFFI are a chaotic team of inventive minds and leading experts, and together with our team, development team, IPA Fraunhofer, industry engineering, we are constantly working on our products for our pilots. Austrian Railways Commercial, Gurka Latte, and our path will lead us forward to big market presentation, production, and growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shika, do you have the first question?
Yeah. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I have a quick question. Do you have any data on what the energy saving potential might look like?
Well, the whole image building process will falling apart thanks to our technology. So in, I would say, a billboard business, it will be a reduction by 50 to 80%. With the new IP we create, we will go maybe even more down to 90%, or even can create energy during video walls. In pictures we are moving, that's a little bit different. It's may a little bit lesser because, of course, we also have to drive them at least 24 times per second.
And can you tell us a bit more around the products that you have for your go-to-market strategy? That was a bit fast in the 2-minute pitch.
We have two ways because our technology is very, very huge in what we can do thanks to technology competence leveraging. One product is that we want to really build the free-form and shapeable video wall. This is the starting product where we go in for outside signaging, billboard, auto commercial. And on the other hand, we also going into the house building system, that's the Coordic part, where we can install one-time intelligent lighting system where you can just replace without recabling and anything else.
And I'm sorry that I'm asking a third question, but that'll be my last. It's for me, for my brain, it's really hard to imagine that you have video walls without cables. I think this is something very new and not something that is very common to I guess, to us as humanity, as mankind growing up. It'd be great if you could spend a bit more time on the technology of how that really works.
The technology is nowadays you have rows and columns with X and Y axis, where on the meeting point you create the pixel. We're doing optical direct driving, so that means we address every pixel or optical signal directly. And we just have 3 layers of ceiling, plus minus for power, and in the middle an optical layer. And this is our technology, and this is the invention.
What is the key driver to bring this to market? Is it really about energy reduction, or is it more on design and you say image creation? I don't understand what you mean by, or image building. Does that mean just using more surfaces that are currently not used for imagery, or what drives you?
The big picture is, in 60 years we use the same. The image building process, what we have on the screens here, is actually developed in the 60s or invented. And since that, we just made it just better and better and better and even more finer. Our invention is the first time step that we say, okay, we change the whole system and we start to build it completely new, because with this technology, we're in the end of what we can build by physics, by engineering, and so on. And this is actually our big picture, and that we want to bring down and working on that on the path.
Okay, but didn't answer my question. What's your prime motivation? I mean, I understand you're replacing what's old with something that's better, but why?
We want to bring possibility to print, for example, the video walls on trains. That is one that we can reach with our technology, completely new market fields, which are, with nowadays technology, impossible to reach. We also want to bring a little bit environment saving in, because light pollution is a big topic, especially in Europe. So we're working on to reduce that also. And in houses and ceiling, we know all commercial buildings, and that was a side effect of the technology. When you renovate, you have to change everything on the ceiling with a lot of garbage, and with our system, it's timeless, so you can reuse it as much as you want, and it's a DC network, so you save also over long-term energy.
Do you have a patent, and if not, how far are you?
We have multiple patents. We have a whole patent family. The technology is patented in China, South Korea, the US, and in Europe. And it went through with, no change from the beginning, so it was actually a very good progress. And we have a second patent also in Europe, and in the moment we're working on 2 to 3 more, which are in different states.
You mentioned that you want to offer the product B2B and B2C, so what's going to be the share between the two? What are you going to tackle first?
We are constantly working on both sides, because it's completely different industries, so we split it up in 2 different ways. And I think that the building will be the first, because it's easier, but our technology partner is very, very successful in building things, so probably it also will happen that, and this will come. Roland?
And we will start with tables like you are sitting here, because we have a partner from the industry in Austria. And of course, this will be the first thing to sit on and to really realize what we can do.
Thank you so much. Amazing. Thanks. Okay. Dear audience, dear jury, within the last 2 years, how often have you disinfected your hands? Probably hundreds of times. But What about your screens, your smartphone screens, your tablet screens, your keyboards? You don't even want to know how this thing looks like. Probably not that often. But imagine there was a material that wouldn't have to be disinfected. I would like to introduce you to our next team, ADH Nanotechnology from the Warsaw University of Technology. And the team consists of, Agnieszka, Dominik, Tomasz, and Andrzej. And they want to tackle this issue by introducing you to a self-sterilizing surface. So please, Agnieszka, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. First of all, I would like to ask you a question. Have you felt comfortable while touching all these door handles here in this building? Nope. Well, me neither. And this is not only about COVID times. Look, we're heading into a serious problem of superbugs. By 2050, many of us will be affected, and we need a good protection of exposed surfaces. But here comes a challenge. How to protect so many touchy surfaces that are so different? At ADH, we know how to do it. Our innovative solution is based on silver and copper combo system stabilized by a ceramic. So over our competitors listed down below, we offer you a versatility, multitasking, integration, easy integration with current technologies in non-toxicity also. Our technology was already tested with, validated with happy clients, and there are so many products that are available on the way to the market, listed there. So we're currently at stage 2, completing our second milestone for upscaling, and we're moving into the third milestone for full capacity global production and scale sales. So we need your contribution, and with over 70% net profit margin that we have, if you hop in with at least 8% of your investment, we offer you over 90% of profit. Interested? I hope you do. So, but let's even think about out of the box. We have a total available market for antimicrobial protective coatings right over there waiting for us to implement our strategy. And this is an award-winning technology, disruptive, with currently media interest, and me and my team would be happy to have you on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Please, the first question.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So, as I understood, the use case is primarily commercial, so you're selling this B2B, and I guess very often the priority is cost rather than, unfortunately, I guess preventing the spread of viruses. So, what's the cost of this compared to traditional materials that are being used today?
The cost is reduced by 90% because we have ceramic and the particles are being extremely dispersed within it. So if you compare it with traditional technologies based on silver, for example, 90% is the ceramic, so this is the cost reduction by 90%.
Okay, great.
I haven't quite understood what it is you're selling. Is it something you apply on already existing surfaces, or are you replacing the surfaces with new? What's the
Our product is an additive. These are the particles that are added to other technologies. They need to be introduced and then can cover the surface. So our product is an additive.
And does it need to be reapplied over time, or is it a one-time use? Or?
This doesn't need to be reapplied. It depends on the final product, because we have different products that can be protected. And in the lifetime of a product is, for instance, a few hours, like cupcakes, or this is like a few years, like a longer time period, for instance, some electronics or other systems. So this is determined by the lifetime of the product. Because it's on the surface, it doesn't need to be reapplied.
Can I ask a question? Are you replacing these other much costlier solutions that you've just mentioned, or are you opening other surfaces that are currently not coated for sterilization?
We're doing both. First one, we want to change the current technologies that are more I would say, less. Is less costly. Yes, so we need to use them instead of that. But we also can cover other surfaces because of the ceramic. It is more easy to integrate with current technologies, and then you can cover it. So we actually, this is a cross-cutting technology that can be used on different kinds of surfaces, not only plastics or other, like paper, for instance.
And does the fact that you're being kind of integrated with other technologies or kind of have to be used at the same time, are you planning to do partnerships with those providers that offer the technologies you also need, or how would that work?
It's a B2B, so we have a collaboration and we give them, sell the particles, yes, this is an additive then, and then they can use, yes, so we need to have these clients that are the big clients that are using the technologies to produce, have a product, and then we can sell it to them.
Your margins seem to be very high. Can you explain like how you derive a 92% margin?
Yes.
Because you have to manufacture this, no? I mean, each time.
Yes, exactly. Right now, because we have a high reduction of costs, we can play with prices, yes, and that is why we have a big margin. In comparison to other currently available technologies that have much higher prices, we reduce, and that is why we have a high margin.
Again, concerning the product itself, so if I understood it right, it's silver and copper incorporated in the, and so if you, and you apply it once, so the reactions with other like cleaning materials and so on, it doesn't, if you say the lifetime of 10 years of cleaning a surface, in addition, doesn't take away the copper and the silver?
Yes, that's a good question. So we'll say if the lifetime of the surface is like 10 cleanings, yes, and then you need to reapply the product on the surface, then it is still with our particles, yes. So this is only about final product, yes, not the particles. And they of course they can interact somehow, because if the surface is being removed, the final surface, then you need to reapply them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right. Thank you.
All right. I talked to a friend of mine recently, and she works in an ER. And beside all the issues and problems you usually have when you're a doctor in a Berlin ER, she also told me about the issue of the lack of nurses. And this issue is also exaggerated by the fact that these nurses have so much on their plate, they have so many tasks to do, which means they have even less time to care for the patients. But we are not here today to talk about issues and problems, we're here to present solutions, and there is a team I would like to introduce to you. They're called Sarah and Andre, and they are from DTU in Denmark, and they founded Human, in order to help nurses spend less time with routine tasks and more time actually caring for patients. Sarah, please.
My name is Sarah. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Human. And at Human, we are addressing the major challenge facing healthcare, the shortage and the nurse burnout. We currently have a global shortage of 4.7 million nurses that is just expected to keep growing, because 64% of our nurses are currently looking to leave the healthcare profession. On average, a nurse spends 1/3 of her day just transporting food, medicine, and laundry. And this is actually the most frustrating thing for them, having to walk long distances from the patient rooms to the local storages, just to get one more item. And this is all because of the lack of assistive solutions to facilitate their work. So at Human, we are on a mission to change this. We have developed Buddy, the first healthcare-centered mobile robot designed for nurses by nurses. Buddy is able to assist the nurses as their own companion by automating the transport of small items in hospital wards, like medical equipment, food, or laundry. Buddy will reduce the time that nurses spend on transport tasks by 43%, allowing the nurses to spend less time on routine tasks and more time caring for their patients. We are a team of passionate and experienced engineers with the relevant skills to bring our robots to market and make an impact in the healthcare sector. And we have proven this with the traction that we received since we started Human 7 months ago. We have published our robot technology in the top conference of robotics. We have 5 hospitals who have committed to pilot test our robots, received a lot of support from the startup ecosystem, and we have been selected as the top robotics startup in Europe in 2022 and raised over 300,000 euros in self-funding. We are extremely proud to be here today representing the Technical University of Denmark. The prizes from today will allow us to expand our team and meet the demands from our pilot tests. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. The show takes over. Who has the first question, or Tobias, you want to start? Or, yeah, please. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Quick question: would it be possible to walk us through like a cost-benefit analysis of how much sort of a robot costs? What would be the ROI on this versus nurses handling it from a hospital perspective?
Yes, so we have a robotics as a service business model. That means that the hospitals actually lease our robot. And the way that the robot is priced is at 5% of the nurse's salary, because we estimate that the reduction in the salary would be 15%. That's how much the robot saves. So the hospitals actually manage to save an annual salary of 10% for every nurse.
Okay, so that's 10% saving right there in terms of personnel cost?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And if you look at sort of the benefit versus the cost saving and sort of that initial invest that you do, how quickly does the robot sort of pay for itself?
So in the beginning, with the initial production cost, because we are going to produce less units, it's in 4 months that we get the return of investment. But after the 3rd year, it's only 2 months.
You mentioned that the robot is developed for nurses by nurses, but there aren't any people on your team, at least on the slide, that have experience in working in the hospital. So how did you co-develop it with people?
Since the start of our journey, we have always been collaborating with hospitals. So the way we actually started our startup was not from the technology, but from the actual problem. So we went to the hospitals and we actually saw what the nurses were doing. And because of that, we have managed to have a very strong network of nurses in Denmark from different hospitals with different experiences, different departments, and they're constantly giving us feedback. So every features in our robot, from hardware design and software, are based on the feedback that they give us. So even though we are not nurses, we always have the nurses in mind.
I have a really stupid question. The robots can't open doors, right? So
no.
I don't really understand. The nurses will have to join the robots in any case.
So it will not open doors in the sense of actually opening the handle, but the way that it's going to work, and it works right now, is that we have automatic doors. So the robots actually are able to communicate with these doors and telling them, okay, now I'm close to the door, I need to open it, and it can automatically open it.
But that's assuming they have automatic doors. Most hospitals don't right now, right?
But it's a change that has to happen in the future. And the hospitals that we talked with and the ones that already have robots have implemented this change. And this is really cheap in comparison with the benefit that the robots bring.
What are your thoughts on fleet management and kind of mapping and indoor navigation and kind of defining the routes? Is there a software that comes with it? Can the hospitals do that themselves, or do you have to send in engineers to set each station up each time?
So our idea is to make this very simple and very easy to use so that people without any technical knowledge can use it. And this is something that is not currently available in the robots that you have right now. So the robot, when you get a robot right now, you have to hire a team of engineers or robot managers to actually manage what those robots do. So in our case, we don't want to do this. We want to be able to identify since the very beginning the features that the robots actually should have and the features that should be included in the fleet management system to be able to do this as efficient as possible. Yeah.
Is the hardware or the software actually proprietary, or are you using off the shelf? So how difficult would it be for other for others to copy?
So everything is built by us, both the hardware and the software. In the software, there are, of course, a lot of open source things that the robotics community has been developed over the years, but that's only made for research. So maturing that into actually a technology that can be used in a commercial use is quite challenging. And then it's also the fact that you have to adjust this code to be able to work in the healthcare. And this is actually where we started at Human, just with the software. And we made some smart algorithms that could allow robots to move proactively and create smooth collaborations between the people and humans, and this received extremely positive feedback.
Yeah, my question goes into that direction. So again, a stupid question, but there's lots of emergencies in hospitals and people with beds coming through and so on. So the robots, they have sensors and they move to the side then.
Yes, so right now when the robots that are operating in the hospitals, they are about 60 kilos, so when there is an emergency, there is no way to actually move it aside. So we have made it so we have integrated some mechanical and software features that allow our robot to just be pushed aside in case of emergency, and it just turns into a cart, and nurses can control it however they want so that it does not stand in the middle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So we're staying at the hospital, and our next startup was founded by Peter, Niklas, and Matthias from RWTH Aachen. It's called HBox Therapies, and they develop a new way to ventilate patients suffering from acute lung failure, for example, due to a severe COVID infection. And Matthias will now, here he is, explain how this will work and how HBox Therapies works. Thank you.
Thank you. This is not just me being nervous or hyperventilating. Unfortunately, it is far more serious. It is the sound of one of the 6 million lung failure patients fighting for their lives each year. Treatment nowadays is done by inducing an artificial coma and putting a tube like this into their throat for ventilation. It has many complications, is extremely expensive, and damages the lungs even further. And it's a vicious cycle. You need the invasive ventilation to stay alive. This causes additional lung damage, requiring even more ventilation. And that is why 1 in 3 patients die. I'm Matthias from HBox Therapies, and our solution, the HBox, is the first alternative to invasive ventilation. It oxygenates the blood directly, patients stay awake, and it is minimally invasive. Think of it as a dialysis for the lungs, to avoid invasive ventilation, reduce complication rates, and treatment costs. In preclinical trials, we showed an improvement from significant lung failure to healthy oxygen levels. And we're doing this through our patented hyperbaric technology, which allows for unrivaled oxygenation, twice as much as our closest competitor. Our customers are hospitals, and the users are the doctors working there. We follow a classic razor and blades business model, selling a reusable hardware unit and disposables for recurring revenue. The annual global market potential is 12 billion euros and constantly growing, and that's without COVID. We are an experienced and complementary team, and we are supported by top-notch clinicians, KOLs, and serial entrepreneurs. We're currently fundraising 2 million euros, whereof 800K are already committed. So if you want to join our journey and help patients breathe again, please reach out. Thank you.
Right on time. Thank you. All right. Who wants to ask the first question? Or are you still trying to digest?
Can you explain exactly what is your proprietary technology that makes it, the results you've just shown, and whether that's easily coverable by a patent, because then otherwise reverse engineering could also be a bit easier?
You want to take this one? Simplified, I would say, if you want to exchange a certain, or if you want to bring in a certain amount of oxygen, you need a certain amount of artificial membrane. That's how it is till today. I worked on that since more than 10 years. We never made more oxygen over the same membrane. And now what we do is we compress the gas, and we also put pressure on the blood. And that's how we can put much more oxygen in the volume, and that transfer much more oxygen over a smaller membrane.
It's a little bit like a pressure chamber for the blood.
So I read here hyperbaric chambers is basically the technology, as far as I understand. In the US, they're readily available. You can just book I mean, even us as normal people can just go and book an appointment. So I don't can you explain what the competition?
All right, so in a pressure chamber, you still breathe through your lungs, right? So the oxygen or the air in the pressure chamber is compressed, but it still goes into your blood, into your organs via the lungs. And if you've got lung damage, that process is hindered. So there's not enough oxygen going through your lungs and not enough CO2 being eliminated. And this is why with lung failure, it wouldn't make sense to go into the pressure chamber because it's still the pathway through the lungs, and we are taking a different pathway via the blood.
Just the patient with the condition would still breathe, right? But the oxygen comes through the blood. Yeah, so the whole physical motion of breathing, that doesn't stop. That still happens, and the satisfaction of the oxygen, it's felt because of the levels being high. Yeah, it's no weird thing, breathing and not being assisted. Just asking.
So we are doing partial assist, so the patient still has to do some kind of breathing themselves. But normally, as Matthias was demonstrating in the beginning of the pitch, the breathing gets really fast and shallow and takes a lot of work because it doesn't work as much, and we are taking work off the patient. And so the patient can, with the reduced lung function, can breathe more normally while he or she is still oxygenated enough and the carbon dioxide is also removed.
Maybe still to elaborate on this, because the lung can actually regenerate itself very well, but it's very hard to give it a break because you cannot really stop breathing, right? So what we do is we take, like Niklas said, load off the lungs, so they don't have to work that much. They can regenerate better because we're doing the breathing through the blood.
It sounds amazing. What's your biggest challenge in the next 2 years?
Well, I would say medical devices, it's always very challenging with regulatory approval and reimbursement and such. But I think so far we're very well set up there because we can use existing reimbursement. But of course, regulatory it has changed a lot with the MDR. So it takes longer, it's more expensive. But our regulatory affairs team member, she just says she doesn't really see problems, but a lot of work. So I think really, staying on it, getting the funding and really pushing through, will be a big challenge.
And just a quick one here. What do you believe at scale will be the cost of your solution versus the regular methods today?
Sorry, could you repeat this? I don't know what at scale means.
At scale, so when you've ramped up to capacity, say, I don't know, in five years down the line or 3 years down the line, what would be the cost of your solution versus today's conventional methods?
You mean the cost for the customer, right? Not the cost of goods sold, yeah. Well, so at the moment, like as I said in the beginning, the ventilation is very expensive. So basically this plastic tube is not expensive, it's like 80 euros. But then the breathing in the hospital is very expensive because it's very care intensive, so it costs a lot for the health insurance companies. Let's say it's like 800 euros extra a day if you're invasively ventilated. And on average, it takes like 8 days until you're out of the hospital again. And our solution will cost around 3,000 euros, 2,000 euros probably, depends on the country a little bit. So, but the reimbursement is much higher. It's like 10,000 euros. So in the end, it will be beneficial for the hospital. They make more money. It will be a little bit cheaper for the health insurance companies and hopefully better for the patient.
And now take a breath. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. I do love to travel. I guess a lot of you do as well. But what I really hate are bumpy flights. And I always pity the poor soul next to me, having to watch me panic about something that most people just call a little air. I don't think it's a little air. But still, it would be absolutely great if we could find a way to make flights turbulence-free. And that's exactly what our next startup is trying to do. Andreas, Oliver, and Robert from TU Wien are on their way to make flights turbulence-free with their startup Turbulence Solution. And I now welcome Andreas on stage. And please tell me I do not have to fear flying anymore.
Not anymore.
Great, wonderful, thank you.
The vision of Turbulence Solutions is to make flights turbulence-free. Imagine you're sitting in an aircraft in stronger turbulence. Normally you would get shaken around, but you just don't feel the turbulence. This is what is possible with turbulence cancelling technology. Which aircraft would you prefer? On the left, you're getting shaken up and down by more than 1 G. On the right side, this is drastically reduced by more than 80%. We already have demonstrated test flights with a manned aircraft where we are measuring the turbulence in front of the wings. Then we activate the system and we stabilize the aircraft by counter turbulences, which are generated by wing movements, just like birds do. The most important effect is the vertical acceleration, so your stomach going up and down. This is what you can see in the actual data of this test flight, where we have our system off, on. Just like with noise cancelling, you don't feel the turbulence anymore. Our customers are aircraft manufacturers. We have 2 lead manufacturers, and together we implement a turbulence sensor. We have the processor that is then running our patent-granted turbulence algorithms, and then we have differential control inputs that generate the best counter-turbulence. We have 3 initial enabler services with the goal to have the first prototype turbulence-free in the air, and after that, that's copy and paste, the real scale-up effect we can license out and implement in a lot of these aircraft. We start with ultralight aircraft, but at the end we want to tackle the whole aviation industry. So followed, we have advanced air mobility, vertical takeoff and landing, flying taxis not coming without us, and also large aircraft, business jets and airliner. We have the value of green aviation, know-how leadership, and win-win orientation, purposeful growth, leading us to the scale-up scenario. This is the team making flights turbulence-free. We just received a very nice funding for the next year, but already are preparing the next financing round. So be prepared and connect with us to invest.
All right, here's the jury. Who has the first question about turbulence-free flying?
Yeah, I can ask the first question. So when you go from one model to the next, you basically have to redesign the whole physical model so that you can build the control algorithms, right?
We have to redesign about 10%. So that's the really nice thing, and that's also why we want to independently position us like aircraft manufacturers, avionics, and then there's this new mission that was just a blind spot and not really served, that's turbulence, and they all have to solve similar problems. So 90% can be done in the same way.
Okay, cool. And so will your solution, the algorithmic part, sit on top of a MATLAB type of tool that already control engineers use, or is it something completely different?
No, it's something that's already used, so it's also completely in parallel to an autopilot system, so that also makes it a lot easier because you don't have to recertify the whole aircraft, you don't have to recertify the avionics, but for the pilot and the autopilot, you just have this additional layer, and the autopilot flies as if it was turbulence-free.
Thank you for the presentation. I like business models that really tackle a problem, a must-have problem. It feels to me as if this is something that is just nice to have. Did you do customer development, and maybe like of all the airlines, how much missed flights because people don't like to?
Yes.
I mean, it's no.
Definitely, and that's also the reason why we start with small aircraft, light aircraft tackling first, because theirs is not a nice to have, it's an actual problem. So the business model doesn't work. If you look at advanced air mobility, it should be mobility. Everyday flight, it's the vision of in 2-3 years, that's maybe a little over optimistic and over promising, but they want to fly from A to B, predictable, reliable. You don't get in there if it's bumpy, if it's shaky. It's already completely how to say, you can't really imagine how it works, and then you have this bumpy rides you don't trust. And it's not about the first customer paying it, it's about the returning customers and the recommending customers they need. For like big aviation, it's true. There, it's more like a nice to have, but there is a lot that isn't tackled now, and it's not just about the comfort and the safety. It's also a lot about the climate. Climate causes turbulence. The answer of aviation is a lot of additional emissions. So you have CO2 emissions because of turbulence, you have heavier wings, you have inefficient flight routing, you have inefficient aerodynamics. So the wing is designed to withstand 6G, 7G, so like once in a lifetime turbulence. And the weight needs to be carried all the time. You could reduce that by more than 10%. So more than 10% of CO2 emissions are not necessary because of turbulence. So if you want to fly without fear of flying and without flight shame, turbulence is a really big issue. That's also my personal motivation to tackle that. Sorry for being fast.
I understood. I mean, the existing aircraft can use your signal by making movements on the wings and the flaps and all that. That's all that's needed to kind of.
Yes, you can nicely compare it to a stabilization program in cars. You always had brakes just for braking, but then you also used it to not get steered around and so on. And it's the same for the flaps. So the flaps, the vertical acceleration flaps, so lifting devices, they are only used for takeoff and landing at the moment. If you adapt them a little bit, so you need like small flaplets that are faster, you have the same like the control of roll and pitch just now for the flap, and you can tackle this. So you have a new use of existing structures.
So you are essentially at some point a pure software play.
Exactly. So our core technology is the logics. That's also the patented algorithm. And then we need to look with the partners what the aircraft manufacturer is able to deliver, what can we deliver, and maybe there is some third party delivering then some sensors and so on, depending on the certification issues. For small aircraft, we deliver almost everything. For large aircraft, we need intermediates.
And what will protect you from the large aircraft manufacturers to just do it themselves?
Yeah. Two things. One is they had a blind spot on this. They always focused only on this weight issue, so one value proposition, and that's the highest target of value proposition because it needs to be 100% reliable. If you redesign the wing that it breaks without the system, it never is allowed to fail. With our system, we first tackle comfort and safety, so we are completely in another direction, and that's why we've ahead 3 years. We want to stay there. That's why we have the value know-how leadership. And the other thing is obviously the patent that is already granted. And what is also the key to solve the problem. That's why it wasn't solved 30 years and tried to solve. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to say that, but it's time for our last team for, well, this first session. May I introduce to you Julian?
Hi.
And he's going to present his startup, BioBox. He wants to enable pharma industry and medtech to reduce their plastic carbon footprint.
That's
the stage is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, yesterday I told you that each hospital bed basically fills 7 of these plastic bags full of fossil plastic garbage each day, such like the product that HBox presented to you earlier. We want to tackle that. I, yesterday evening, calculated a little bit more of a Berlin measurement. If you know the Fernsehturm, all over Europe we have basically per month 10 times the mass of the Fernsehturm in fossil plastics waste that gets incinerated. And this causes a lot of carbon emissions, 27 million tons in the EU. The healthcare sector is even bigger than aviation in this perspective. And we are supporting our customers, which are basically leading medtech and pharma companies in reducing the carbon footprint of their products. And how are we doing this? Well, basically we are using bioplastics. Bioplastics isn't completely new, but what is completely new is that bioplastics can be used not from fossil source and not for implants, but for disposables and for surgical instruments and analytics in the laboratory and stuff. So we have the certified quality of bioplastics, first time in history basically, and we are currently the only ones in the market supplying sustainable materials to labware and to medtech. This means that we can reduce the carbon footprint by 50 to 70, sometimes 80%. The material is fully recyclable, it's hygienic, and the most important thing, it has the certifications and the EU legislation, for example, in the Green Deal, Action Plan on Circular Economy, will force the customers that are doing this by free will to use sustainable plastic solutions. This is a 50 billion market, and we want to have a big share of that. So we'd like to pitch in the finals to get our seed round kicked off, and all of the team would be happy. It's already bigger, but that's the picture. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh no, stay, please stay. Give the jury one last chance to ask some questions.
Sure. Sorry.
Please, who would like to ask? Oh, yeah, please.
Thank you so much. This was very insightful. I had no idea that the disposable plastics and hospital industry are much more than in aviation. I really didn't know. That's an interesting data.
The carbon emissions, to be fair, aviation, and the comparison was to the complete healthcare sector, so including heating of the hospitals and narcotic gases and stuff. So plastic might not be more than aviation, but it's an extremely huge portion.
Okay, well, it's, I guess, still quite big. But what I'd like to ask and understand about a bit more, can you tell us more about your technology? What is really proprietary about the process and the technology that you have in producing those plastics versus, say, other companies that could potentially do that?
Yeah. So basically, it's a bit of the Coca-Cola principle. You need certain recipes and mixtures for a compound that it fulfills the regulatory and the technical needs of a medical plastic. So these compounds are developed by us, and they are kept secret. We also have some additives, for example, or a material compound that is within IP protection process. So in some cases, it's also patents. And in general, the big thing is to get the right products in the right quality to be able to provide medical grade plastics. So it's also a supply chain thing, and the relationships to the suppliers, that they have to be long-term stable, that they have to guarantee you to have exactly this quality from exactly this plant and stuff over a long time. And that makes it quite difficult to tackle. And then we have a time advantage. Everybody else who wants to tackle us is basically, depending on the products, at least a year or two behind us. And it can't be sped up because of regulations, the admission processes in medical business. So the time advantage is ours anyway. Yeah.
And what's the price of producing the alternative material compared to medical grade plastic that's being used today?
Yeah. The price difference usually is for the pure material, it's around 1.5 times the price for most of the solutions at the moment. But in product prices, it's usually less. The first adopters are more expensive instruments like surgical instruments, endoscopy, and other devices that have metal or electronics, whatnot. In product price, there it is in the minor one-digit percentage in price increase. Yeah.
What is the key ingredient that kind of grows as you put on the chart?
Yeah. Today, the plastics usually are made out of sugar or of starch that gets fermented to the monomers of the plastic and then polymerized. In our case, it's sugar. Today, sugar cane, but from 2024 on, sugar beet from France. So actually a European product then. We are working in research projects to do carbon to plastics directly, because this would be even more sustainable. So there are a few approaches, and the current one that's available on industrial scale is sugar. Cool. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye.
And that's it. Dear jury, now it's your turn. Please discuss, debate, and find out who is your favorite team, or I think your favorite two teams, and which teams and which founders we will see in the finals this afternoon. That's your turn now. And to all of you, thank you so much for being here today. Please stick around. The next semifinals start at 11:50, so you have a short break. Please make sure you're going to be back here at 11:50 for the next semifinals. And all of the teams who are going to participate in the second round of semifinals, please go backstage. You're wanted there. Other than that, I say goodbye. Thank you so much for your attention. It was a pleasure, and please give a big applause to all of the startups, to our amazing jury, and to this great team from Stage 2 who has organized this amazing event. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Okay, so still some people are arriving. Hello, everyone. My name is Diana zu Löwen, and I'm hosting the semi-finals for the Tech Innovation Startups here at Stage 2. And we have lots of cool and really innovative companies here. And I'm super excited to hear their pitches. And of course, we also have a really qualified and good jury here from Germany, from a lot of venture capital funds. And in the first place, I'll introduce you to the jury before we head to the startup pitches. So first we have here Laura Egg. You're managing director of the Austrian Angel Association. Welcome, and thanks that you're here. And then we have Alexander Köblin, also managing director of Seed and Speed Ventures. Also, Maximilian Bock, investment manager at HTGV, or how's it in, sorry, High-Tech Gründerfonds. Also then Philipp Semmer from Earlybird Unix. Stephen Jacobs, partner at Lakestar, leading the Deep Tech Fund. And so applause for our jury today. Thank you so much for joining. And our first founder came here from Stockholm, and it's a startup miniaturizing the 6G hardware, which is a really interesting topic. It's a huge topic we're all currently talking a lot about. And so welcome James from TerraSci.
Increasing pollution, a changing climate, an endless demand for more data. 6G, the next generation of wireless technology, can help us solve many of these problems. But first, we need to solve a different problem. This is how 6G technology looks today. Big, bulky equipment made using specialized machinery in small quantities. We've been doing it this way for 40 years, and it's clear that this does not scale. So if we ever want to make 6G happen, we need a new way to build and package 6G systems. That's where TerraSci comes in. We use semiconductor processing techniques to make 6G hardware that is 100 times lighter, smaller, and cheaper without sacrificing performance. So by leveraging automation, volume manufacturing, and reconfigurability, we can make 6G hardware that truly scales. Our vision is to go from this to this, and build a 6G system in a $1,000 matchbox. And then we want to put these things everywhere, both on Earth and up in space. So our next step on this mission is to build miniaturized 6G payloads for Earth observation from space using CubeSats to give us a new way to study the atmosphere. We're currently selling in the test and measurement market and have pilot customers in the wireless, radar, and space sectors. The founding team all have PhDs on this topic, and we've spent 15 years developing the technology. So we combine a unique technology with a mix of manufacturing, design, and application know-how, which gives us a unique market position. We also do all design and manufacturing in-house in Stockholm. We're currently building towards our seed round and have applied for significant research funding to help support our development. So if you're interested in joining our mission to build a new way to create 6G systems, then please get in touch. Thanks.
So thank you so much for your pitch, and now it's time for the jury to ask questions.
Yeah, thanks, and you were perfectly on time, which is a really great sign and really tough in 2 minutes to pitch such a complex company, so congrats. My question is, while we're still in the process of adapting 5G and 6G is only forecasted to be available in 2030, my question would be, how would you sustain yourself financially until that in the next 8 years?
Yeah, so that is one of the reasons we're targeting space markets. So we can basically apply the same technology to a different application scenario in space. So as I showed, these miniaturized space payloads. And there you don't need to wait for the industrial rollout of 6G to happen.
And how are you keeping up with the competition like Huawei and Samsung, who are having huge budget dedicated into this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that's the thing in this sector. There are huge companies working on this. So we basically want to do things in a different way than most of the traditional IC and semiconductor companies are doing. So yeah, it's doing things a different way, basically.
I just want to see whether I got that straight. So your technology is directed at being used in space. Are there other applications on Earth for it? Or what's your vision?
Other applications on Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So if you imagine that we would make payloads for remote sensing in space, if one can scale down the cost significantly enough, you can then deploy those payloads on Earth as well to do remote sensing on Earth. But then long term, the goal is to build compact systems for wireless communications.
You mentioned that you've been developing this for 15 years. Could you elaborate a bit more on the team background?
Yeah, so we all did our PhDs together at KTH. The research that kind of originated this whole topic actually came from NASA. So they kind of use it for the same reasons. We're looking into it for space. And we did a lot of research with a lot of industrial collaborators over the last 10 years on this topic.
And your first sale, you also sold it for 1,000 euros, or what was your price tag there?
5,000 euros for one piece of silicon, basically.
Okay, and if you're selecting and selling to space, normally this is a high-end market where you can sell like for 100K something that you produce for 100. How are you seeing that approach in order to play it for the immediate term?
Yeah, I think that picture is changing a lot. So we're seeing the whole new space revolution really kind of changing that picture. So actually a lot of the customers that show interest in this, they're operating at a different price point. So to be able to sell to them, you need to get the size and the weight down, but also drive the price down, because otherwise it doesn't really align with the whole new space thing. Traditional space companies, yeah, then it's more, as you said, extremely high price.
Just a question. I saw the slide about your timetable, only very briefly. Maybe you could help me understand your plans for revenue. When will you have how much, or who do you sell to?
Yeah, so if I can go back here. So as I said, we're currently operating on the left-hand side here, test and measurement, essentially selling specialized components to equipment manufacturers that are offering 6G measurement equipment. And there you can grow, you know, it's not millions of units, but potentially hundreds of units, but still at high price. So it's quite significant revenue there. And then, as I said, we're looking to grow towards this market in the middle, which is more building on the space market. And there, the volumes start to increase.
You might have said this already. What level of technology development readiness are you currently at? Do you have any pilot programs? Have you seen any conversion to retained contracts?
Yeah, so it depends which part of the technology you're looking at. So if we look at just, let's say, a single passive component, then the TRL is extremely high. It's a 9 already. We can do these things in bulk. Building complete systems and complete payloads, the TRL is lower, and that's why we've applied for the research funding to support the technology development there. In terms of customer conversion, we're still mostly at pilot customer stage, but so far the customers seem happy with the product.
Just one follow-up. You showed us what sort of state of the art is today, but what are the other competing companies that essentially your manufacturers are looking to buy if they wouldn't buy your product?
There are people looking at doing something similar using 3D printing, for instance. One of the issues there is that you cannot really get small enough features. So this requires extremely high precision. So 3D printing for that reason is kind of limited. There are others looking into similar things with glass substrates, for instance, which is obviously a competing technology. But we believe our technology kind of offers significant benefits that glass doesn't. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, James. It was a pleasure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next startup is called Gearbox Biosciences, and they're a biotech company building a new protein production technology. So welcome, Vilo from Estonia.
Hi, my name is Villu, and I'm a co-founder of Gearbox Biosciences. Food is something we need every day. Yes, food is something we need every day. We like delicious cheese and bread, and for that, the raw ingredients must be properly treated. Food enzymes are important aids here to improve the food quality and to keep it consistent. Food enzymes are proteins. They have to be produced by living cells in a bioreactor. For technical reasons, antibiotics are added to produce high amount of enzyme in bacteria. The problem is here that antibiotics cannot contaminate the final product, nor the environment. And this is why the use of antibiotics is costly, and also food safety agencies and consumers don't like it because of the health risk. We have built a new production technology. Our product is an engineered bacterium that can produce high amount of protein, but without using the costly antibiotics. Food enzyme market is steadily growing. The main driver is the growing demand for the ready-made food in Asia. We make money by licensing our technology to companies that produce food enzymes. We prepare the cells for our clients, and they will produce and sell the enzyme. Our team consists of 3 founders. We have scientific background. Last week, an experienced business developer joined our team. We established Gearbox Biosciences about 18 months ago. Our first MVP was released in last December, and currently we are running the feasibility tests with potential clients. And we will be raising our pre-seed round at the end of this year. Please get in touch if interested. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now it's time for some questions again.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting because I believe the numbers will only go up. So question, I talked yesterday to a company who uses brewery waste products basically to produce protein. What kind of, is there any condition or what kind of your technology, what kind of pre-products does it work?
What kind of?
Pre-products, or what do you put in order to get proteins out? Does it matter or is it?
Usually input for protein production is you have to provide the cells with the media, and the rest is coming from the cells. So media, which means mostly glucose source, some vitamins, and that's about it.
You're open with this, so there's no special condition or precondition for this?
No, this is the good thing with our technology as well, that we don't need any specific metabolite or any specific condition to get this nice expression and production.
And last question, do you have any numbers for me to understand the size of the market better? Because you sell to companies who produce this, right? So how many are there right now? Or like numbers of companies or revenues?
Well, I mean, most of the production is done by big companies. There are many tens of different big enzyme production companies, like Codexis or Novozymes, the biggest in Denmark, and so on. There are many of them are producing food enzymes as well nowadays, because food crisis is the real thing. Population is growing. It's heavily needed, and especially if the Asia gets richer, they really want more ready-made food. This one tries to produce more and more, and many more companies are taking this direction as well. So there are tens of them. This potential is there for sure.
And do you have any strategies in place to test the metabolic acceptance? And are you testing also on humans?
Testing also humans?
Testing the metabolic acceptance of the system?
We have done some proteomics. Generally, I mean, if you get your protein purified out of the cell mass, you don't care about what's happening with the cells anymore. I mean, some proteins are more difficult to produce, some are less difficult, but this is always the case in this field. But that's why we are really keen on going out to look for those potential clients and do those small feasibility tests to really validate the technology better. This is our main goal for the pre-seed round as well, to really go out and do the tech validation, tech and market validation, where exactly pays off really well.
Is your technology IP protected?
Yes, the technology is IP protected. We have two core technologies. One patent is filed a year ago, more. The second one is in preparation. This antibiotic-free part is in preparation. That's why I cannot talk in too details about that yet. But the first core technology, where we separate the stages, we control the growth better. This one is published also in a research paper, so you can have a look.
Do you have an estimate of how long it would take you to work with one customer to get them the product or solution they want?
That's always an issue with biotech. Cell cycle is rather long, especially if you need to introduce new technologies to their processes. Right? We know this takes time, and also if you want to scale. I mean, we are hitting more to bigger scales. I mean, the companies who produce bigger scales, especially if you do licensing. But there are certain steps. You cannot jump from 1 liter scale to 10-ton scale. There are those steps in between, so you have to go through them. That's why it takes longer time to get the technology into the process, but the returns are higher than later on if it works out. And scalability comes from the same company. You could maybe add the same technology to different proteins, and if you take royalty, that's the scalability. But cell cycle is wrong because we have to do those feasibility tests and really see how things work out with specific proteins.
Because of time, so are you therefore following a land and expand strategy where each customer is an island of its own, but once you're inside that customer sort of system, you grow and...
Exactly. We definitely get positive feedback from that kind of.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are joined by 2 women, by Helena and Liliana from Portugal, and they founded the company eRecycle Gold, where they're recycling and reusing mainly gold, and they'll be talking about it on stage. So welcome, Liliana and Helena.
Hello, everyone. How do you think you will manage your life if tomorrow you will not have your laptop or your mobile phone? Impossible, you'll say. No. This will happen if we don't start to recycle all the huge amount of e-waste that are produced and contains valuable metals, namely gold and copper. Nowadays, recycling e-waste is performed in large central plants that obligates to transport residues for long distance, needs high capital investments, consumes huge amount of energy, and produce residues. Contrary, our business is based on a totally disruptive technology patented by us that allows for the first time to recycle all the main and valuable raw materials from e-waste using a totally circular approach through an environmental and economical way. And the high quality of our products allows us to sell them directly at the commodity chains. What are our plans? We intend to start with 5% of the Portuguese market, and for that we need an initial investment of 250,000 euros. An additional investment of 100,000 euros is needed in 2024 for expansion, and we intend to reach the Iberian market in 2028. Based on our business model, we can see that our technology is economical, sustainable, and can reach in 6 years about 1.4 million euros of net earnings. Thank you so much, and we challenge you to beat in our business. Thank you.
Okay, so now it's time for some questions again.
Hi. Obrigado. I wanted to ask again, because the numbers seem extremely low that you're asking for fundraising, like 250K, 150.
Yes.
How do you manage?
Yes. The question is that we already have some of the equipments, so we don't need, in fact, the equipments are not very expensive. So the equipment that we need are not very expensive, and some of them we already have, and we don't want to start with a very big company. We want to start step by step in order to be a sustainable development and increasing. Do you see?
Actually, I don't have a good idea of your technology. Could you elaborate a little bit more what you're actually doing?
So our technology is based on physical and chemical process. There is a combination, and it's always 3 steps, very easy, and it's patent, so it's quite difficult to explain more. But we can separate it, all the main raw materials, and obtain them with a high purity grade. For example, for gold, we are talking about 18 carats. That it can be directly sold to the jewelry, for example, as a green source of gold and products. So it will be a very different type of products that I can resell to the client.
Can I add something more? You can see in this slide, so when we start from this, and our final products are those ones. So the gold, the copper layers, and the fiberglass. So,
what's happening in between?
Sorry?
That's the secret. That's the business secret.
Like the physical chemical process. So, but we have to ask later.
It's an hybrid process. It's an hybrid process.
Yeah. No, understood. We have to talk about this later. If I have just one question, I mean, we all want like a circular economy and a sustainable economy. That's one of the reasons to use your technology. Another might be regulation, because governments demand it. And another one you mentioned is like economical, so it makes sense. I just saw that by coincidence this morning that, for example, the price of some raw materials like copper is down 30% from last year. Does this affect your economic validity, or does it matter?
Well, yeah, for sure. The commodity markets, the price of those materials will affect it. But for example, for gold, the gold tends to increase the prices along this year because it's a safe investment, as you can say. And unfortunately, we have a problem in Europe with the dependency of other markets on the abroad. So we are closing more and more mines. We are not producing our materials. So it's excellent form to have and to increase or decrease our demand. So
I have a question for you.
Can I add something more? So okay. So because Europe imports 80% of the metals from abroad, and in fact only about 20% of the e-wastes at this moment are recycled. So this is a big, big business that is open.
What is your exit strategy? Your exit strategy.
Exit?
Exit.
I don't know. I don't have an exit.
When you're successful,
Okay.
at some point you'll either want to take it public or issue dividends or sell the company. What would you like to do?
Well, for now, our model, it will be more business to business. So we want to have a straight collaboration with the recyclers and the collectors, and they can collect the e-waste that we wanted. and make like a win-win situation for everyone.
Maybe I'll ask it differently. How do you intend to return capital to your investors?
How?
Yeah. How do your investors make money?
It depends of the type of the agreement that we'll do. If we do, okay, you can have 1% or 0.5% or something like that, all the profits that will be available, we can divide according to that. It depends of the agreement that we do. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much, Helena and Liliana. Thank you. Next up on stage, we have Paul from Degulis. They're turning food waste into value, and he came here all the way from Riga. So applause to Paul.
Hi. Every day in Latvia, 4,000 tons of municipal waste is generated, and 85% of it goes to landfills. It creates not only a large amount of greenhouse gases, but also increases household monthly expenses. In the meantime, lack of bio-waste recycling options in urban areas with limited living space leads to even faster filling waste bins. We've got a solution to this food waste issue, Kurbats Eco Composter. You throw out food leftovers from family dinner. Kurbats Eco will digest it, creating no bad smells and ensuring emptier garbage bin. While processing bio-waste, it will generate heat that can assist you with warm water. Smells will be neutralized by our developed mixture of microorganisms. They help to reduce the composting odor and speed up the process. Lastly, by the help of integrated sensor system, you will be able to see how the composting is progressing. Statistics show that one household generates around 770 kilos of waste per year in Latvia. Recycling can help to reduce it by around 30%. Separating bio-waste with Kurbats will save you up to 60% of space in your garbage bin. While introducing our product to the market, we'll focus on B2C type of deal. Customer will be offered a device for manufacturing price and monthly subscription for odor reduction filament. Interviews with potential clients show that they're all willing to reduce the amount of waste thrown out, but current options aren't suitable enough. And this is a team behind Kurbats, consisting of 7 scientists, engineers, and business people. In the nearest future, we plan to merge together our device with an odor-removing compound we've developed, create a monitoring system with machine learning principles that can even advise you what to eat for dinner, and also device scaling is on the list. Choose Kurbats. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, oh wait, you're on there in a bit, but yeah. So first of all, it's time for some questions. No, for the jury.
All right, so thanks a lot for the pitch. Is it right that it's going to be a B2C approach, so you're going to sell to private households, or is it more for industry or commercial?
Yeah, currently it's B2C for urban households with limited living space. There is an option to turn to B2B, but there are some regulation. B2B means cafes or restaurants, but there are regulation issues regarding this. So currently it's B2C.
And do you want to tell us a little bit more about your secret source, how this compostation is actually working, or is it a trade secret?
I don't want to tell a lot. It's basically, yeah, there are 2 technologies. One is regarding smells, about microorganisms. There are these fungi and bacteria that are, while degrading the waste, they're like generating heat, and that heat is collected through, through our heat pipe know-how technology. And yeah, what else? Maybe you can add.
Yeah, we have a monitoring system, so in the future we plan to make a machine learning device to predict how much amount of mixture need to be applied to better compost.
Are all kinds of organic waste possible to throw in there, or do you need customers to take care what they really put in there, that it's actually working?
All kinds of like green waste plants, and you cannot throw like waste from meat basically.
So also like banana leaves, eggshells, and everything like that.
Yeah, that goes in. That can go in everything from that.
How big is the total available market for your product?
From what we considered in Latvia, the target market, those urban households that have no space and they are eager to reduce the waste, we considered around 10,000 to 20,000 target market. People, like households, not people, but households. Yeah.
Okay, and how did you determine the willingness to pay, so the $100 price point and the recurring fee?
The willingness, we made an interview with possible early adopters that were eager to adopt this technology, but about the payment, well, we have to obviously reduce it as much as we can, but the 100 euros, as I said, they said that it would be like possible that they're interested. So, but currently we are just in the development phase, and all the parts we procure are procured separately, so the cost may be lower.
Just a tricky one, maybe. If a customer doesn't buy your option, what's the pain they will experience? Maybe financially, maybe socially, or whatever. But what is actually the fundamental driver for them to say, let me try Cobats?
Well, it depends what they're doing now. If they're just throwing all their waste from not recycling, not doing anything about that, their single pain would be maybe cost about garbage disposal, which increases over time because of the limited options we have. And but if you are eager to like create a compost or grow plants or reduce your footprint, then the pain is you just basically lose money, and with our device you spend approximately the same money, but you get a bit of returns from energy that we create. You get fertilizer that you get if you want to do something, and the social impact that you have is that you limit your footprint. Basically that, if I answered the question.
Just quickly, we're out of time, but what happens, I put stuff in, I have your device, what happens after this? Do I need a garden to put this in, or will you collect it?
The end product is, the compost. It basically can be used, for the garden, or maybe if you probably have some friends who need it, you can just share it to them if you don't want to. But basically, usually if you want compost, then you have a garden or something like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next up on stage is Samu from Finland, and he and his team, they have developed a tissue recognition technology for cancer surgery. So sounds really interesting, and he'll tell us more about it. Welcome, Samu.
Hello, I'm Lehtonen Samu. I work as a researcher at the KUH Microsurgery Center, and today I will talk about our surgical innovation and startup company, Marginum Limited. We are developing a patent-pending smart tissue monitor which enables more efficient identification of tumor tissues, increasing the value, safety, and efficiency of surgery. Our multidisciplinary team has the necessary expertise to successfully commercialize the invention, and we are passionate about our work. Our smart tissue monitor can be summarized in 3 words: precision, speed, and quantification. The primary goal is to enable the surgeon to perform better by utilizing fluorescent biomarkers. And during brain tumor surgery, red fluorescence is used to identify cancer tissue and to remove it, but the surgeon's field of view, however, can be limited by debris, ledges, or dead angles. These limitations lead to the following 3 issues: undetected tumor cells, resected healthy tissues, and complex surgical workflows. As a solution, our device informs the surgeon whether any traces of cancer are present based on the light intensity of the removed particles. With objective feedback and improved decision-making, more of the tumor can be removed, leading to lesser healthcare costs, decreased tumor recurrence, and ultimately the best possible treatment for patients. Our business model, utilizing subscriptions and licensing, comprises of device sales, product replacement and upgrade service, and calibration and maintenance. Our scalable technology can be applied to other areas of oncological surgery as well, and we estimate a potential annual patient count of 2.7 million. Total market size is estimated to be 2 billion euros, and other relevant markets to our products are also estimated to grow. For a second funding round, we are looking for a potential co-investor and long-term partnership for a successful market entry. Thank you.
Thank you for this great pitch, and now it's time for some questions again.
So it sounds very cool. I want to make sure I understand it correctly. So are you using a fluorescent chemical or some bioagent to detect which cells are cancers and which ones are not, and provide that feedback to a surgeon so they can remove all of the cancer cells and not the healthy tissue?
Yes, just like you said, currently in brain tumor surgery, the patient is given a fluorescent prodrug before the surgery, which predominantly accumulates to the cancer cells. And our device, essentially, when the surgeon continues with his operation, it will, after the tissue flows back to the waste container, it can identify, based on our estimate, 10 times more accurately the tumor tissues, and it relays the information back to the surgeon so that he can revise surgical strategy. For example, as stated, the surgeon's field of view is limited, and there's a lot of room for human error there. And we have received excellent feedback currently on the product.
So your product analyzes the tissue that has already been excised?
Yes.
So isn't it too late at that point?
No, it isn't. For example, the surgeon will make the decision, and for example, he has to know, for example, the surgical landmarks there. But essentially, the surgeon has of the operable area, he has a two-dimensional field of view. But with our device, he can see in places that he couldn't see currently at the moment. And essentially what our product will do, it can establish a completely new branch of diagnostics in surgery.
Just to follow up on that, does that mean during the surgery, he has a real-time feedback of the waste, knowing the success of the surgical treatment that he has performed?
Yes, he will be informed whether the tissue that he removed was cancerous or not. Because, for example, with these high-performance detectors, for example, there is a fluorescent glow in the cancerous tissue, but there is often so that it is so dim that the surgeon might not be completely certain whether the tissue that he removed is cancerous or not. And to demonstrate product market fit, for example, we participated in Nordic Neurosurgery Conference in Norway, where we presented this idea to 50 neurosurgeons, and our idea was awarded as the best scientific presentation, and all the participants there were essentially key opinion leaders, top neurosurgeons, top professors in leading Nordic university hospitals, and we received all the contacts from them. And just actually 2 weeks ago, we discussed with the leading Nordic university hospitals about letters of intent regarding the purchase of our device, and the first ones have now been signed. So the product market fit, which is currently, as for our testimonials, is been described as a breakthrough in cancer surgery. There is this glioma tissue in brain tumors. It will function as a golden standard currently with these fluorescent biomarkers, but currently there are in FDA investigations, there are about 60 new fluorescent biomarker agents, and 40 of these are related to oncology. So our device can be applied, in addition to gliomas, it can be applied to, for example, liver cancer, ovarian cancer, and colon cancer as well. And to continue my monologue as well, one of the key advantages is that our device is quite simple, and it does not prevent the use of any parallel techniques, which is usually that, for example, these medical devices are big, operational microscopes are big, but our device can be integrated so that it does not disrupt the surgical workflow that is going on. And for example, in this regard, our competitors, which we have naturally identified, are more akin to collaborators, because our device can give their device a competitive edge, and there's lots of room to give them a competitive edge for licensing, and it's looking very good. Sorry for monologue.
Just a question of understanding it better. Does your technology work with all kinds of tumor cells, or just some kinds?
Well, as stated, the use of it identifies the optic properties of the tissue, and in the coming years, it is the general opinion of the key leaders in oncology is that the use of these biomarkers, it will pretty much exponentially increase, and we are essentially coming on just at the right time, and we have already established relations with key persons, for example, America, and as to how our development work has been progressing is that we, by the end of this year, intend to start clinical trials for the observational phase and for the CE mark, and then continue right to the FDA investigations. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. The next founder on stage is Philip from Brainamics, and they've developed a software for brain-computer interfaces, and he told me that they're able to extract emotions from the human brain, and he will tell us more about what this actually means. So welcome, Philip from TU Munich.
Brain-computer interfaces will change our lives more than any other technology ever did before. The technology to measure brain activity has been there for years already. Yet, there are no brain-centered applications bringing any value to our daily lives. We could already be controlling our smartphones, not with our fingers, but with our brains. Why can we not do that yet? It's because it's crazy difficult to process brain activity in real time and integrate it in apps. You would need to be an expert in neurotech, deep learning, psychology, and software engineering, which is not the standard expertise that you can find in an app development company. Now, our mission at Brainamics is to make brain-centered app development as easy as making any other app. We therefore take care of all the complex brain data processing so that the developers can focus on what they're really good at. We package our expertise into a tool, the Brainamics SDK, that for the first time enables app developers to easily create brain-centered applications. So what gives us the credibility to take care of this super complex task? It's the fact that we already built a successful brain-centered application ourselves. Using brain-computer interfaces, we are measuring the brain activity of players while they play a video game. And then we apply our deep learning models to show exactly what they feel, which emotions do they perceive during every single second of the game. With this novel approach to testing games, we're currently completely revolutionizing the way developers test, validate, and optimize the user experience in their games. To make that happen, we already raised $500,000 earlier this year and are now raising another $2 million, for which we already found a lead investor. Good news, though, is that it's still not too late for co-investors, which is why now is exactly the right time to join us in making brain-computer interfaces accessible for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, there are already lots of questions.
Yeah, thanks for the really concrete call of action in the end. I like that. What's your average classification accuracy? Accuracy.
Yes, so we classify emotions on 2 dimensions. So one is called valence, one is called arousal. It's basically giving you a measure for how active and how positive the emotion was. And there we have an 80% accuracy at the moment.
80%?
Yeah.
I think this is also the market average, right?
I mean, there's no real market average since we are the only one who provides something like this with EEG data. There are some research papers which are on a very limited and closed environment where they have like 10 participants and they also can sometimes achieve up to 80%. But we are able to apply this on scale. So we don't have a problem with inter-subject variability. We can apply that on any human basically, and most importantly on any hardware device. So we are not locked into one specific EEG. We can apply our technology and our software on literally any EEG in the world.
And which data sets are you using? Do you create them on your own?
Yeah, so we created a small data set on our own, and then we use self-supervised learning to utilize all the unlabeled EEG data that is available worldwide. So there's a lot of high-quality EEG data available from medical use cases, but they're not usable for normal machine learning or deep learning. And that's why we created a self-supervised approach, which is also our secret sauce to a certain extent, because now we have the most accurate models.
How many people in the audience have an EEG headset? Raise your hand. How are you going to solve that problem?
Yeah, so we see the problem not that the hardware is hard to implement. So hardware is the easy part. We just need to bring it to the people. People don't have it because there are no use cases for them. Why would you buy an EEG? Because there's no value that you would get in that. And that's what we try to help with. We want to enable app developers to develop great apps that will then, on the other hand, motivate people to buy EEGs. Because Apple, for example, they already published patents on AR glasses that they want to develop with embedded electrodes to measure the brain activity. There are VR headsets with embedded electrodes. The technology is there. It's just about the use cases that needs to be developed. And there, our software is pretty nice to use.
You mentioned your first use case being in the gaming industry to sort of improve game development. It's a very clear and nice one. Have you got any feedback from your customers who've already paid like 80K and stuff? How it compares to how they're currently testing and what the improvement has been noticed so far?
Yeah, so the difference is the depth and insights that they can get. So typically they do surveys and sometimes they verbally interview the testers after the play test. And what they get with us is a way better temporal resolution. So they see for every single second what do they feel, and they get an objective insight. So they're not relying on the subjectivity of the participants, because humans in general are really bad in expressing, like verbally expressing what they felt. And that's where our approach comes in quite handy.
And right now you are having actual revenue from game developers, and the end game will be maybe in AR glasses or whatever I will wear at that time. What do you do? How do you bridge the time in between there? I mean, I assume you could do all sorts of market research with this or other stuff.
Exactly. So just the gaming itself is already a multi-billion-dollar market. Our technology could be one-on-one applied also in test screenings in movie production, for advertisement testing. Wherever you have a digital user experience where you want to test what the users actually feel, you could apply our technology. And that's kind of what we want to do until hardware becomes available on the mass market.
What's your larger vision for your company, but for the entire industry? I mean, where will it take us if we are able to extract brain thoughts?
The ultimate vision is that we can control our devices, such as a smartphone, just by thinking. That we can have the most easiest connection between our brain and machines that we are using, to remove all the barriers that are existing there.
And what do you think, how many years will take that until we get there?
5 to 10, so still a long way down the road.
How device agnostic is your software layer?
How device agnostic is our software layer? Totally device agnostic. So we can apply our technology, our software on any EEG that is on the market. So we buy EEGs off the shelf and we can apply it to anyone.
But it's dependent on being an EEG cap. Like you can't use ear-based electrodes or FNIRs or anything else.
Exactly. So we cannot use FNIRs or MEG or any other one. But the good thing is EEGs is the cheapest and the most scalable one. That's why that's not a problem.
you so much, Philip. Thank you.
Thank you.
So from extracting emotions to cancer drug development, now we have Malte from Carrion Therapeutics, and they've developed a drug that's about to kill aggressive cancer cells. So welcome, Malte.
Hi everyone, I am Malte from Carrion Therapeutics, and I am here to talk to you about cancer, a leading cause of death worldwide. So imagine that you are one of the 900,000 people that are yearly diagnosed with renal cell carcinoma or triple-negative breast cancer, two really aggressive cancers. So you will face very aggressive treatments that have several side effects. And you know what? In the end, you may anyway be part of the 90% of people that die within the next 5 years. So imagine that I would offer you a treatment that is more effective, less toxic, and more affordable. Would you take it? Let's talk about our secret molecule, KT-408, a small molecule with an excellent efficacy and safety profile that targets aggressive cancers, and our technology is already protected in the most important markets. Also, our major advantage is the new mode of action of KT-408 with an unprecedented use in the clinics. So, after 15 years of R&D, we founded Carrion Therapeutics. And in the next 2 years, we will raise money to conclude our preclinical studies and also for regulatory approvals. So, for KT-408 to enter into clinical trials, we will license our technology or be acquired by a pharmaceutical company. So, we are a highly motivated team with complementary expertise, supported by an amazing team of advisors. Our mission is to fight against cancer. Join us in our mission. Thank you.
You are probably at the most important step in the economic development, like scientific and economic development of your medicine. Can you tell us a little bit more about what kind of positive points you have achieved so far, or you can show, or to help us to understand how far you've gotten?
So we are in the preclinical phase. We started, of course, with cellular models, so with cancer cells. But right now we already tested our drug candidate in animal models, so in mice models. And actually we started with the toxicity issues, because safety is one of the most important parameters of this. Because you can be very effective, but if you have more side effects than what's already in the clinic, so there's no benefit with it. So we have done safety studies, efficacy studies, and from all of this, we know that we have a benefit over what's in the clinic. Okay.
Have you looked into the willingness to pay and the total market size for your therapeutic?
Sure. So for example, for renal cell carcinoma, the drug market size is about $6.5 billion right now, but it's expanding because the numbers of cancer patients will also expand. Triple-negative breast cancer is the value of the drug market size for small molecules is about $1 billion. And the unmet need is there. So.
As this is going to be really capital intensive in the next year, and I hope the drug gets finally launched. How do you plan to finance the next steps, and who are your partners?
So we have already started with pitching to VCs. We are also planning to go for the accelerator program in the European funding. Which is really attractive, and the innovation is there because the mode of action of our drug is new. It's a first in class, so we are talking about the first in class. So I think we will succeed in that. We are pretty confident that, that we will raise the money that we need.
And what is Big Pharma thinking about your product? Have you already gotten some interest there?
Yes, yes. Actually, we have already interest from 3 pharmaceutical companies. So we are right now signing the CDAs and so on. So we're starting also conversations with them. Because at the end of the preclinicals, that's the right partner that we want. That's the pharmaceutical company has the capacity to go forward to human trials. So, yeah, sure.
This is a fun one. If in 2 years you manage to sell your company, what's next?
Yeah, what's next? I already have some ideas on the pocket, but for now I have to leave them aside because, you know, we have been constructing this huge library of new compounds. So we were really focused on a family of compounds that was present in the nature, that was known for their capacity to target cancer, but also inflammatory diseases. And I really thought, if this is in the nature, I mean, maybe we should apply this, you know, to the lab and try to replicate, to do new things similar to what's out there. So that's what we did. And now we have this huge library, and I mean, this is just one of the compounds. So, you know, it's a lot to explore.
How are you screening? Are you using traditional high throughput screening methods or computational methods?
Yeah, so in the some years ago, that was what we did. We did an in silico drug screening with a company from Barcelona. And most of these molecules were like appointed to have potential for cancer, but also for other diseases. I focused on cancer due to the obvious reasons, because the unmet need is there, but also for personal reasons. And yeah, that was it. So that's how we are choosing. And now we are also working with Andreas Bender, who is an expert in the in silico studies and docking from Cambridge University, who has also been a great help. Thanks.
Next on stage is Claire from the startup Untap, and they have found a solution for virus detection in wastewater. So please listen to Claire. Welcome.
Good afternoon, stage 2. So it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Claire Tran, CEO and co-founder of Untap. We're a revolutionary new approach to improving community health using sewage. I'll let you into a secret. During the pandemic, it wasn't lateral flow tests or PCRs that drove the lockdowns. It was sewage. And it's been used to monitor community health since the 50s, including for polio, SARS, MERS, and so much more. It's an incredible tool. You can measure thousands of people in one go, cost-effectively and non-invasively. But best of all, you can detect viruses before symptoms, from day 0 of infection. But at the moment, it's really manual. A person has to go to the site, take a sample, drive it to the lab and analyze it, costing thousands and taking a week, preventing widespread deployment. Untap has patent-pending technology, automated on-site sewage surveillance. A single device is installed into the building's wastewater, detecting up to 12 pathogens. When the viral risk is low, ventilation can be reduced, reducing energy costs. And when the viral risk increases, measures can be implemented to reduce viral transmission, increase productivity, and improve lives. Starting with the care homes and with the factories as our first go-to-market sector, we're selling directly to them. We're also getting market pull already from offices across the US. And there are plenty of other markets to untap, including hospitals and cruise ships. But the really massive opportunity here is in the data, selling to public health authorities and for insurance policy. We've already carried out 4 pilots and secured customers. We are at the inflection point of deploying commercially. Our team includes my CTO and co-founder, Dr. Jay Bullen. He has a PhD from Imperial College London in water tech, and I've worked in sewage innovation for over 7 years. And our advisors include engineering companies that have multi-million-pound turnover. So UNTAP is a revolutionary new approach to improving community health using sewage. Together we're safer with crap data.
Happy to kick it off. How do you address privacy concerns, and how do you identify who pays within the value chain?
Yeah, great. Privacy concerns is something that actually there's no regulation for internationally at all at the moment. It's only been governments that have really done this in a big way until recently. However, the UK government has already told us what the regulations they're going to bring in next year are, because we're in close coordination with them. But to address them proactively, what we're doing is we're not measuring any community under 20 people. We don't want to know who is sick. We do not want to be a diagnostic tool. We're not going down that avenue of regulation. That's just a pain. We're detecting viral risk of a whole community to tell you that there is a risk there and do NPIs, non-pharmaceutical interventions for the whole community. So it's been shown that increasing ventilation reduces your risk of COVID. That's one of them. But for norovirus, cleaning, 1 teaspoon of norovirus can infect the entire planet. So cleaning is the most important thing with norovirus. So these NPIs are what you do for the whole community to prevent transmission. And the value chain, who's paying. So this has been something that we have been figuring out over time and understanding. And actually our first customers are care homes, because the work from work economy, they have to go to work. And we found that the business owner, so the care group owner, is the person that really gets involved on this. And that's fantastic for us, because a care group, you can do multiple sites and scale very quickly.
If a care home decides to, I don't know, reduce airflow and other things based on your data, does that mean that you become, in some respect, liable for damages as a consequence?
That's something we're exploring, yes. We haven't come across that problem yet. People are just so thrilled to reduce their heating bills. At the moment, it's £500 per person, per resident, per month for heating in the UK. Just take, like, that's tens of thousands of pounds. It's just so expensive, so they're prepared to do almost anything. But that's something that we will be discussing with them as we sign contracts, and there will be a clause that removes that risk.
So I like your byline. It's very funny. You mentioned already, but it was very briefly, and maybe you could tell it again. What kind of diseases are most interesting for you, in a sense, economically interesting for you?
Absolutely. So COVID-19 was our launch pad, but we are not a pandemic company. So COVID-19 has been fascinating. We actually detected at Somerset House, they've got a staff area, it's not just a museum. We detected the BA4, BA5 wave before the UK government published results. So we were able to put mask mandates in for them. It was huge. We thought our data was wrong. So so that was a really great example of how we use the data. Sorry, what was the question? I got completely distracted.
This and which other diseases might be?
Other diseases, that was it. So actually, we've been speaking to hospitals across the UK and care homes. Norovirus. Norovirus is the #1 concern. And so it's COVID and norovirus. When we started doing flu. And then people were like, we don't really care about flu that much. And then also there's polio. The government has asked us now to, in the future, put devices across boroughs in London to detect polio and then other outbreaks. We've made our device completely virus agnostic. So we can say if you can PCR test for it in the lab, we can put it in our device. But then we're also looking at doing bacteria and hormones. So we're looking at doing stress as a biomarker.
What's going to be the price for your product? The background of my question is whether you're going to target the developed world only, or is it something that you're going to sell globally, also in the developing countries?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a chat with the Bio Foundation about deploying this in developing countries already. That's something that we will be doing in the future. We need to make a bit of money first. But we can make a unit for under £3,000. That's how cheap we've made. Both of us have water tech backgrounds. We've made this for sewage. It's not a medical device that we've retrofitted, so it's cheap. So it will be affordable in the future for developing countries, yes.
But is it going to be a SaaS solution, or is it just one-time payment?
So what we're doing with current organizations is a monthly fee. And the reason that we're doing it this way is because we get the cost of the unit back. It ensures the relationship is ongoing, because we want them to interact with the data. We want them to really interact with that data. There's a monthly payment. It causes them to really keep going with it. And the fee that we've actually come across, we've had loads of chats with customers, it's £500 a month is the minimum they're willing to pay, because it's not seen as scientific if it's cheaper than that, which is great, absolutely phenomenal. And then there's 3 things that scale our pricing. 1 is the number of biomarkers, more. 2 is the number of data points. So if the care homes want 1 data point per day, factories want 1 per shift, offices want 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, so they can vary their actions on the number of data points. That's another scaling point. And 3, the third scaling point is the number of people we're testing. Has no cost to us, but it's perceived customer cost.
We're out of time, but are you raising?
Sorry. We are raising, yes.
How much?
1.5 million pounds. Thank you.
The next startup pitching is called FastCast, and they're extremely simplifying the production of complex metal parts. For instance, airfoils for airplanes. And Wolf from the KIT will tell us more about it. Welcome.
We are FastCast Ceramics. I'm Wolf. Welcome. Many of the products necessary for our lifestyle today are produced by investment casting. This includes food production and energy conversion, among many others. The investment casting process works as follows. Wax models of the future parts are produced and assembled to the so-called wax tree. This tree is dipped into ceramic slurry and covered with ceramic particles. To generate a shell, this process is repeated 8 to 11 times with different materials for the different layers. The wax is melted out and the shell is burned. Then liquid metal is poured in. After cooling down, the shell is knocked off and the finished parts can be cut off. In total, this process takes about 13 days, with shell building taking about 10 days. As a solution provider, we produce and supply a novel, ready-to-use ceramic slurry, bringing down shell building from 9 dipping, sanding, drying iterations to just 3 dipping and drying cycles. This brings various benefits. We reduce production time by 80%. For the first time, a real recyclability becomes possible. Also, we expect to grow our customers' EBIT by 100%. The FastCast slurry is made possible by our underlying IP. It reduces crack formation and allows a thicker buildup of layers. The patent is pending. We enter into a market which is expected to grow to 1 billion euros in 2027. To ensure relevance, we are constantly talking to our future customers. The market entry will be realized via the prototyping companies. These have higher costs, thus we generate a higher added value. The team consists of David in product development, Moritz as the CEO who has been developing the technology from the beginning, Johannes as a professional in sales and marketing, and myself responsible for strategy and finance, and a lot of students that help us. Invest in us and help us shape a new beyond.
Maybe just a question for explaining it to me a little bit more. What if I'm a company who would use this technology? What would I have to change in order to use your technology? How much of my current process?
Yeah, the current process gets simplified, so you don't need new machines. You just throw out a couple of old ones, and then this solution is just dropped in. You just exchange your current system with our new system.
Will there be any change of the quality of the final product when using your processes?
Well, this is of course what we're working on to make the formulation, that's what my colleagues are doing, to make the formulation that there's obviously no compromise in quality, and we think we can even get a better quality than right now.
Maybe adding on to the competition, can you give us some insights who is also in that same playing field?
Yeah, this product currently does not exist in this form. Our customers are buying the raw materials and mixing themselves. So we enable them to focus on their core qualities and just making the metal parts while we supply the ceramics. There are actually maybe 3 real big players who sell the raw materials to the investment casting companies.
Why do you want to sell the raw material instead of creating a verticalized investment casting business?
We think it's faster to scale because we can, just the existing companies, they have all the know-how regarding the casting process. So we just produce the slurry pre-mixed, deliver it to them, and we can just actually deliver it really fast and roll it out all around the world whenever our formulation is ready.
Any positive impact on the environment?
Oh yeah, thanks for that question, because I actually forgot, I had it in the presentation. So recyclability is possible with our solution. Right now there's different types of materials used, for example zirconia for the first coat. We won't need that because we have a higher purity in our material, and we can actually take back the used shells and recycle those.
And another question, how well can you protect your technology and your idea, your IP?
Yeah, we have a patent which is pending the PCA process going on, and constantly, and the secret recipe which nobody knows. So.
Producing materials in bulk is not an easy feast, and right now it seems like you've predominantly worked on the design, idea, prototype level. What steps are you taking to get yourself to sort of ship this product at scale?
Yeah, we are right now, we currently can produce about 10 liters of our product. So obviously scaling up is one of the big new challenges. Yeah, so the next size will be 100 to 300 liters, and then we want to do batch in 1 cubic meter, and then we want to go to the flow presses. Continuous production.
And who are your customers and how big is the market?
Our customers are the investment casting companies, so the companies that produce metal parts and actually currently buy the ceramics. The market, the customers' market is about 25 billion euros in 2027, and our market for the shell material is about 1 billion at that point. Will be about 1 billion. We estimate, obviously, we try to calculate that as good as possible.
And who could potentially buy your company?
The big players from the chemical industries, so the three big in Germany, I don't think I have to mention them, and obviously some international players in that field too, because they used to have some of the products in their portfolios and not selling them anymore, and we think we can actually create a high revenue product because of the recycling, which has a really, really big impact on the revenue, on the margin we can achieve. So that would be really interesting for them.
Why do you want to raise venture capital and not debt?
We're not there yet. So there's still risk, too much risk for debt. Product development risk still.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thanks. Thanks everyone. Thanks for the questions.
Our next founder is from Oxford. The startup is called Sequester, and they found a carbon capture technology. And their motto is to harness the potential of carbon dioxide. So welcome on stage, Scott.
In just the time it takes me to give this pitch, enough carbon dioxide is going to be emitted to cover the Berlin Tiergarten to a height of 12 meters. The climate is changing, and at a frightening pace. But not only is the planet suffering, industries are too. The environmental, economic, and legislative pressure to capture emissions is mounting. Companies are bleeding cash with all these carbon trading schemes, and yet only the smallest fraction of emissions are captured. Why? Well, CO2 is unreactive, it's difficult to transport, and mostly an undesirable product. In fact, the majority that is captured is simply pumped underground. But we are Sequester, and we harness the potential of carbon dioxide. Unlike other methods, we efficiently convert our captured CO2 directly into a valuable commodity, syngas, a key precursor for high-value, transportable products, thereby turning this whole process into a profit center. And the market opportunity is huge. If we were to capture just 0.5% of that accessible market, that would represent 3.6 billion euros. Sequester's IP builds upon proven existing technology of calcium looping. but with this innovative microwave catalysis step. So that overall, it really is win, win, win. We already have proof of concept, pending patent, and 30K of innovation prize money to field test. Now we need around €500,000 for industrial scaling up. We therefore invite you to join our cross-functional team and the University of Oxford ecosystem. But we're not just asking you to invest in us, we're asking you to invest in our planet. The choice is yours. Let's narrow it down. We are sequester and we harness the potential of carbon dioxide. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a really powerful pitch. Thank you for being here. And some research shows that there's also a lot of energy required, of course, for carbon capture. How is your ratio between the carbon you're reducing and the energy you need to run your system?
Okay, so it's actually more efficient than it would be to capture the CO2 and then transport it somewhere else and in a completely separate process turn it into something. And that's because it all happens in one step and it also happens at a lower temperature. And it uses microwaves as the heating source. So that makes it more efficient than it otherwise would be.
Can you give us some numbers on this? Just if you have some spontaneous, otherwise we can also talk later.
Yeah, I can't give you the numbers right now, but yeah, I'd love to talk later. Yeah.
Who's your initial customer, and exactly what does the relationship look like transactionally?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. So our beachhead market is going to be those industries that produce a lot of carbon dioxide, and they can also use that product that we make, syngas. So a good example of this is a methanol factory. So you can make methanol out of that syngas. So what we would do is we'd capture their carbon, reduce their emissions, and at the same time give them syngas so that they can make more methanol, and that makes their resources go further, reduce their operational cost. So that's the benefit to them.
Can you describe that transaction a little bit more detailed? So how are you capturing it? How are you creating syngas? How are you producing additional product of the type that originally created the CO2 to begin with?
Yes, so these companies will produce their own syngas in-house, and through that they will produce a lot of carbon dioxide as emissions. We divert their emissions into our area of the plant, and then through our process that comes out the other side as syngas, and then that can go into their process where they turn the syngas into methanol. And transactionally that could be either through we just sell them the technology for a one-off cost and potentially maintenance cost, replacement of the catalyst, or they could lease it over time.
Regarding the sort of stuff you need, essentially, you just mentioned catalyst. I imagine electricity is one ingredient, so is there anything else?
Yes, natural gas is required for the reaction. Yeah, but they'll already have a good supply of that.
And do you have any purity issues at this stage of time, like CO2 purity is not high enough, or the syngas quality varies a lot depending on the feedstock?
No, it can actually run at quite low concentrations of CO2. So this example was for industry, but it can also be used for direct air capture. And in the lab, the syngas that's produced is pure, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. We are invested in Carbon Future, a marketplace which basically also relies on biochar, so taking CO2 out of the air. So I like your approach. The Carbon Future market is basically a voluntary carbon reducing market. How does it work with you? Is this we all want this? Of course, we all want this here. I think you get a lot of applause for this. It's awesome. But does it rely on the goodwill? Is it voluntary? Is it regulated? Does it make economic sense?
So for our one, we are relying more on an economic sense. So in previous cases of carbon capture, like you say, it's voluntary. The financial cost is much higher, often much higher than it would be just to emit the carbon and pay the fine. At the same time, carbon fines are increasing, but with R1, we're not just allowing them to skip paying the fine, we're also giving them a valuable product. Syngas can be converted into things like fuels for cars, for aeroplanes, fertilizer, solvents. These are valuable things, and to different industries, they'll be very valuable as well.
What are the emissions of your process?
The emissions from
your process?
just syngas.
Okay, so only one thing comes out the back end.
Only syngas, yeah.
If you use only renewable energy, right? I mean, you said you need a lot of electricity, so that needs to come from renewable sources.
Yes,
correct?
so our original plan for the microwaves is to generate those from renewable sources, yes.
Our next founder on stage founded the company Genogra, and they've built a software platform for genome analysis. So please welcome Guido Walter from Milan.
All right, so thank you for the introduction. It is a pleasure to be here and introduce you to Genogra, the startup that is building the definitive solution for genome analysis. And the reason why we are doing this is that everybody knows the promises of genomics, like, for example, understanding how a virus will mutate in different regions of the globe. The problem is that current solutions for genome analysis have many limitations that do not allow us to answer this question efficiently. Thus, we are not fully leveraging the potential of genomics yet. And if we look at the workflow of genome analysis today, we can easily understand why. We can see that the workflow is made of many different steps, and that available solution just covers some of the steps. So the overall flow is still too long, error-prone, and produces suboptimal results. Instead, we see a future for genome analysis that is more similar to this, with just one platform, our software platform, that provides the same functionalities with much less tools, so offering a workflow that is much easier and faster. And we have already validated this idea with many bioinformaticians from the most important institutions in Italy working on genome analysis. So our target market, of course, is genome analysis that is rapidly growing, and this will be with a size of 3 billion in just Europe in 6 years. And the cool part of our technology is that it is so flexible that it can actually target all the 3 main segments of genome analysis market. So right now we are at TRL 4, and we have developed a prototype of our platform that we have validated in our lab. But right now we are looking for funds in order to do some other validation, some POC studies, and validate the technology also in real application scenarios. Let me conclude with a brief introduction of our team. We are a multidisciplinary team spanning bioinformatics, biomedical engineer, and computer science, and we are working really hard to realize our vision and finally unleash the full potential of genome analysis. Thank you.
Are you doing sequencing or only the analysis part after the sequencing is complete?
The analysis part after sequencing.
Are you at all dependent on any particular sequencing technology or agnostic?
No, we are agnostic. We can handle both long, short, ultra-long reads, everything.
And how do you integrate, for example, with an Illumina sequencer? How does that workflow look?
Well, actually, the Illumina sequencer produces the data that we then analyze. So basically, it's just we can do analysis like all the other platforms that already exist, but we basically are changing radically the way genome data are handled and processed. So we use this innovative representation that is based on genome graphs. These are networks of information that are correlated among each other. And we developed, let's say, search engine to rapidly look for sequence of interest in this data. And basically our approach is a vertical approach spanning both software and hardware. So we are accelerating our processing through, for example, graphic processing units, GPUs.
As far as I understand it, you need a lot of data to make your platform powerful, right?
Well,
and if so, how do you get the data?
Okay. Yeah, we want to provide also data from to our customers, and basically we want to collaborate with data providers, so biobanks and other institutions. But basically we also provide the tools to build their own graphs. So if they are sequencing a lot of data, they can build this network information just with in-house data. So it is not a need, it is something more. It is a feature that we hope we can provide in the future.
Can you help me understand a little better kind of who's the center of the bullseye target customer for your product versus any of your competitors? What is the primary pain point that you're solving for them? And what allows you to be 10x better than whatever it is your competition is doing?
All right, so we are targeting both base and applied research and diagnostics. So in particular, we are focusing initially on research that does not involve human data because we do not need regulations for that. So this will validate our technology. Basically, the main pain point of bioinformaticians right now and companies or institutions that want to do genome analysis is that to do a complete end-to-end workflow based on sequences, they need many different tools, and they need many people. I mean, the least amount of people of bioinformatic groups to do all the analysis is at least like 6, 7, 8 people. Based on our customer interviews. And not everyone can afford that. So some institutions also have the sequencer in-house, but they are not using that because they cannot afford groups of bioinformaticians. So our main target is to make the analysis much easier, because using the graphs, we can standardize the analysis and do a lot of different applications in the same way. Let's say. This is the most important advantage of our technology.
And where you're standing at the moment, are you looking for funding, for research partners? What would be your next steps?
Okay, yeah. Right now we are looking for pre-seed fundings to realize some POC studies, so to also pay for some studies, and so we also look for collaborators, of course, but yeah, our main goal right now is to validate the technology also in real application scenarios, because that would be very important for us. Right now we are validated in our lab. It is not sufficient yet.
We have one final startup that will be pitching on stage, and they won a wildcard to be here yesterday by the Siemens AI competition. So the startup is called Anticipate, and they've created an AI system for manufacturing, and Kevin will tell us more about their solution. Welcome.
Hello everyone, we are Anticipate, and we believe that a large amount of manual work in industry cannot be automated. So looking at the figures today, in industry we have 72% of all tasks in the factory still manual. They are very error prone, as you can think of, and of course those errors pops up generally at the end of the line, in the end of line quality inspection, and causes there a lot of costs. This is why we built a solution which can automatically detect hand movements in the assembly process. As you can see, we detect really the different hand coordinates and can by this in real time give feedback to the assembly operator if an error occurs, so that he has the chance to directly correct it in the process so that it not pops up in the end of line quality control. The product consists of two different components. What you just saw is what we call operating software, and which is running completely locally at the assembly station, and is basically getting the images from the camera, is analyzing it and giving then feedback to the operator. Next to this, we are also offering a training tool for the process engineer to teach the system and manage the different trained models for the different assembly stations. We are currently have 5 LOIs signed for pilot projects in the industry. We have 2 running pilots and starting the next pilots in automotive from November together with Mercedes-Benz. We are also in touch with Miele, for example, so white goods industry is also one of our target industries, starting the next pilot beginning of next year. And we have currently 300,000 euros in revenue this year on a project-based business model. So currently we are raising the pre-seed, so very happy to talk to you later. And thank you very much for your attention.
So I like that you have 300 trillion in revenue. That's great. Yeah, never mind. My question is, why track hand movements? Why not use your software to actually look for defects in parts, or kind of anything else you could apply the same technology to?
Very good point. So this is basically our main USP. So thanks for the question. From a very practical perspective in the operational assembly process, for tracking the assembly group, and if there is the screw at the wrong position, let's say, you need to remove the hands from the assembly group to give the camera the chance to see really the assembly group. So having, for example, cycle times of 7 seconds with 4 process steps in it, this would mean removing it half a second, bring it back and waiting for the analysis of the camera, which is also maybe half a second. So you would add 1 second per step, so 4 seconds to the 7-second cycle time, which would double the time or increase the time of 50 to 60% in this case. So it's not really usable then for the operational process, only maybe for training operators and so on.
And maybe to add to one point, hands looks always similar. You can easily transfer to a new process. So you don't need to train the model on the specific product anymore, because the hands always looks similar. It doesn't matter if you wear gloves or have, for example, black or white hands.
Do you have to provide dedicated training data sets in order to tell the algorithm what to look for and what movements of the fingers are correct versus not correct? Or does it automatically learn just by watching throughput?
The solution consists of 2 different models. The first one is just tracking the hands and giving out the coordinates. This one does not need to be retrained for different hands, different gloves or whatever. This is completely pre-trained, ready to use. The second one, which is detecting the different hand movements, need to be trained for the specific process, as you say. And here, the data for it is just collected in the running assembly process. And can be used, but we are also using pre-trained models for standard hand movements, like a grabbing movement, like a screwing movement, always look nearly the same, but then needs to be specified. So we need not very much data for retraining the model for the specific grabbing movement then.
And what's the value here? Do companies want to know where their employees' hands are, or do they want to know if the screw is fully tightened?
They want to detect the error early in the process, because when you're detecting it at the end of the process, you have the problem, first of all, you would need to do a root cause analysis to really you just find there's a problem with the pressure, for example, and then you need to find the leakage in the assembly group. So this takes time and money, and afterwards they have a separate assembly line, for example, for repairing it. This also creates scrap, because you cannot always, without destroying some glued parts and so on, reassemble it. And there are also currently manual process quality inspectors, which also takes cost. So this is basically the cost saving potential we have here.
And what is the accuracy rate that you currently can offer, in the sense also the false positives kind of view, where it's actually done correctly, but the machine is saying, no, you have done a mistake?
Not sure if I got this completely. So the false positive rate of our solution, or?
Exactly, where basically your machine is saying you did an error, but actually there wasn't an error.
Yeah, this is of course very important for us, because if the solution is giving feedback, so the operator get visual feedback, or maybe could be also use audio visual, and this would be very annoying if the false positive rate would be too high, of course. So this is something we really take care of, And it works that currently we have per frame a validation accuracy of 80%, which means over 120 frames we are inspecting for one single movement. This makes the summed up accuracy quite high, and we land up, or we got to over 99.x% for every hand process or process step that we're detecting.
Maybe one last question. How much time do you need to set up your solution at your customers, and do you need to supervise that long term, or is it running when it's already set up?
It's so if we are doing it, we could do it in 1 to 2 days. The customer generally with complete setup, like setting up the camera, setting up, collecting the data, training the model, and then testing the system is like up to 3 days. Thank you.
So we heard a lot of great pitches, and I guess it will be really difficult for the jury to decide for 2 teams to win. And you also have a little break. We all have a little break now, and at 3:30 there will be the finale. You can all join and watch. But for you to know, at 2:30 the winners will be announced of the semifinals. So who will get to the finale? You'll hear a gong, and then you'll get to know who will be pitching on a stage at 3:30 again. And also you can grab some lunch outside and check out the expo. And the winners, they should be here at 3 again for all of the preparations we need for the finale at 3:30. And then we'll see you at 3:30 here again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Put your hands together one time. Remember me.
guys ready for a bit of fun? Our grand finale. I hope you guys enjoyed the semifinals all around the house. I hope you enjoyed the vegan lunch. I hope you enjoyed a bit of sunshine that snuck in here to Berlin. And now we've got our final stretch of content. It's going to be intense. It's going to be good. I'll try to keep it as lively as possible, but we're going to be sitting for a while. So I hope you are sitting next to someone that you like. Take a quick look. Marius is sitting next to nobody. So he's got front row by himself. If anyone wants to join, I can vouch for him being a really great guy. So you can come sit in the front, anywhere in the front. We're going to sit in here for a while because we've got panel, we've got the grand finale, we've got the awards, we've got so much going on. But first of all, I want to quickly introduce our wonderful jury, the finest, the best of the investors in town who are here to make probably the most important decision about who will be crowned the Stage 2 business and tech winners. So really quickly, and we haven't talked about this, but whatever, if they're going to be on the hot seat, I'm going to put you on the hot seat. So if you can grab a mic, Johannes, we'll start with you because you're the friendliest person to me. Oh, so if you can say very quickly your name, the fund that you represent, and what is the most important thing you want to see happen in the 2 minutes? Like what is the personality trait or the thought or the number that you're looking for from them that you'll go, I'm going to pay attention to this one.
All right, then. Yeah, hello, my name is Johannes. I'm from Earlybird Unix. Unix tech fund of Earlybird. We are the seed fund and especially supporting European startups out of university ecosystems. And what I want to see from the startups right now on the stage is passion and energy.
Passion and energy, all right. Yeah, Johannes.
Hi, I'm Oliver. I'm working for SDS Ventures, a Cologne-based seed fund led by business angel Stephan Schubert, and I'm looking for a good problem statement in these 2 minutes.
Good problem statement, all right. Let's give it up from Oliver.
Hello, I'm Marie-Helene from Speedinvest. We're a pan-European pre-seed seed investor. And yeah, what I would love to see is to understand what impact are you really creating and how.
All right, very good. Thank you. Good to have you, Max.
Hello, everyone. My name is Max from Cherry Ventures, Berlin-based pan-European generalist fund. What I would love to see is some visionary pitches and how you can bring your applications to market.
Nice. Thanks, Max.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paula from La Familia. We are a B2B tech investor from Berlin, but we invest in Europe and the US at pre-seed and seed. And I'm really, really excited always by founders where I say, I would love to work for this person. So that's what I'd love to see on stage.
Excellent. Good to have you here. Let's give her a hand. So for those of you who don't know what's about to happen, 2-minute pitch will happen right here. You can't see this, but they have a timer. What you can see is me walking up to them in the last few seconds and then quietly punching them off of stage when they're done with the 2 minutes. They will come over here and they have 5 minutes of intense grilling from these amazing investors. Your role is to be a supportive, loving, and make them feel welcome. Give them some good eye contact. And yeah, let's just have a good time. You guys ready? Yeah? Super. No, save your clapping though. You're going to do a lot of clapping over the next couple hours. You clap for the panel, you have to clap for every award. We have so many awards, and I hear special awards, so save your clapping for them. Don't clap for the dumb things I say. So here, all right, here we go. Morris, do we feel ready? Yeah? Okay, last minute instructions. We ready? We feel good? In that case, ladies and gentlemen, in the business stream, the first of 4 startups that's coming up here, give it up for Hakan, representing London Business School with their company, Animal Tech. All right, buddy. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Right. Hi, everyone. My name is Hakan, and with Yasin, we are Team Animal. Dogs have been our best friends for thousands of years, and since domestication, they were selectively evolved for desired traits, such as their ability to protect us, to charm us, to understand us. But how well do we understand them, especially when something is wrong? And this is important because they are part of the family. Let me ask you, let me see what you think. Can I see your hands? If you're a dog owner, or if you know someone who's a dog owner, close friend or family, right, okay, wow, God, okay, that's great, thank you. Okay, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. There are 90 million dogs that are kept as pets in Europe. Okay, stay there. Now, keep your hands up if you think you or your family member or your close friend will be interested in a technology that would allow you to read your dog's mind. Fantastic. Thank you very much. This technology doesn't exist yet, but it forms the fundamentals of our vision, which is to develop technologies to minimize the language barrier we have with our dogs. And you've just shown the appetite, the desire for that. And as part of our journey, the first product we have is a wearable device that can continuously and accurately obtain heart, respiratory, and activity data. And this provides real-time key information about their health and well-being to pet owners and vets. And this technology is based on state-of-the-art sensors that we've developed, published, and patented as a result of 5 years of research at a top UK university. And we are a team of founders, scientists, engineers, and we are supported by a wonderful advisory team of veterinary specialists, serial entrepreneurs. And now we are ready to take your questions about our market, about technology, and beyond. Thank you very much for listening.
Excellent. Come over here. Love to hear what dogs think about me. Would hate to hear what cats think. That's dangerous. All right, who's taking the first question? Yes.
Hi. Thanks for your pitch. Could you start to explain where do you plan to produce your wearables and how do you manage your supply chain?
All right, okay. Would you like to talk about technology? All right, okay. So what you saw is there. It was an early prototype that we had on the video. And then this is based on a silicon system that we have. For mass manufacturing, we are going to need a new material that Yasin can tell you a bit more about that.
Yes, about the technology, we have three main sensors. One of them is the activity monitoring system, which more than 50% of the dogs are obese. The other one is heart rate monitoring system. Again, more than 10% of the dogs have heart diseases after the age of 5, 6. And the last one is the breathing sensor, which is the most important vital sign for the dogs because they don't sweat, they do panting instead. And with the combination of these three sensors, we are aiming to detect the abnormalities in their baselines.
So can you maybe give a bit detail on the business model? Also, let's say from the serial production, because I assume the hardware is very expensive in the beginning, but on a point when you reach serial production?
Right, okay, so let me see where it is. All right, so in terms of the business model, we are actually planning to start with vet clinics first. And there are a couple of reasons for that. First of all, we need data. The data will make the system perfect. And the data that we will require will be coming from unhealthy dogs that will have treatments. And the second reason why, we are actually going to use that for post-treatment monitoring. And that will give us clues about what really needs to be done and to vets as well. Instead of using those big machines and expensive machines in hospital, dogs can be monitored at home. And this will give us confidence, the vets confidence, and the second stage, we will go to the dog owners. And this is not only about post-treatment monitoring, but this is a device that will enable them to track their dogs, what they do, how they feel, are they okay? And also that will allow them to understand if there's a disease coming up in the future. And later, we know that the data will be very important and there will be some players that will be very interested and we have some positive interactions with them. And once this is done, I guess Growth Loop will do its job. So this is the way we plan about our business.
When it comes to your growth protection, how do you want to make sure that from a linear growth trajectory, I mean device by device by device, you switch towards an exponential growth? So like how can you expand within one single customer and cross-sell?
So I guess this is going to be defined by the growth loop itself. So that's what we expect, this exponential increase. And what we have done so far is to focus on the UK market, but we know that European market and the US markets will be very interested in that. So the exponential growth will come by itself.
I'd love to know a little bit about monetization. So first of all, will it be, a one-time hardware cost or a subscription or both? And what price point do you foresee at what margin? Sorry, that was a lot.
All right, so this is a product as a service. In terms of vets, we will give the device for free, and we will rent the device in a way. And for dog owners, it's almost like your Fitbit or Apple Watch. The device will be sold, and then there will be a monthly subscription based on the type of data that they want to see. Obviously, certain elements, for certain data, they will need to pay. So this is how we foresee the pricing.
One last question.
I would like to have two questions. Could you give us some details on the product readiness? So are you testing, or do you have like 1,000 samples in place with dogs? And the second question would be, it's a B2C game. So how do you want to? Okay, it's not a B2C game. Okay, all right. So please explain why it's not a B2C game.
Yeah. So first question, we have heart sensor, respiratory sensor, activity monitoring systems. They are all ready. But what we need right now is to put all those elements together. And for this, we are actually looking for a design engineer and a software engineer that will bring all those elements together. And then we've established a collaboration with Royal Veterinary College, and they will be helping us in terms of this collaboration. And this is a business that starts as B2C, vets are the first customers, continues with B2B, B2B, then continues with B2C, and then evolves with B2B again. So lots of B2Bs and B2Cs in here. So this is how we see this product evolving.
And that's all the time that we have. So thank you very much. Let's give it up for them.
Thank you.
You can take that with you. Next up, Paula from the University of Cologne, representing Compounder. Come on. You ready?
Yes.
Feel good?
Yes.
All right, your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, everybody. We're Evelyn and Paula, co-founders of Compounder, and we have developed the first platform which is facilitating study application. Study application is super time-consuming. Prospective students have to file their application over and over again, and universities pay way too much money to recruit new students and pay way too much time in order to check all the 10,000 annual applications manually for completeness and admission. With Compounder, prospective students can apply with just one profile to all of their desired study programs, and universities get only complete and fully checked applications. By reaching the students much earlier than the universities and processing them automatically, we reach students much cheaper, and we enable universities to save almost 200,000 euros per year by processing applications 12 times faster. We started with private universities in Germany last year, but are now internationalizing already in order to address a potential market of 75 billion euros. Universities are paying us 10% of the total tuition fees as a commission per student, which amounts up to 4,500 euros. 27 European universities are paying us this commission already, and we have successfully sent them over 150 applications in their system, which leads us to 50,000 euros in revenue. Unlike our competitors, we are not only bringing leads, but complete and fully checked applications from all around the world. We are 3 founders, Evelyn being responsible for marketing, our CTO Mino, and I as CEO and head of sales. In order to become the #1 platform for study application by 2025, we are looking for a pre-seed investment of 200,000 euros in order to reach more universities and students. Thank you very much.
Well done. Excellent. Come on.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the great pitch. 2 questions. The first question is, I think you mentioned that you want to reach the students way earlier than university. So where do you find the students? And the second question also relates to that. Like, what do you do with the student after you've placed them at university? Like, is it just an off the hook, or can you monetize further down the road?
Yeah, coming to the first question, we are reaching the students much earlier because the universities, when they are, for example, doing social media marketing or also Google Ads, they are focusing rather on the program. So they are really trying to, as you can see here, to push the keywords like Bachelor in International Management, while we are really focusing on the step before. We are helping the students to orientate themselves on our platform, where we have several universities. So we are really using like long tail keywords in the orientation part. And also on the other side, coming to your second question, we have the data of the students already, and we know that 75% of the students would like to work during their studies. So what we want to do is that we want to give companies also the opportunity to recruit these students as students, like for student jobs, or also as graduates. And the good thing is that we don't need to spend another cent for marketing because we have this data already. That's how we want to use it afterwards. Super cool. I'd love to know why now. In some other countries, we have, like UCAS in the UK does something similar, even though I don't think it's a private organization, but why is now the time?
Well, we are operating since last year, right? Beginning of 2021, we went live with our platform, and then we had like some difficulties closing the universities due to COVID. They were like completely closed to new innovative stuff. And like now we are onboarding all the universities, especially in Germany. And actually in Germany there is nothing like we did, right? So there's no platform which firstly brings, of course, students and fills places, but on the other hand helps with the administration stuff. That nobody did this before, nobody is doing it like we do. The full checked applications, which is saving the university so much time, is completely new. And we just saw the problem that a lot of students don't get answers from the universities because so many applications can't be checked in the time. So we wanted to help here, and actually it was a good fit for the timing as well, because the university said, yes, we have this problem, yes, we want to have more online presence after Corona. The online application process have to be more like stronger, and that's why we did it now.
Could you give us some details on the sales cycles with the universities?
Yeah. So actually, I am recruiting universities completely by cold calling or cold emailing, right? So I try to get the right person, like head of marketing, head of sales, head of student recruitment. And then I have usually a sales call, right? And in Teams or Zoom or even face-to-face. And then they are pretty convinced because we are not giving universities any risk. They are completely for free on our platform for now. They are like, they can spread their full study programs how they want. They can design their profiles how they want. And then they get this administration of applications kindly for free. And then we want a higher commission once someone enrolls. And that's pretty convincing for them because they say, yeah, I have no risk. I am convinced about your user footage. Your platform is really like user-friendly. We would love to stay there. And then they sign the contract, usually.
Maybe I can add one thing to that. Last year when we launched, we had one university, and it took us a lot of time to get the next university because we were kind of a new platform. They were like a little bit nervous. They didn't know what to expect. And once we got like the traffic with 27 universities, it's much easier to get the other ones because, of course, they are in competition. They want, like every one of them wants the students. So now they want to be there where their competitors are, and that's on our platform.
Last question.
So having a marketplace, you always have these two sides of it. What do you think is the limiting factor? Is it the university side or the student side? And what is the most important KPI for the moment, for the next 12 months?
You got 30 seconds for that answer.
Okay. And the most important KPI is, of course, to see how many students at the end really enroll. Now we had our first marketing campaign this year, and we got 150 study applications, and we know that people applied for this winter semester, but they also applied for next year, for the summer semester and the winter semester. So now we need to check how many of these really like enroll at the end, so how much commission we can expect.
And it's harder to get the users, not the universities, to answer your question.
Excellent. All right, let's give it up for Compounder.
Thank you.
And Christoph. Let's go. Christoph is from WHU, and he's about protein distillery. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Everybody is talking about diet change, about reducing animal products. For our health and for our planet. But most consumers still turn to animal-based products as alternatives often don't live up to animal products in terms of taste experience and health. My name is Christoph Pitter, and I will show you how we enable food companies to create authentic vegan alternatives by using the most advanced and functional protein, delivered by Protein Distillery. Food companies are spending a lot of money trying to replicate animal products as closely as possible. The problem is, animal protein is different from plant protein used in today's alternatives. And therefore, they are packed with all kinds of additives, such as methylcellulose, which is also used in wallpaper paste. What makes us different is our unique and patent-pending refinement process. We upcycle a side stream of the brewing industry, the yeast, and separate it with unprecedented precision to create the most advanced vegan protein, which has the same functions as animal proteins. This highly scalable way allows food companies to unlock a whole new range of functions in terms of taste and texture for every major food application without the nasty additives. As one of the fastest growing industries, they have just been waiting for a solution like ours, which is reflected in huge customer interest and already first sales closed. And our team is the right mix of passionate engineers and dedicated business executives to scale our solution to the mass market and accelerate the transition to sustainable food. If there's a gold rush, it's good to be in the pike and shovel business, and we provide Rügenwalder & Co. with the best shovels. We use this event to kickstart our fundraising process, where a good portion of the capital need is already pre-committed. Thank you.
Well done. Super. Come on. Come on. Julia.
Super. Hi, great to meet you. I also went to WHU, so it's great to see you up there. My first question would be a little bit around market size. What is the typical ACV from selling to, I'm guessing, the plant-based companies that you sell to, and how many of those are there in, let's say, Europe and the US?
So the market size is huge, and in the end, there will be plenty of room for different alternatives. And the average customer value we need to define precisely, but you can imagine that if one customer launches one product in one market, then he needs a sales volume of 8-digit million euros. And how many companies there are? There are also plenty of companies because the vegan alternative space is just accelerating.
Just look, if you go to a supermarket, every day new brands coming in, and these are our customers.
Oliver?
Ask one follow-up question. Just what part of the COGS would your solution then comprise for the simply V of the world?
So you can imagine protein is one of the main ingredients, one of the most important to create the final product. It's like the motor in a car. And so if you do this right, the other things are not so important. So but what we say, let's say the gold standard in our industry is egg protein. And with the second iteration of our product, we can be as cheap as egg protein, but totally vegan and deliver the same functions. And because of that, Rügenwalder & Co. are so interested.
I wanted to ask what exactly are you selling? Are you licensing the process, or do you plan to build plants to process the protein itself?
So as our core business is this unique innovative process, which we already patented, we are planning to be a production company because we focus on exactly this downstream process to get the protein out of this waste stream from the brewing process, and sell the protein as an ingredient, as an individualized, customized ingredient for the companies.
And how's your plan to reach a certain production capacity, for example, 1 ton per month or something like this? And what's the first application? Is it like egg protein, yes, what you mentioned, or meat?
Yeah, we are currently focusing on meat and the egg alternative space, because in the industry, the highest pain points are in these segments for egg alternatives, for example, making vegetarian products vegan. And we are currently planning our production plant with a 3-digit tons per year outcome, because we have a founder team with former planning engineers, and also Thomas, who for 20 years led a food production facility with several employees, and he has the know-how to scale our production capacity.
And to elaborate a little bit on this question, because I think that's really important, one of our customers, if they just use our protein for one of their products, they already need a 3-digit tons of protein. Some of them, some already 4-digit tons. So it's really, food is everything about economies of scale. And exactly this is our customer providing, so they are financing our plants.
So talking about customers, how far are you with the product?
So our product is already finished for the lab scale. We already did upscaling, current finance, so producing more of the protein, and currently developed already the first applications together with our customers. And our engineers are super happy if there's an R&D, head of R&D since 20 years in some of these companies and saying to them, I never have seen a protein like this before. So good for them. So we are, with this, for the basic product, we're ready and just in the stage of scaling.
Coming back to your car example, how do you make sure, how do you help your customers that the motor actually fits also the windows and the doors and whatsoever? Like, do you help them also like to bring then your product live to their later production processes, or do you not touch it at all?
Yeah, so we have a co-development together with these companies because the product we are offering is a very individualized product. If you look at the ingredients list on the back of any application, you want to make sure that you are targeting all additives which are there. So that's why we are in exploration phase with the companies, which lasts several months, in which we develop together with them the perfect solution for the protein to get rid of all additives in the explicit application.
All right, that's our time. Well done. Let's give it up for Protein Distillery. And Joseph, come on up. Joseph is representing Amsterdam right now, and his company is called Bamboo. Are you ready?
Ready.
All right, your 2 minutes starts now.
Dear people, our planet has trouble breathing. Did you know that 50% of our natural forests are already gone? One big reason for this is population growth. Altogether, we flush nearly 1 million trees directly to the toilet every month just for your wiping. At Bamboy, we want to bring that number down to 0 and let our Earth breathe again. Leroy, a passionate mechanical engineer, and me, Joseph, an international business alumni, believe that our generation needs to lead world change. So let's start with the smallest step, toilet paper made from 100% bamboo. Bamboo grows up to 1 meter a day, regrows from its own roots after harvesting, and can be processed without chemicals or pesticides. Within only 4 years, we can harvest our bamboo, which is quite impressive if we look at other materials for paper production. But even better, bamboo absorbs 35% more carbon and creates 35% more oxygen than average trees. Imagine a world in which we are reducing by using. Just like a grass field that has to be mown, the more we work with bamboo, the more we compensate. Last year, we sold 90,000 toilet rolls, got B Corp certified, attracted an angel investment of 80K, and are now upscaling our B2C product with new distribution channels and retailing. Previous Monday, we got the ultimate proof of concept as we were featured in the national Dutch newspaper, resulting in a daily revenue of 19K. However, this is where we really want to go. We created Europe's first chemical-free B2B product line that ticks all the boxes of future-proof paper, allowing us to giving us a first-mover advantage to tackle this market coming year. Bamboy is forest-friendly, climate-conscious, and completely chemical-free. Our mission is to make the world better with every flush. Thanks for listening.
Well done. For 2 minutes. Keep on, hold on to that. Do you want to try the product out right now? I see a big rush for this.
It seems they're curious.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you produce it on your own, or do you have a production partner?
So we have a partner in China. They have their own natural forests. The forests are 100% FSC certified, and they're a primary processor. That means they have their own forest, they have their own production, and they have their own packaging. So we are actually the second handler, therefore we keep the supply chain short and know exactly who we're working with without any bad guys coming in between.
Okay, and what's your USPs? Why there could not be someone else doing the same?
So that's actually the B2B product line. We created it together with one of Europe's biggest service suppliers, and with them we're going to do pilots at the university in Amsterdam, which has 170,000 users, and this gives us the perfect user case to move in the Netherlands, and then we want to expand to Belgium and Germany as well.
What are your distribution channels?
So we have our own distribution channels. We have several online distribution channels. We have some retailing stores, and for the B2B product line, we're just getting started.
Yeah, I think that's also my question is crucial in a low-margin product that is very competitive.
Yeah.
What is your customer acquisition cost, and how do you reach your customers?
So, do you mean for the B2B or the B2C?
Well, more for the B2C is probably more expensive.
So actually, awareness is all it took for us. So, for example, the newspaper article, it was at 20K only that day, and we see that the product really the only thing we need is awareness. So now we're slowly starting with the marketing due to the angel investor. The direct cost to acquire one customer is hard to say because it depends on the marketing channel. I hope that answers your question.
Maybe let's stay there for a bit. When it comes to the awareness, like how do you make sure your consumers know that they can make a sustainable choice when buying toilet paper?
By raising awareness for the problem. So almost no one knows that most of the other toilet rolls that are in the supermarket are actually mixed FSC certified, or there's not 100% FSC certified toilet paper. It's and even recycled paper, we much more sustainable than that.
Also, recycled paper, you only can use it for 7 times. That's why we say, okay, use for your toilet paper only bamboo, because bamboo grows really fast, and you save a lot of time and a lot of waste.
Yeah. So it's basically a shift in resources.
I'd love to double click on the B2B distribution channel. Yeah. The university was super interesting. What are the kind of next types of institutions you'd go for?
So the university B2B pilot, that's up and that we're going to do that in like a couple of months. The next one will be at, it's called the Green Business Club. It's like I said, an organization with 62 partners in Amsterdam. And then at the World Trade Center, we're going to do a pilot there. And with them, we also already discussed that we're going to do create some exclusivity by bringing 10 companies in for them to be the first company that is completely, as a complete bamboo and CO2 negative paper disposal, I don't know how to say that, like that.
Where's your bamboo growing?
In China, from the natural forest, from the primary processor.
What is your exit strategy?
So we tend to grow this as big as we can.
Also, we first want to go into internal production. So we are now at the starting point. We first have to get all the intention out of Netherlands or the world. After the intention, we can start our own production. So when is the exit? We didn't have an exit strategy because this is a big project where we want to tackle the whole paper industry.
Any other questions? If not, well done.
Thank you.
All right. So that was our business stream. We're now going to switch over to the tech stream. We have 4 startups here as well. We want to kick things off from RWTH. Matthias, come join me. You look happy, not nervous.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right, 2 minutes starts now.
Don't worry, that's not just me being nervous, but also a little bit, but unfortunately it's far more serious. It is the sound of one of the 6 million lung failure patients fighting for their lives every year. Treatment nowadays is done by inducing an artificial coma and putting a tube like this into their throat for invasive ventilation. This has many complications, is extremely expensive, and damages their lungs even further. So it's a vicious cycle. You need the invasive ventilation to stay alive, but this causes more lung damage, requiring even more ventilation. And that is why 1 in 3 patients die. I'm Matthias from HBox Therapies, and our solution, the HBox, is the first alternative to invasive ventilation. It oxygenates the blood directly, the patients stay awake, and it is minimally invasive. Think of it as a dialysis for the lungs to avoid invasive ventilation, reduce treatment costs, and complication rates. In preclinical trials, we showed an improvement from significant lung failure to healthy oxygen levels. And we're doing this through our patented hyperbaric technology, which allows for unrivaled oxygenation, twice as much as our closest competitor. Our customers are hospitals, and the users are the doctors working there. We follow a classic razor and blades business model, selling a reusable hardware unit and a disposable for recurring revenue. The annual global market potential is 12 billion euros and constantly growing. And that's without COVID. We are a complementary and experienced team supported by top-notch clinicians, KOLs, and serial entrepreneurs. We're currently raising 2 million euros, whereof 800K are already committed. So if you want to join our journey and help patients breathe again, please reach out. Thank you.
Well done. Come on. Mary Helen?
First of all, congratulations. Sounds like a really, very helpful invention here. You said you're at preclinical trials at the moment. So can you give a bit an insight on the timeline when you believe this can become a real product that's sellable?
Yes. We're in preclinical trials at the moment, but those are proof of concept preclinical trials. So that means that was basically to show that everything works. And now we need to raise money. Then in a year, we want to be in preclinical trials to validate the development, then do preclinical trials for CE marking, and then a clinical trial for CE markings to sell it like this system in Europe. And this will take in total probably 5 years and 10 million euros from now.
Just briefly, on the go-to-market strategy, hospitals are a tough nut to crack, I would say. What do you expect for sales cycles? How long do you expect hospitals to take a sales decision? And who do you sell to? Is it procurement departments in hospitals? Is it a specialized doctor? But who makes the buying decision?
Well, it's a good question. It depends, I would say, a little bit on the hospital. For example, if it's like a chain, it's going to be like a centralized purchasing department. If it's not a chain, it's going to be a single decision of the buyers. But we want to start the go-to-market in Germany and there in university hospitals, because those are usually the early adopters of newer technologies. And there we already have contacts to, I would say, 3 of the leading hospitals, university hospitals, for those kinds of extracorporeal technologies. And they are keen to do the clinical trials with us and hopefully then go on from there if we will have good results.
Maybe staying on the go-to-market piece, what kind of will be the comparison in price point to the next best alternative? Completely understand that it makes a lot more sense and it's less invasive, but will it also kind of be on par from a price perspective?
Well, there are of course always different stakeholders, right? You have the health insurances that want to make money or not spend that much. You have the hospitals that want to make money, and we also don't want to do this for free. So, and the moment the best alternative is invasive ventilation. This is costs the health insurance roughly 800 euros a day in 800 euros a day in Germany. The hospitals, the equipment like this tube is not that expensive. It's like 8 to 20 euros or something, but the care is very expensive. That's why it costs 800 euros a day. And on average, the patients we want to tackle first stay there like in 8 days, and we want to sell our device for like roughly 3,000 euros, so that you can see that it's going to be a little bit cheaper, but the patients don't stay that long, so the hospitals can theoretically treat as many patients in the same bed in the same time and don't lose money, so we try to find a good sweet spot there.
Could you help us to understand who is finally paying for the razor and the blade? Is it the hospital, the patient, the health insurance? And do you have already accreditation for health insurance that they pay for your product?
All right, so this is for Germany because every country has their own health insurance system. And in Germany, who's actually paying is the health insurers, right? They have a reimbursement in place, and the hospitals, they have their DRG codes, or their additional money, which they can also get for special treatments, and the insurers pay that. And so for a similar technology, there is a reimbursement in place, and we talk to medical controllers and business controllers in hospitals, and also organizations that know about that, and they said we can use the existing reimbursement that's already in place.
Add to this, the reusable unit will be paid for by the capex of the hospital, so that's going to be an investment. That's why we try to keep the threshold kind of low, and then the disposable will be paid for from the OPEX, which is through the health insurances, just to elaborate on this. Yeah.
All right, so with that, let's say goodbye to HBox and welcome up Sabrina.
Thank you.
Sabrina is from HHL, is that correct?
Yes.
So, Stephan, one of yours. Here we go. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Just imagine your mother has breast cancer. This is an enormous burden for her, but also for you as her relatives, and raises many questions. Which therapy will be used, how she feel, which side effect occurs, and most importantly, will she be cured completely? Questions to which even physicians have no reliable answers. A diagnosis is made via a biopsy, and based on these results and subjective experiences, a therapy is chosen. But newly developed drugs and their use complicate therapy choice, leads to more and more conflicting opinions, development of resistances, or even to death. But physicians don't have a personalized diagnostic tool to test individual drug effects, because it is a huge problem to preserve the tissue's own properties, like functionality or viability. We at Nanotube managed to preserve these properties over a long period of time and allow individual drug testing. So how do we do that? We produce nanotube scaffolds. They look like a bunch of drinking straws, only on the nanoscale, so much smaller than human hairs. And their diameters are crucial for tissue preservation. We culture the tissue on it, add different drugs, and assess the tissue response. Our patented surfaces ensure organotypic tissue culture and thus longer cultivation times of up to 350%. This is essential for the personalized therapy choice. To get them ready for the market, we need about €1 million for the next 2 years. This includes costs for personnel, investments, and certifications. We focus on 3 major, rapidly growing markets: basic research, pharmaceutical development, and personalized medicine. We prefer B2B commerce and already acquired a potential distribution partner. We are Astrid and Sabrina. Experience the future to the right treatment choice by Nanotube. Thanks.
Well done. Good pitch. All right, who's got the first question? Good one.
Thanks for your pitch. Could you tell us who is your key customer? Who do you want to sell to?
We want to sell to labs and pathologists for personalized medicine, and for basic research, all research group that are interested in tissue properties and cell mechanics, for example.
Could you give us some details on your nanotube tech? How do you produce it? What's the material?
Yeah, those are small metal scaffolds, and we add a nanostructure on top. So this is an electroplating process with ammonium fluoride in a solution, and we just turn on the power, and then those structures emerge. So quite nice and easy. And our process is patented, or the tissue culture process is patented in Germany.
And they can be tailored in terms of their diameters, so we can optimize it for different tissue types. So we are not limited only to breast cancer. We can also do other.
That process sounds almost too good to be true. Like, which black swans do you see on your way to bring this live and go to market?
So every tissue has a unique ECM that is surrounding the tissue, and so we have to tailor our surfaces for the tissue, and that's an optimization process, which is not too easy. So there are different tissues we can already culture, for example, breast cancer, brain tissue, spleen, That's already possible. For example, skin is much too easy. We won't go into that, but we aim to, for example, culture level.
How will you reach your customers and sell to as many of them as possible at scale?
So we have a potential distribution partner, which is EBD. I don't know if you know it, which is already present in the cell culture market, and they said that they will just take our product into their web shop, and they are already on the US market, in the European market, and they have specific customers. So this is the route for general research. And for personalized medicine, we aim to work with larger distribution partners, which supply the pathologists, the anatomists, the labs nearby at the hospital. So we want to have something like a point of care application, because tissue cannot be transported for long times.
We also work together with medicines or doctors which have experts in different tissues to get trust in our product and to reach other.
Where's your price point compared to your competition?
So such small products are at about €7. So slightly higher than a competitor, which is in the field for 30 years but has not changed its product. And as you already know, there is no personalized medicine, so it does not work with their product, but it works with ours.
Do you produce on your own, or do you have a production partner?
We produce on our own, and we aim to scale up our production. So at the moment we can manufacture about 300 scaffolds per day, and we aim to scale up to larger plants.
Okay, but it's the standard machine, or did you also develop the machine?
No, we buy a standard electroplating machine, and then we just use our technique.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Well done, Nanotube Tech. Well done. Claire, come on up. Claire is from Imperial College in London. Her startup is Untap. And this is your stage, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, Stage 2. I'm back. I'm Claire Trant, CEO and co-founder of Untap, a revolutionary new approach to improving community health using sewage. I'll let you into a little secret. During the pandemic, it wasn't lateral flows or PCRs that drove the lockdowns. It was sewage. And sewage has been used to monitor community health since the 50s for polio, SARS, MERS, and way more. It's an incredible tool. You can measure thousands of people at once, cost-effectively and non-invasively. But best of all, you can detect viruses from day 0 of infection before anyone shows any symptoms. But at the moment, it's manual. A person goes to the site, they take a sample, they drive it to the lab and send the data back, taking a week and costing thousands, preventing widespread deployment. Untap have patent-pending technology, automated on-site sewage surveillance. A single unit is installed into a building's wastewater stream, detecting up to 12 pathogens, providing your local viral risk. If the risk is low, you can reduce ventilation, reducing energy costs. And when the risk increases, you can install measures to prevent viral transmission, reducing sickness, increasing productivity, and improving lives. We're selling this to customers as a monthly subscription, starting with care homes and factories, and we're already getting market interest from the US. And we have plenty of other markets to untap, including cruise ships and hospitals. But the massive opportunity here will be in the data to guide public health decisions and insurance policy. We've already carried out 4 pilots and have customers waiting. We are on the inflection point of deploying commercially, starting with viruses, then moving to bacteria and even hormones. My team includes my CTO and co-founder, Dr. Jay Bullen, with a PhD from Imperial College in Water Tech, and I've worked in sewage innovation for 7 years. And our board of advisors includes engineering companies that have scaled to multi-million-pound turnover. Untap is a revolutionary new approach to improving community health using sewage. Together, we're safer with crap data.
Well done.
On the nose.
On the money, on the money. Well done. Max, go for it.
Thanks a lot for the good pitch. Just a brief question. I think you mentioned cruise ships and hospitals. Like, is there any privacy issues involved by getting, somewhat granular data about the health status of passengers or like people who are in hospital?
Hospitals are currently doing this right now. In New York Hospital, there's a tampon in their wastewater going out, and they get a cup and collect it and take it to a lab and analyze it. That's how they're currently doing it for COVID and norovirus and potentially other things, maybe polio going forward. And cruise ships employ people to be on the cruise ship to analyze for norovirus. It's happening anyway. It's just very slow and manual.
So, sorry if I missed it. Can you explain again how exactly you do the analysis? Is this sensor-based, or are you really doing the analysis of the water?
Yeah, so it's a 4-stage process, and I can't talk too much about it because the patent's being written and stuff at the moment. We've got one, but it's essentially taking the sewage and keeping the dirty bit and getting rid of the clean bit, and then doing a qPCR on the sewage, all inside a box, and we get the data all remotely. No one has to go into the sewer, and no one has to, do anything involved with the sewage, which is the real key bit here. So it tells you the viral risk directly from the sewage.
Can one device easily, without like any additional retrofitting, measure all of the things you mentioned?
So currently we're doing 3, COVID, flu, and norovirus, and that's just because we're starting with viruses. But going forward, it will easily be able to do up to 12, and I really hope we don't live in a world where we need to measure more than 12 in one box.
But then you would have to redistribute, re-implement.
Oh no, so one box, it just have to change the electronics, so it's basically a software update.
Cool.
Thanks.
How many devices would you need to cover, for example, the whole of London? And what's your business model?
Yes, absolutely. So we're starting with the work from work economy, a term I've coined. You have to physically be at work, and that's why we're starting with care homes and factories. These people have to be sat at work and they can't get sick, and if they do, they have real problems with labour. And so that's why we're starting with those people. We can test a single toilet, that would defeat the point, and we can go up to the whole city of London in one box. One box can detect one infected person in 10,000. So you can do as big or small as you want. Toilet systems, I call them like trees. The individual leaves the toilets, and then the trunk is the wastewater system going out. We can go at any of the leaves, the branches, or the trunk, so it doesn't matter. So we could do as many in London or as few to cover London. So we could talk tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. It just depends what you want to measure.
Where do you buy or produce your devices?
Currently we're doing it in our lab, but going forward we have a manufacturer based in the UK. We want to be close to our manufacturer. These devices are pretty cost effective, talking less than 10 grand for a device, even for our early prototypes. So we're doing that with a close manufacturer so we can oversee it.
And how do you want to finance that? All by equity or like debt, or like what is the financing structure?
So we've raised a bit of capital last year, and we've got a lot of UK grants from the government, like lots, and we're writing way more grants than doing anything else. However, we are raising funds at the moment, £1.5 million.
So as I understood correctly, you already have some customers. Can you
absolutely,
tell a
yes.
bit on where you stand with revenues and traction?
Yeah, absolutely. So we haven't generated revenues yet because we haven't manufactured the device to get it on site, because we need to raise money to be able to get the money to manufacture them. So there's a bit of a circular argument here. But we have a customer waiting for a care home in December. Flu season is going to be terrible this year. None of us have got any resilience to flu, so we're doing flu, norovirus, and COVID on site. And this is a multi-site customer. They have one care home, and the logic is we do it with them cheaply for cost on the first site, to then find out how the costs they save, the money they save, to then go to the other sites. They've got 5 other sites, and then we have another customer in February, March time who has 100 other sites. So we're growing organically the first year to really understand our customers.
So if I understood correct, you're a tech team, like physics background and chemistry background. How do you cover the business competencies in your team?
Absolutely. I've also worked in energy tech before, and I was working on the front end of that, but that is something that we are covering with our board of advisors at the moment, and we'll be hiring in that the next round. However, if anyone wants to put me on these B2B Accelerate programs that are up for grabs, I would really love to do those too.
Well done. Let's say thank you to Claire and welcome up Marta. So we got Minho University representing Portugal.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Final pitch for today.
Thank
2
you,
minutes
Dan.
starts now.
So I am Malte from Carrion Therapeutics, and I am here to talk to you about cancer, the second leading cause of death worldwide. So imagine that you are one of the 900,000 cases that is yearly diagnosed with renal cell carcinoma or triple-negative breast cancer, two really aggressive cancers. You will face very aggressive treatments with several side effects. And you know what? In the end, you may anyway be part of the 90% of people that die from this disease. So imagine that we would offer you an innovative treatment that is more effective, less toxic, and costs less than the treatments that are currently available in the clinics. Would you take it? Well, let's talk about our secret molecule, KT408, a small molecule with an excellent efficacy and safety profile that's targeting aggressive cancers. Our technology is protected in the most important markets, and this drug, our major advantage is the new mode of action, which is really unprecedented in the clinics. So after 15 years of R&D development, we founded Carrion Therapeutics. And in the next 2 years, we will conclude the preclinical studies and also look for regulatory approvals. We will raise the appropriate money, and after these 2 years, for KT408 to enter into clinical trials, we will license our technology or be acquired by a pharmaceutical company. At Carrion Therapeutics, our team is highly motivated, and we have really a complementary expertise, also supported by an amazing team of advisors. So at Carrion Therapeutics, we are really committed in this fight against cancer. Join us in our mission. Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Obviously sounds amazing,
Yeah.
and a really, really big and important problem. I would love to understand, I understand it's patent protected, but likely there's other teams working on maybe other solutions to the same problem. How do you differentiate from them? Or maybe you could also just give me some insight in, how many solutions are being developed right now for the same issues.
So I think that the most important problem with cancer is that everyone is looking to do the same things, You have like one treatment, and then everyone tries to do something that is similar. What is differentiating with us is that we are tackling a new mode of action. So we are going through a new pathway that no one is approaching at this moment. And that's why we are so different from all these other small molecules, and that is why our molecule really outperforms clinical gold standards.
So I would assume that usually a pharmaceutical company would approach you and you would collaborate in order that they finance you and this research. So what's your take on that, and do you want to stay independent, and why?
So actually we were already approached by 3 pharmaceutical companies. We are right now signing CDAs and doing what's best for us and for them. So we will go into conversations. But actually, I think that in the next 2 years, we want to do it by our own and with our network of collaborations. We have the expertise, we have the right partners, and we're looking forward in 2 years to talk with the pharma companies, because they have the knowledge to bring this molecule into clinical trials and to take it forward.
Could you give us more details on KT408? What's so special about this?
So it's a small molecule. It's really effective, and also very important, it's safe. So we already tested it in several animal models, which is of course important for clinical translation. And besides that, it's just this unprecedented mode of action. It's just different from everything that is in the clinics right now, but also in clinical trials. So that there is no other molecule that works in the way that this molecule just works. You know, besides the efficacy, the safety is there. And it's really potent because you have to use so little to get so strong effect. It's impressive.
And how did you come across KT4OH?
Yeah, so I actually started as an organic chemist, and in the beginning we developed a huge library of molecules that were inspired by natural products, so by molecules that were existing in the nature, but were just not unexplored on the commercial level. So we developed these new molecules with our own experimental procedures, and then we collaborated with some entities that do in silico screening of the molecules and predict potential biological applications. And cancer was one of the applications that came up, and it was really close to my heart, to tell the truth. So it was like an easy choice for me to go with all our library to oncology. And yeah, so it took many years screening and to find this drug candidate. Yeah.
And when it comes to aggressive cancer, like which types of cancer do you mean by that? And is there like one or the other type you want to prioritize?
Yeah, so when I say aggressive cancer, I'm talking about these cancers where the mortality rates are really high. So we are talking about, like for triple-negative breast cancer, it affects young women under 40, and the mortality rate is like up to 90%. And also the unmet need it's just there, and you have nothing in the clinics that is really an option for these people. The same for renal cell carcinoma.
All right, that's all the time we have. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's give them a hand.
Thanks.
So you heard 8 pitches. 2 of these will be crowned as stage 2 winners. That said, all of you who pitched are in the standing for the multiple awards that we're going to announce very soon. But right now from Bloomberg, can we please give a welcome to Aggi? Come on, Aggi. Come on. For those of them who do not know you, what do you do at Bloomberg?
So I'm the tech reporter. I cover technology, media, and telecoms for Bloomberg in Germany and the DACH region. And I work with a team based in Brussels, Paris, and London, and of course also our colleagues in San Francisco and New York. And we have a global technology coverage of which startups play a key role.
Super. And what's this panel about?
So this panel is really interesting to me because it is essentially very important for the time we're in now. At the moment, we've just seen several years where there's been a bumper crop of really strong funding rounds for startups, and startups have sought out that investment and have been able to run with it. Yeah. Now we're seeing that dry up, and so the role that corporates can play with startups and create those partnerships early on in a startup's career is super important going forward.
Super. We've got some big corporates, some of the world's biggest corporates here on the stage right now. So with that, I'm going to leave the stage to Aggi, and let's welcome up the panelists as they come on up.
Do you want to move up so we have a bit more space? You have so many people on this stage with us, so we don't have all the space in the world. But so yeah, as I was saying, the place where we can really start on this conversation is by introducing all the panelists. We have people here from venture capital and from big corporates, both European-focused and also from the US. And so I'm just going to start by introducing our first panelist, Shika, who's come to Berlin to work for Balderton after building up SBL, the largest tech-enabled and vertically integrated D2C women's fashion e-commerce player in India. Prior to her entrepreneurial journey, she gained experience at JP Morgan's investment banking division in London. So what I want to know from you, Shika, is what is the biggest hurdle to growing a business for a young entrepreneur?
That is a really good and big question, and really tough to answer in one sentence. But I'd say apart from the obvious things like finding product market fit and finding your niche and finding your strength, I think what's incredibly important for entrepreneurs is to be very resilient. And I think very few people will tell you that this journey is actually really, really lonely. That sounded a bit more depressing than I wanted to, but yeah, be very resilient would be my message if it had to be one.
And next we have Jin Choi from Meta. You've been working in Meta in Germany since 2013 as the Director for Retail, Media and Tech in the DACH region. Jin and his team support companies in sectors ranging from consumer goods, entertainment and telecoms in order to use Facebook's brand building and sales. And so Jin himself has a huge amount of experience in media companies, including work at Bertelsmann, RTL Disney and MTV. And now at Meta, what I'm really interested to know from you, Jin, is what is the role that startups can play in the metaverse?
Yeah, thank you first of all for having me, and excellent question. The metaverse will touch so many aspects of life and industries, and by that create a lot of opportunities. And basically, when we announced the metaverse in October of the last year, Mark basically shared also the clear message that the metaverse will not be built alone by us, but it will be contribution and a cooperational and collaborational effort by many companies, including creators, apparently bigger partners such as Microsoft and Siemens. We have founded the Metaverse Standards Forum along with a lot of partners, and that already includes 600 different collaborators, and many of them are bigger ones like we are representing here, but also a lot of startups that explore the new opportunities that the metaverse will create. So we definitely need startups, we need innovation, and startups are drivers for innovation.
And so now we go on to Florian, who is working in Microsoft as the Managing Director for Germany and Enterprise Commercial Leader. You have also worked in the past for IBM Nordcloud, and we also see Microsoft working so closely with startups in so many different ways through programs like Microsoft's Startup Founders Hub and Microsoft's Venture Fund M12. And it's really interesting to notice that Microsoft is doing this not only through using its technology to work with startups, but also through mentorship programs. What do you think is the biggest hurdle facing European startups at the moment?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I think we have three hurdles. It's access to markets, it's access to capital, and it's access to skills. And since we as Microsoft are committed to empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more, exactly this Microsoft for Startups Founders Hub is addressing all these three things in terms of using our network to get access to capital and to VCs, using our technology to quickly build up skills via training programs or local platforms, as well as using Microsoft, of course, in our huge network of our clients and customers. Alone in Germany, we have 30,000 partners who work with us together on our products and getting access to our sales force and therefore go to market.
Thank you. And finally, we have Julian Boha, who works in innovation management at Siemens and is leading the startup collaboration for a company which is now 175 years old, but has a long tradition of development and cutting-edge technologies. And so what I'm interested to know from you, as part of the European backbone of the of Germany's industry, what can Germany's well-established industrial players like Siemens learn from the startup culture?
Yeah, quite a bit. It's, by the way, super interesting to have a very old company, to have a company who started a couple of tens of years ago, then relatively new, and someone who founded its own company. But what can we learn from the culture? I believe it's for us paramount to bring talent in, to learn external culture, to move forward and to reinvent ourselves. And we can do this to a certain degree in-house, but the biggest part can only come from outside talent and outside technology. And this is where I see Siemens has to put its focus on, and where Siemens currently is putting its focus on, and where we're also reliant on very young startups which are here, who are just from university and who develop deep technology. Yeah.
And to begin then, for all of you, I'd like to invert that question and open it up. Essentially, we're seeing a time now where startups that previously would have been able to build out in a hypergrowth phase are now having to navigate a rocky period at the beginning of their companies. What can these startups learn from bigger, more established businesses like yours?
I mean, for Siemens, this is highly relevant. We've reinvented ourselves. We've been a startup ourselves before. There will always be rocky times, but this is the time, in my opinion, to partner with big companies, to collaborate closer, to get market access via big companies like Siemens, but also Microsoft and Meta, and also any other player. And this is where startups really should also look into venture capital of the large players and market access through large players.
Yeah, just to add on that, I mean, every crisis is also an opportunity to innovate and grow. If we look back, for example, 2008 in the financial crisis, many cool startups emerged there, from WhatsApp to Uber to Pinterest. And I think if you now have something around that addresses the current crises, for example, climate tech, health tech for the pandemic, stuff that can address rising interest rates and therefore cost of financing, highly welcome to go there. So there is an opportunity, also there's rocky times.
Yeah, I can proceed. I mean, being with Meta since close to 10 years, it still feels like sometimes being a startup still. Apparently we are a large company, but I think the ways of working are very agile and certain behaviors really help. I think investing into talent and people, care about your teams, and that is super important, have a robust but also agile business model, and apparently invest into, time to market. Yeah? From our perspective, speed and time to market is a more important factor than size of the company. So this would be principles that I find very important.
And just to add up sort of from a VC perspective, Baldrige as a fund is 22 years old and has been in the European venture capital ecosystem for quite some time. And we invest across Series Seed to Series D. So we've got quite the span of founders at different stages in our portfolio. And that really helps fostering the conversation between companies that have been through several crises and are now sort of much larger, for example, Contentful, also a Berlin-based company versus a company that maybe super early on might have just raised seed. So it's really comforting to hear from sort of more progressed founders how they have navigated crises in the past and sort of what you can learn from that, what you can learn from their war stories to maybe avoid those mistakes and do better this time around.
And for all of you, when you're working with these startups, whether it be from the VC side or the industrial side, what is it that the startups are most keen to access when working with you? Is that more a question of the access to the market, what doors you can open for them, or is it more about the capital and the investment that you can bring? Would you like to start with the VC side?
Yeah, it's a really great question, and I'd argue sort of the plain and simplest thing obviously is access to capital, but I would argue that today very thoughtful founders are looking for more than just capital, right? Because capital sort of, if you look at it, last year was around every corner, and there's still a lot of capital in the market, but the point I'm getting to is there needs to be a value add of investors beyond capital, which is usually network, for example, for follow-on funding, but also for experts, for recruiting. But I guess this is also where you guys come in with a host of deep operational experience.
Yeah, I can probably proceed. I mean, we apparently have a lot of business solutions and marketing solutions that a lot of startups are interested in, especially when it's about direct-to-consumer business, for instance. There are a lot of companies that have been actually built upon the infrastructure and the ecosystem that we offer. And by that, we partner closely with the startup scene to really support young entrepreneurs to be successful and connect their products, services, and brands with consumers.
Yeah, when startups enroll into our Microsoft for Startups Founder Hub, and I hope everybody of you did, we have a booth outside where you can register. It's not only about access to technology, including free licenses, free credits on the cloud, technology coaching, people looking into your app, doing architecture review, access to a mentorship program. It's also, of course, profiting from the brand of Microsoft, of being part of the startup ecosystem, and therefore also having access to our sales force, to our access to the clients, as well as, of course, of our global reach. I mean, Microsoft used to be a startup, 1975. We'd been in a garage with Paul Allen and Bill Gates, and now Microsoft's the second largest firm in the world regarding market capitalization. And we have a strong heart for software development.
I like this question a lot because we also have a venture capital arm. We have software for startups, especially for industrial startups. We also have hardware which we provide startups. But what I believe Siemens and the startup has to collaborate with us is to gain market access. We are one of the largest train manufacturers in the world. We are building smart infrastructures. We are also one of the automation manufacturing leaders in the world. So if you partner with a company like Siemens, you automatically get access to manufacturers all over the world. So it's just natural that this is what we can provide best. And to maybe touch up on the point we had before, quote which I liked before is Ayrton Senna, famous Brazilian driver, I heard this quote recently, said, on a sunny day, I cannot overtake 16 cars, but on a rainy day, I can. And at the moment are these rainy days, we need strong partners, and where you have to leverage and accelerate.
And just to focus for a second on the recent announcement of the partnership between Meta and Microsoft, as I'm sure you know, there is now going to be a partnership with Microsoft Teams to be on the Meta Quest devices. And I was just hoping that whether both of you could talk a little bit more about that. Would you like to start?
I think it's just a great collaboration. I mean, the metaverse is there. It's happening. It's not something in the future. And it spans from kind of the gaming side of it to be already have real cool business cases or use cases in retail and fashion, up to the industrial metaverse, which is another big partnership we have besides with Meta, with Siemens, and where you can do all these kind of cool things in a mixed reality world. Having a HoloLens, for example, as one of technology on your head, and then being able to kind of repair a machine on the ground in the field. Really cool stuff. But this collaboration with Meta is just exciting, bringing our gaming experience, our kind of collaboration experience to this very advanced kind of understanding how this ecosystem works.
Totally, I can +1 on everything, basically shared. I was totally thrilled when we announced that partnership because it also shows that, as we said, we will not build it alone. So it will be a collaborational effort. That is one thing. It will create a new ecosystem, and by that, so much opportunities also for the startup scene. And it is also one of the first tangible use cases, if you will, of partnerships that is beyond gaming or entertainment. I mean, it's quite clear that with virtual reality or augmented reality, there's a lot of opportunity for entertainment. But in that case, if we just integrate Microsoft products such as Teams, and Windows products into the Quest experience, you basically create a new experience of bringing, of creating a workplace, that basically is happening at home, and it will be three-dimensional. It will be mixed reality. It will be enhanced reality. It will be augmented reality, and I think that was something that totally made me enthusiastic.
And as you say, that Meta is not going to create the metaverse by itself. And there are so many different avenues for startups, whether that be in hardware and software development, to enter the metaverse. What is particularly interesting to Meta as a company when looking at what sort of startups are engaging with the metaverse right now?
We will build so many new experiences, offer so many new services, and by that also new products, both hardware but also software. So basically, in general, I would say that Meta is always interested in innovation, in new technology, and in solving problems. So if startups really solve a very practical problem, yeah, that might be of high interest for Meta.
And of course, right now, Siemens is paying a lot of attention to the industrial metaverse. And Siemens, as I said at the start, it's a 175-year-old company. It has a huge established presence, not only in Germany, but around the world, when it comes to the sort of concrete technologies that we need for our day-to-day infrastructure, but also now seems to be moving a lot more towards digital infrastructure. What part of that is something that startups can play in when it comes to this digital transformation of an economic giant like Siemens?
Yeah, so we have many programs that go into this direction, but I'd say one of the most important, or the most important, is the Siemens Accelerator, where we partner with external companies like Microsoft, like AWS, big companies, but where we also look into partnering with smaller companies to enable enable industrial metaverse. Rico is here. It's a startup which we met 1 year ago here, or we met them before in Aachen, but we also met them here, and we're currently doing POCs with them. They are creating digital twins of our shop floor that enables you to change the shop floor, to move objects in the shop floor, and companies like these play a big part in our journey towards the industrial metaverse. So we're not developing everything in-house. It's I would say even the opposite. We're looking specifically into partnerships, and this should be startups, and this will also be big companies, because both play a vital role. So this is where we put our efforts into. Yeah.
And from the VC perspective, when you have these companies, these startups engaging with a big corporate partner and then potentially also looking for VC money, what is the VC perspective on that when a big corporate player is involved with the startups that you're working with?
That's a really interesting question, and I wish I had the perfect answer, but the reality is it can be incredibly great, but at the same time, there is also a scenario where it may not be potentially the best possible outcome for the founders, depending on what the founders want to do. So I think the upside is obviously having great expertise at hand, like the gentleman just demonstrated. But on the other side of the coin, that there is always that tonality that potentially the founders may be forced to sell maybe too early. I don't know. Not saying that anybody has done that recently, but just saying that this might be sort of a thought that would cross my mind if I would be engaging with the strategic partner as well. So I think as a founder, it's incredibly important to sort of protect your rights and sort of be very aware of the fact who you're letting into your cap table and why, and make sure that everyone who comes onto your cap table always has a clear value add to give.
And you talk a bit about that when it comes to the exit strategy. Is that a concern for you as a VC, essentially, when it comes to the investment that you can provide a startup that has a corporate partner?
I mean, again, from a VC perspective, I think having a controlling stake from a large strategic company would not be something that we, I guess, come across every day. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I would say, like, there is no right or wrong here. It all depends on what the founders want to do, what the ambition level of the founders is, what the relationship of that founder to that strategic is, to that VC is. So there is no one size fits all, but generally, sort of from a VC perspective, I think that the obvious fear is because VCs are sort of more in it for a bit longer period, for maybe 5, 10, 15 years. In some of the cases, we partner with other companies for a very long time. We have a very long breath, and maybe that's not very typical of VCs. But sort of one aspect to think about it would be, is there a scenario where you might, get an exit offer very, very early on? But that might not be a scenario where it makes sense from a VC perspective to necessarily sell. So this is always a question that you just have to sort of think about and weigh in when you take that final call.
And when we look at Microsoft's startup focus, it's very much along the lines of mentorship, helping startups having access to that market. It's not just about the money itself and what you can provide in terms of a corporate strategy. Why do you think Microsoft took that route, where there's so much of it is about this sort of mentorship and trying to bring these startups under your wing?
We think that innovative startups can play a vital role in the digital transformation also of our clients, of our large corporate customers. They provide kind of the essence on what brings certain processes, certain markets, certain products from A to B. So we're highly interested to weave them into our ecosystems. Because Microsoft more and more wants to be more also a quarterback, an orchestrator, solving larger issues for corporates, for clients, but also on society. We engage a lot in skilling programs. We engage a lot in ecological programs. We engage a lot in developmental programs. And I think it's just a win-win situation. And of course, going forward, one of these startups might be again then our customers for our products. The next Fortune 500.
And this is a question really for all of you, but essentially, when you look at the startups that you're working with, in the case of all three of these companies, you have your own research and development. You have huge teams of engineers and developers in-house. What are the solutions that you would be looking for externally, as opposed to the sort of things that could be solved by the teams that are already there? Is there really one industry, or is it more a question of sort of technicalities, which mean, okay, for this particular problem, we're going to have to look outside? Could I ask you first for this?
Yeah, so there are two sides to this. I believe one big part are adjacent technologies, so technologies that are close to our portfolio. But then we also have many new upcoming technologies, and I believe, especially in the context of sustainability, many different technologies will arise where we as Siemens want to play a big part in, but we have to partner. Just look into the battery manufacturing or the battery recycling sector. It will be a huge factor, especially recycling, and this cannot all be done by ourselves. I talked 2-3 days ago to Northvolt, one of the largest battery manufacturers in Europe. 4 years ago, they were just just 100 people, and now they are 3,500. And such a growth is simply almost impossible in a big corporate. So you have to partner with external companies to just be able to provide the market with products and services and technology. So it's mandatory. It's not possible in any other way, I feel like.
So ecosystems are very important here. One thing we heavily invest in is sustainability. And we have, of course, a platform, but we need partners to bring it live. We recently announced a partnership with McKinsey, very deep, where we bring our technology and how to collect data on emissions, together with a strategy how a company can get carbon neutral in a certain time frame. We also embark on this platform a lot of technology providers. We do this together also with SAP. We have technology from Siemens on there. So we create an ecosystem of independent software vendors, of hardware vendors, to really be more the orchestrator and quarterback for something good where we believe in.
We have different levels of partnerships that we create. The first one is most apparently the newest one, Metaverse Standards Forum, and startups are encouraged to join that forum and define the future, along with many partners. The other one is we also have meta business partnerships, which is accessible basically for all companies if they hit certain preconditions where they get access to certain resources and information that gives them some kind of development advantage, if you will. On top of that, I can give 2 examples I shared in the pre-conversation, because it's such a broad range what we are looking into. We actually started a partnership with a company that is solving the problem of digital, fashion size measurement. So basically, in the fashion industry, especially in commerce and e-commerce, the return rate is a huge business problem. And that kind of technology will help standardizing, the measurement of the fashion sizes and create a solution here. The other one is also a Berlin-based company, a startup that invests into force feedback technology. So that if you, for instance, have some kind of controller device, you have a better understanding and more immersive experience when you, for instance, maneuver in the metaverse.
That's really interesting. I also wanted to ask about the sort of going out more broadly. We're currently in a room with a lot of people who are members of European-based startups. And I'd be curious to know what you think, as global players, essentially, what Europe can learn from other regions when it comes to its startup scene, whether that's a question of policy or investment, or I can just open the floor to you to...
I believe we can learn from especially big American corporates, which create a tremendous ecosystem of startups. Not only startups they actively collaborate with, but also startups they provide resources to, they provide credits in the cloud, they provide access also to their knowledge. And this is what we are doing and what European companies are doing. But this is also where we can still learn from big players like AWS, Microsoft, and where we definitely can be a big part of the Industrial Revolution, which is, in my opinion, very relevant in the next years.
I think what we experience here is already great, bringing together universities, startups, and capital. Probably in the US, it's already a little bit more advanced already in terms of universities working with corporates, having these kind of startup areas, and it's starting. I've spoken to a couple of professors here in the start, but also access to private equity money. There's a lot of more private money available in the US market to just fund things quickly, but. It's a great opportunity here. I mean, we don't have to be looking into the other markets to learn from them. There's a huge momentum. If we pick our right battles, if we can create technology for good to battle one of the, or several of the actual crises, we're very well positioned here.
We actually can learn probably more from Siemens, thinking about it. I mean, I just shared that we kind of have a startup-ish culture still. And we had company values which we redefined when we announced Meta, because in the past it was move fast and break things, or move fast and be bold, which apparently we did sometimes and disrupt things we shouldn't have disrupted. And now it's shifting more due to the impact that we create to the world, to building responsible. Yeah? And not to move fast, but to move, with responsibility and not surprise anyone. And that is critical for us on the way to the metaverse.
For us, I guess we look at it a bit differently, because we are actually just completely in love with Europe and European founders, no matter where they are, and founders that sort of choose to found in Europe and have Europe as the first or one of the first markets. But to be honest, our belief is, or our desire is to back founders with planet-scale ambitions, and that doesn't just stop in Europe. And at the same time, we also believe that the next technology giant is going to be a European company.
What you've just been saying has got me onto a final question that's not on my sheet. But when it comes to the question of what you expect to find in a startup, what is actually something that you think is something that you would see as a core value of the sort of startups that you are looking at? Not so much, we can talk about the technologies all the time and the business strategy and everything, but what is the sort of value that you find in a startup that potentially is something that says, yes, I want to partner with those people? Would you like to start, Chico?
The founder. It's the founder.
I would definitely agree. The founding team has to be resilient. They have to be very open. They have to be forward-thinking. They, of course, need the technological expertise. And, of course, we will also always look at the technology if this is a USP in the market. But even if it's a USP in the market and the founder team does not seem like they will develop over the next years or are very driving the business forward, it's still not a match for us. So we would rather partner with a team of founders that's really eager to move this forward.
Just the passion to go the extra mile.
Yeah, I would echo everything that has been said. But as I already shared, we have so many different levels on that we partner with startups. So it really depends on the perspective and the context.
Well, thank you so much. That's our time. Shika, Jin, Florian, and Julian, thank you so much for joining us.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can go in that direction. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, amazing people have been sitting here this whole time. Tell me, what's different about the front of the view that you've been looking at? What's changed? Trick question, huh? The painting. That's right, the painting has disappeared. It has actually been broken into 40, actually more than 40, amazing pieces of art. I don't know if that's the top or the bottom. Nope, this way. This way is the top. And the 40 entrepreneurship centers that are taking part, we now all have a little piece of this thing that was created while we're here. Hang it proudly in your universities, and hopefully this will inspire even more universities to take part, because they'll be like, where'd that art come from? All right, we'll send our best students over. So can we give it up for amazing artists over there for putting this work in? Excellent. I also found out very late in the game that everybody got a hoodie, so that's why nobody came to the front for hoodies. The only thing that I have that you do not get in the front or in your packet is chocolate, and this is what I need one last time, because after this we end the show. All these empty seats over here, I need them filled ASAP, because we're going to take some epic photos. You know, social media and that whole thing. We got to do that too. So can everybody who's over there please come up to the front? Come, and I've got some chocolate for you. Bring it in, y'all. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, fill up these seats over here. I got one chocolate over here, another one over here. You're already in the front. Come to the front, please. Lovely. You ready? Catch. Oh yeah. Of course you can have chocolate, since you asked so nicely. Come on. You get everything, man. You get the hoodie, you get the chocolate, you get it all. But you didn't work for it. You've just been sitting here in the front row. Well, you look cool, so here we go, man. Yes, here we go. Boom. Oh, good catch.
Early in the front side?
Yeah, and asking the first question of the morning. That's hard. We go, man. Come on. Come to the front. We still got a few more empty seats, and it won't look good. It'll look like nobody showed up to stage 2. So, come on to the front. Please. Actually, we should do something. Tilo, give me a hand. Can we get a microphone? Where's KO? KO, can I have a mic? Okay. So, this is for social media. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to have the microphone over here, and when I turn around like this, I want you to all stand up and yell stage 2 as loud as you can. And I want you to give double peace signs, which makes 4, but don't worry about the logic. Just 2. Does that sound clear? We don't need a practice run, right? Like, everyone naturally is extroverted right now. Everyone's got this. Right? So just remember, not before I turn around. I'm going to go like that. I'm going to spin, and then you're going to stand up and yell so loud that the person next to you is going to like hit you in the ribs. So just go for it. Sound ready? Sound good? Malte and Stephan, you guys ready? Full energy? Andrea, ready? Full energy? Excellent. All right. Here we go. Ready for this? All right. Let's go! Oh, that was so good. That was amazing. Have a seat. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah. That good? Okay. That's the only reward you all will get collectively, because now we get to the moment when we decide which of all you super well-deserving candidates the investors picked up, thinking, you know what, we could actually make a viable investment in this group of people. Just so you know, these were decisions that were not easy. These were decisions that they put a lot of thought into. There's real workshops, real mentoring, real seminars, real cash, real investments going in. So for anyone who thought, oh, it's just another college activity, you're wrong. This is real life. And companies that start off here go on to do amazing things. Now, whether your name get called up or not, do know that you came through a rigorous selection process to be here. So that by itself is amazing that you're in this room. So thank you again for being part of stage 2. And with that, let's invite our 2 initiators, Malte and Stephan, up to help with this. Let's give them a round of applause. You guys stand over here on this side. Okay. We have a lot of awards, so what I'm going to recommend is 4 levels of clapping, because we have a lot of clapping. I want you to save your clapping. So level 1, all I'm going to ask you to do is rub your hands together. Everyone do that? That's your level 1 form of clapping. Level 2 form of clapping is snapping your fingers. Level 3 form of clapping is hitting your thighs. Level 4 is stomping the ground. We're saving that one for the end, okay? We're saving that one for the very end. But for now, what I'd like you to do, oh, and 5 is clap. Well, clapping is with all the above, except you can't when you're snapping. I didn't think this through. How do you snap and clap at the same time? That sounds terrible. Don't do that. Whatever you do, don't do that one. All right, let's go at level 1. You're going to snap for this one, okay? So you're snapping for this. We actually have 5 skilling awards. So here we go. These were the skilling awards by these amazing corporate partners and sponsors. All of them get some workshops, one-on-one with experts. And now, if you will snap, let's snap, and we're going to reveal the 5 who win. Their names are going to be up there. You don't have to come up on stage, but you receive the following award. Keep snapping, level 1. And let's reveal. Well done to all of you. Fantastic. Now, don't clap. Don't clap. Don't clap. Okay, just snap. Okay. And we don't need the music for this moment just yet. But here we go. Keep it going. Next one is the Accelerate Awards. We have 5 of those as well. 5 Accelerate Awards, 5 amazing sponsors. You can see them over here. And now you can do your level 1 again. So snap, 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 snap. And let's reveal our 5 winners. Oh, more than 5. That's amazing. I see 2 over there too. Nice, well done. Okay, you guys ready for level 2? What was that one? That was a snapping one? What are we doing? Okay, so let's go. We've got 25,000 for a media partnership with DVH, and I believe Max, are you here? Max, come on up, right over here. And Max, if you wouldn't mind, can you share a little bit about the award and we'll do the big reveal?
Yes, gladly. I'm here as part of DVH Ventures. We are a seed stage investor operating out of Cologne for nearly a decade now. And I'm really excited to be presenting the Digital Technology Award. It's 25,000 euros in media budget we supply from Holzbrink.
So now everyone snap. Boom. And the winner coming up to the stage to receive this award is Compounder. Well done. I'll take that. Guys, come on over here. Look at that camera. And stare at that camera over here. 3, 2, 1. Smile. And over we go. We got to go like a factory here. Okay, super. Thank you guys so much. Next up, 10,000 euro from KI Park. Mark, can you come on up and share a little bit about KI Park, please? Thank you so much for being a part of this. Yes.
Thank you. If you look at your recent challenges that you overcome, I think most of you have solved them using a network. And that network is what we foster at KI Park. We are a network of corporates, startups, VCs as well, and universities, now having more than 50 members. And yeah, really pushing AI innovations made in Europe. So if you are working on AI innovation, I'm happy to support you, answer your questions, and convinced to support you as well in that. And today we are welcoming a new member with and with a crypt with a 10K cash prize, which is...
The award goes to...
GenVision.
Come on, GenVision. There they come. Good run.
Thank you.
Come over here on this side, receive your award. Let's get close, look at the camera. Oh, you want us in the middle. Come this way, this side. Gentlemen, up to the front, and let's go. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Well done. Thank you so much. All right, Sven, are you next? I believe. So that was the oh no, we are now going to do the Sustainability Award. And we have 3 people coming up for that. Andreas, Thomas, and Elsa. Come on up. Super important. We've been talking a lot about sustainability. Who wants to share a little bit?
I'd first like to introduce us. I'm Elsa from World Fund, Andreas from German Entrepreneurship, and Thomas from Enhance. We're very excited to come together to award this prize.
And basically, it's a 10K award, but we're also throwing in our ecosystem for the winner. I give you a little hint. It makes saving the world yummy, but now it's up to Dan.
All right, you know what to do. Snap those fingers. Let's make some noise. And the award goes to Protein Distillery. Yeah! Come on, gentlemen. You gotta shake their hands. Good. Now come on this side and receive your award. And then get your best smile. Lovely. Spin around. 3, 2, 1. Lovely. All right. Thank you very much. Sven, are you coming up next? This is the wonderful Sven, and he's got 15,000 euro to invest in a female founder. So go ahead.
Actually, we don't invest, we give it for free.
Oh.
So we're not greedy. I mean, we're lawyers. Yes, we're greedy. My name is Sven. I'm a partner at Oric. And before we come to the award, we have dire economic times ahead. So it's really important that you keep starting companies because that keeps us busy, okay? So you have a social responsibility, keep founding. I'm here alone. So the white, old, grumpy dude is giving out the Female Founder Award. Lisa from Female Entrepreneurs was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, she felt sick, so her regards. And with that, let's give it.
Let's make some noise. And the winner of this 15,000 euro goes to Untap. Come on, Untap. I'll take the mic. Come on closer. Receive your award. Nice. Stand on this side. Over here. 3, 2, 1. Lovely. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Oh, wow. Look at this. We're jumping to 100,000. 100,000. I feel like we got to make a lot more noise for 100,000. So from now on, we're leveling up to whatever was after snapping. I think it was hitting your thighs, that one. Hold it, though. Johannes, talk to us about this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We enjoyed the event very much. It was a great event today. I was also here last year. And last year, we got to know the RICO team, a very energetic team. They are doing an AI tool to build digital twins of factories. And we got to know this team after stage 2, so we evaluated the team and finally we invested. So we are here to find the next RICO team, and we think we found a good option or a nice team, very energetic and passionate founder team, And our prize will go to...
Come on, let's make some noise. Hit those thighs. And the winner of €100,000 Oasis now. Hey! Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. All right, we're looking at that camera. Hold your prize up ahead. Lovely, bring it in. 3, 2, 1. Well done, well done, well done. Woo. Careful. Do you not want to leave the stage?
No, I want to stay. I have a small surprise. I mean, we expect our founders to be flexible, and we also, as investors, have to be flexible.
Okay.
Because we liked it so much that we found another very interesting team.
A second award for 100,000?
We want to give a second award today, right now.
Wow.
And yeah, we are here with 2 colleagues or 3 colleagues from Unix. And the rest of the team doesn't know it, that we just decided to do 2 prizes today. Ooh. So don't tell them, please. Yeah, we saw another team yesterday. They didn't make it to the final event today, but we like the idea very much. So we want to give another 100K to...
Let's make some noise. Come on. I don't know either. Let's reveal. And the winner, Samurai. Oh, well done. Wow. I know. Congratulations. Woo. Wow, all right. Let's look at that camera over there. 3, 2, 1. Well done, Johannes. Thank you. Can I get the mic? Well done. This is like Jennifer Hudson in American Idol. She didn't come first, but she kind of made a bigger career than the people who did make it through. So they were in the wild cards, which means that's why they look extra surprised, because they didn't make it past the wild cards yesterday, but they got investment. That's super important to know, because this is not a simulation. I said this in the beginning. These are investors that want to find the best deal. They come hunting. So whether you come through the wild cards, whether you come through the mainstream, whether you make it or not, they're paying attention. How you talk to them over coffee, how you talk to them outside, how you party tonight, all makes a difference. And they notice. And it's a good thing if you party hard. Investors like that. So that was cool. I don't know if we have more surprises, but if you were wild card yesterday and we're not expecting to win, you just might. So let's go. We're going from 100,000 to $250,000. That's amazing, from Atlantic. And we have Dimitri. All right.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dimitri from Atlantic Labs. We're probably the most active pre-seed fund in Europe, having been around the block for quite a while, the old kids from the very beginning of the Berlin ecosystem. And I'm so happy to be here for the second time. We have a particular fable for deep tech startups coming out of universities like you guys. We love to support them in their often complex journeys, but they always have global ambitions, and we're there for them with our network, with our internal capabilities. And Stage 2 is such a wonderful event, and really kudos to the entire team again for organizing it, and even more kudos to everybody who has pitched here yesterday and today. It was a very narrow choice. In the end, we decided for something not conservative as well.
Ooh, okay.
And went for a team who also didn't make it in the wildcards yesterday. But we decided that, or we know, we haven't decided that, the world has decided it, that green hydrogen is really something that we need today. And I'm very honored to give our our €250 award to Electrogenus.
Electrogenus! Come on down, guys. I'll take the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And stay here for the photo. Let's go. Bring it in, gentlemen. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Lovely. Super. In that direction, please. We're going to go from 250 to 350. Klaus, I believe you're going to come present an award. Is that correct? Come on up and share a little bit about what you guys do.
Hi, thanks for having us. All right, we are On-Site Ventures. We are a pan-European early-stage deep tech fund. How so many? We are located beautifully in the heart of the Alps, so come and visit us. We really like deep tech. We really love it. What we also can do is we can do hardware investments, which many don't really like. So, but why is that? I guess we trust to handle them right. So we do have a strong operational team. We have great advisors. Some of them are examples like the co-founder of BioNTech or the co-founder of ARM supercomputers. So, yeah, great event and looking forward to give the prize.
350,000 euro. And the winner from On-Site is, let's reveal,
Cellbricks.
Yes. Come on, Joe. Come on. Yes, my man. Well done. All right, bring it in, bring it in. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Well done. Thank you so much. Well done, Joe. We got another 400,000 now coming in from Seed and Speed. Alexander, do you want to come up and share a little bit about it? Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Hi, I'm Alexander from Seed and Speed Ventures. We are a Berlin-based fund investing very early stage, as our name suggests, in pre-seed and seed phase software companies, mostly in B2B and enterprise software areas in different verticals. And for the one who will get the prize, I don't even have a vertical name yet, but we liked him and his pitch a lot. We are Seed and Speed the sales we see, meaning that we will support him with our sales consultant team, getting a sales team built up, building the sales playbook, coaching the sales people, and so on. So B2B software it is in the broadest sense, and the winner is
400,000 euro going to, let's show them, Dynamics. Well done, congratulations. Bring it in. Right in the middle, 3, 2, 1. Lovely. So we've got one more set. Yeah, we can clap for this. Come on. I was just checking. We just crossed the $500,000 mark, 600,000 euro. And Max, you're here. Thank you for being here. Please do share a little bit.
Thank you for having us. First of all, it's great to be back on stage. We were here last year. We had the fun of sharing a 600K prize last year as well.
That's right.
We follow up on the tradition. I have to say I'm a big fan of this event. I remember 2 years the call from you guys saying, hey, let's do this. And we were totally on board. And I'm glad we can support this event with such a large ticket. With that, no further ado,
you ready?
Let's announce the winner.
Come on. 600,000 euro goes to
HBox.
HBox. Woo! Yeah, HBox. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, wow. That's amazing. Look right in the middle. 3, 2, 1. Well done. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Should we do the one more time?
Do you have another one?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So last year you gave 600,000 and this year 1.2 million?
Yeah, we decided, we love you guys so much.
Wow.
Especially you guys. We're going to do this one more time. I felt like one company is not enough. We decided to make it 2 this year. And one more prize. So let's just hope they're still in the audience. That's going to be a tricky one. But yeah, with no further ado, the winner of the next prize is...
600,000 euro goes to... Let's be real.
Fast Cars.
Fast Cars, come on in. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. All right. Spin around.
There's so many.
On this side. Find a spot. Bring it in. Super. Well done. Thank you. So that leaves us with 2 more awards. These are combined awards because they are, as far as Stage 2 goes, the ultimate. These are the ones that, as an event, us collectively as a community decided these are the 2 that stand out. One from the business stream and the other one from the tech stream. And representing some of those awards that they get from STS Ventures, we've got Oliver, and from Audi, we got Regina. Let's give them a hand as they come up on stage. Oliver, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I think I already introduced myself an hour ago as part of the jury, so I spared that part. But I'm happy to be here, and we are happy to support this event again this year. And thanks for organizing it.
Excellent, Regina.
Hi together, I'm really happy to be here. I'm representative of Audi Denkwerkstatt. It's the innovation unit of Audi AG. We are here in Berlin. We're running a pre- and accelerator program together with Techstars. By the way, applications are open at the moment. And we strongly believe in the interface of startup and corporate ecosystem. So we want to foster innovation, and I'm very proud to be here and give the award.
In that case, let's make more noise. Hit the floor with your feet. And here we go. The winner for the business stream goes to Compounder. Congratulations. Congratulations. Come stand right here in the middle. Let's huddle. Let's get close. Look at the gentleman in the middle. 3, 2, 1. All right, so that leaves us with 1 more award to give. Thank you so much. Could Marie-Hélène from Speedinvest and Sebastian from Siemens come on up? Let's give them a hand as they come up.
So, as said, Marie-Hélène from Speedinvest, we have some 300 portfolio companies all across Europe. And first, I'd like really to thank the 2 gentlemen that you invented Stage 2, because I have to feel it was invented for Speedinvest, because we love spin-offs from the university. We already have a couple of those, and some really successful ones, like Twice, Fernride, and lately from RWTH Aachen, Scilib, battery recycling. So thank you for doing this. And Speedinvest, as said, we are not afraid to work with first-time investors coming from the university. We'll help you to get the IP out of the university into your company, to negotiate that. So we have a lot of crisis situation at the moment, and everyone is talking about how bad it's gonna get. I think a crisis is always an opportunity for an invention and for innovation. And we have seen a lot of examples here, and also the one that we're gonna hear, that's gonna win the prize, is one of those. So thank you to take the positive out of this situation.
And Sebastian?
Hi everyone, I'm Sebastian from Siemens, and we love technology, and that's why we hand over the Tech Innovation Award. And thanks also to you two and the entire team for this amazing event, this variety of different solutions which you all presented, the pitches, and all these opportunities and networking. And that's all about network, bringing everyone together to tackle the challenges and solve in various areas the problems we have and the challenges. And we are really happy that you set that up, and leading universities Europe-wide coming together, perhaps one day also worldwide, and we have a stage 3, might be an idea. And yeah, looking forward now to hand over the award.
So our final award for the night, let's make some noise, goes to, let's reveal, Untapped! Come on, Untapped! Congrats again.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Second one, you should have brought the first one.
Yeah, third one. Oh well, I've got 3 hands back there.
Bring it in. Excellent. Excellent. Well done. Thank you. Thank you.
2 female founders.
I saw that. I saw that. So, come on, Malte. Inspire us after already being so inspired.
Well, I can't add more. That really was 2 amazing days. So first of all, if I saw the presentations today, and they were really so cool, really so cool. And even if you didn't win, I'm going to tell you a story from last year. RWTH, they came here, they didn't win. They took this as an exercise. They went to Rice Business Plan competition. They won this one, and they are financed tremendously. So it could be the starting point. It's not just another college thing, as you said before. Talking about Rice has been like the biggest business plan competition worldwide. We started this morning, we started with 2.2 million prize money, and I guess this is already the biggest. However, since the investors loved this and saw what happened out here, they raised to 3 million. So it's the biggest business plan competition worldwide. And you were part of it. You made it such a great event. So thank you for joining in.
And before we now officially close these 2 days, almost, we want to invite you to our after-show party starting at 9 o'clock. Free beer, free wine, subsidized shots. Because we want to give the money to the teams and the organization. Talking about organization, we had the honor, Malte and me, being on stage a couple of times during these 2 days. But in the end, it's not us who organized this, who spent a year working hard to put together the panels, to get the investors on board, to reach out to all your universities and you as teams individually. So a big, and probably the biggest thank you goes to our teams in the background, everybody working these fancy pullovers who have been organizing so hard. So give a big hand to
let's
our...
bring them all up to the front.
Yeah,
so
bring them to the front.
And come to the front. Come on, beige people. Come to the front, come to the front. Come.
You don't. Calling out your name the same way I am begging you. It's what you change. Your smile is shaking all I feel is unfamiliar. It's haunted. I know.
This is the team who made it possible over the years, so the biggest thing is probably to them. However, two other thank yous. The first one is to our investors, to all the VCs who are coming in, because you made this event really a worth event. So it's cool because it's not a college thing, it's a real thing. So thanks to all the investors who helped us making that possible.
Yes, investors. Thank you.
And last but not least, thanks to everyone in here, because you're the ones who made it that event. All the university representatives, all the teams who presented, all the speakers we had. That was a great event. See you 2023. Thank you very much.
So. Just two announcement stuff. Number one, tell everybody about what's happened here. Let people know it's not too late when you take your trains and your planes and your cycles. Write your blogs, make your YouTube shorts, do all of that stuff, and tell what happened here. Encourage others to participate. And second, I heard a rumor that yesterday the drinks were not free, or there were not even booze, there was no alcohol. Tonight there's lots of it, excessive amounts. So please stay 9 o'clock right here, but you need to leave because we're going to make some surprises in this building. So leave the building, go relax, make some friends, take a shower. Some of you need it more than others, and then come. Oh, burn! You need a blue one of these to come back in, and then we have 3 DJs. So expect a very long and incredible night. So 3 DJs back to back in this space, starting at 9 o'clock. Lots and lots of good fun and good people. Have you guys had a good time? Yeah. All right. Thank you all for being a part of stage 2. You are welcome to go, and you guys, we're going to take some shots over here. Not those kind of shots, photo shots. So, see you all later. Have a good evening. See you at 9 o'clock.
You can't look me in the eyes. I'm busy getting compliments from these guys. I realize getting all these compliments from these guys, and I realize that it's not for me. Getting all these compliments from these guys, and I realize that it's not for me. I know she knows, he knows what you do. I know she knows, he knows what you do. And I run, and I run, and I run. I wonder what you're thinking. It's not for me, it's not for me. No, I know you are not for me. It's not for me, for me. No, I know you are not for me. Okay, listen girls, if you ever feel lonely, just open up a bottle of wine, call your girlfriends and have some fun. I want you to get together, put your hands hands together one time. Remember